We're going through some technical difficulties, but we're about to get this restarted. Y'all greatly appreciate your patience. Let's see. Get this right. Yo, yo, we live with it.
What's up? What's up? All right.
Peace, peace, everybody. Y'all know what it is. Now it's the vibrate. We got a guest up in here, Bridge of Ra.
What's up?
Definitely got to check out his YouTube, Instagram. Matter of fact, Brethren, what's your IG? Like, where people could find you at?
Bridge Raw. That's straightforward. Bridge Raw on Instagram. Bridge Raw on YouTube. I think it's Bridge Raw one on Twitter. Uh, yeah, it's all in my about page. So if you go on my YouTube, go in the about section, you can see all the links.
Cool, cool. All right. Well, we gonna get straight into this. You know what I'm saying? A little conversation. We're gonna talk about dealing with internal and external entities. You know, insectilians. We're gonna talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! GX and a little anime and just how that connects esoterically. You know what I'm saying? And then we're gonna have another perspective of some, channel slash down a little download info from the brethren as well. So my brother, wherever you want to start at,
Um, so let's start with the more channeled info.
gotcha. Give me 1 second. I'm here. All right.
Let me know if you hear anything from the background. I'll close my window. But
Now you pretty good. I hear everything clear. Matter of fact, everybody give thumbs up if on the audio and visual how it's coming through. Yeah, bro, you good.
all right, cool. So yeah, what I'll start with is if you've seen like the movies Alien or Alien versus Predator, those type of series, they have a character which they call it the alien, which they go into
Hmm.
it further. They call it a xenomorph. So it's these
All right.
crazy ass looking looking creatures. You know what I'm saying? So the xenomorph, I think the word is coming from like endomorphic, being a person who's like has a certain type of body type, that really more skinny kind of body type. Um,
All right, because I was just about to ask, because I know, if I'm not mistaken, the word Xeno is also connected to like God or something like that, or like what people with xenophobia have like a fear of God or something like that. I'm not sure, but
yeah,
uh,
it definitely has to do with fear too, because um, yeah, just heavily obviously these are beings that look pretty fearful and
right.
stuff. Like they definitely go for the fear aspect. But you see this in a lot of different shows and movies and stuff. So here they show you Frieza from Dragon Ball. I think that's the second form.
Right.
It's funny because Frieza's a reptilian, right? So like he's like a reptilian king or some shit. That's what it's based off of. So in different you'll see in different like um, shows, animes, whatever, that they have this xenomorph thing. So in the Tomorrow War, or was it something like the Tomorrow War or something like that? It was either Tomorrow War or I think it was the Tomorrow War or the Edge of Tomorrow. One of those two movies. I was watching it and they had a creature that looked like this. So when I was watching that, that's kind of where the download came from as well. Um, I was doing a video talking about something else talking about the movie, and it kind of just connected to be this random thing I figured out. So in that movie,
Got
there's like this whole time traveling aspect where uh, basically humans from the future have to come to the past so that they can stop this xenomorph looking type thing from taking over the world. So they found a
got
spaceship, I think it's in Siberia or something like that, or Russia, and eventually the ice melted, and this thing just came out for whatever reason, and eventually just like reproduced and then took over the planet. And then in the future, they had to send humans back to try to stop that thing from even, so it's just like time traveling war. So in
right.
that, they're talking about this kind of concept that I was getting into, which um, I was going deeper into things about like the Sun simulator and the Saturn cube, and those type of uh, thought processes. Because after sun gazing for a certain amount of time, um, I can't really say for other people, but um, there's like a black circle, or it's kind of even square shaped sometimes, but there's like this black circle that I've seen just appear at the center of the sun, and sometimes it's like a
Mm,
really small dot, and then sometimes it fills up like it's kind of like the pupil in your eye. Like sometimes it fills up like a bigger space.
gotcha.
Yeah. So this black circle pattern, like the Saturn black box cubes, I was going into this whole realm. You know what I'm saying? Of
Gotcha.
what is the sun like really a good thing? Is it like this all-seeing eye that you kind of see in movies like Eagle Eye or in the Matrix, and like how they have that all-seeing eye?
Sauron.
Exactly, right. And then Sauron, you see the black dot inside of the sun when you look at the eye of Sauron. So I was thinking like, yeah, okay, so now another kind of level of going into it is what even is technology? You know what I'm saying? Because the fact that we're on a live stream right now
Hmm.
and we have, us on the screen like this, it's like
Right.
we got portals and like if you actually really think about what's going on, that's crazy. Like we damn got like portals and shit, and like
Right.
it's like
We
different
didn't. We
worlds.
didn't. We took meta like the internet and some technology took like how I say the extrasensory perception realm or the quantum realm and kind of made it physical. So instead of me just being like, "Oh, I was just thinking about you," or "I just pictured you in my mind," shit, you could really picture each other in in a device in your hand. You know what I'm saying? Not just with your mind, which is something that again like having the awareness that we don't want to be too dependent on the external technology because we do have internal technology and
Right.
right quick, I made a joke about that. I'm like, because I was trying to say like the difference between my phone and and other technology. Because I was about to say man-made technology, and I'm like, well, shit. Technically, this bodysuit is man-made and one man-made technology. You know what I'm saying? Like, like it was built by a woman and a man. You know what I'm saying? And so same thing with the phones and stuff too, in essence. But
Yeah. So I look at that as organic technology and inorganic technology, and then
right,
how it's compatible with the body as well. So things that are compatible with nature, even if it's inorganic, this is where we get into like cyborg tech and stuff like that. But then there's some technology that's like not really compatible. Like it's very like robotic. You know what I'm saying? It's very like mechanical. You push a button, it turns the volume up. Push it like it doesn't have the holistic connection sometimes
gotcha.
technology. So yeah, it's exactly how you're saying. So the fact that we can even see each other on here is just like mind blowing. So it's like, what is a computer? Like, what is technology? And like you said, it's almost like all these already existed. So if this already exists, there's a way for me and you to do this without a cell phone. You know what I'm saying? There's a
Right,
way.
right.
Yeah, exactly. So I was going into this whole thought process, and this ties into the Yu-Gi-Oh and all this. This ties into all of this as well. So remember Pokemon Go? How Pokemon Go was like a big thing. It was a few
uh,
years
that,
ago.
that was the thing where you could go around like actually catching Pokemon in live areas. Like
Yeah.
people, matter of fact, because it started a thing, which I feel like those little situations. I guess that's that conspiracy theorist type of thing coming up. But just to share it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, like they create this weird type of thing. So now people like weirdly in weird places with their phones. So it kind of make an excuse for somebody to be like just anywhere with with their phone and on some like just weird type of shit. But I digress from that. But like I was like, damn, that's just funny how everybody like this person come in, stand right in this corner over here. But yeah,
There's so many things about that. There's so many things about that game, man. There's so many things about that. I was lucky because I got to play it early. I got a VPN, so I downloaded it like a month or 2 months early. So by the time it came out in Canada, like me and my friend, we already hit the whole. We already did everything. So
all right.
we
Y'all
caught a
done
few.
caught all of the little Pokemon in the area in that sense. Right.
Yeah, we caught a few people that were on that shit. It was like some CFL players, just some random people who just knew how to get the game early. Like we found CFL players playing it. We were like, what the? Like we were just running into the weirdest people. But
Gotcha.
we think because that if Pokemon was real, like real, like in the sense of someone who's like a fan who watches it, right? You would literally want to go outside and interact with these like animal creatures that have superpowers that you're trying to capture. So it's like,
Right, right,
um,
right.
so what I kind of put into mind was the phone was almost just like a way to bridge the inability to use the imagination. You know what I'm saying?
In
So
essence, right, right.
the Pokemon are there. You know what I'm saying? Like you're only gonna find water Pokemon in the water areas. So this is tying into spirits and shit. It's like giving a physical or an astral, like a technological body to spiritual things that already exist there. So going into Yu-Gi-Oh a little bit, in Yu-Gi-Oh they wear those things called dual discs, right?
Yep.
Now
Yeah.
based off of the Wajet. So
The Wajet, that's the to inform people, that's the Eye of Ra, or or the Eye of Horus symbol, or what is the
so let me pull it all up. So in the show, there's a guy named Seto Kaiba, which is dealing with Satuk or Set, right? Um, in the Egyptian mythology, but in the show, he's basically like the richest person on the planet, and uh, he's this guy right here, and he pretty much comes up with this thing called the dual disc. So he's like the main rival to the pharaoh. So the pharaoh's like this kid who got he's this kid who basically solves this puzzle. And there's a spirit of a pharaoh inside of it. And, he's the reincarnation of this pharaoh. Long story short, now
all right.
the
That's
reincarnation.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh is the reincarnation of the Pharaoh, right?
yeah. Yugi, he's the so he's also the master yogi, right? But Yugi, he's
All
the
right.
reincarnation of Pharaoh Atem. So the whole show is about him figuring out his name, and it's a lot to it. But in ancient Egypt, the way they have it was they have ancient Egypt and ancient Atlantis, but in ancient Egypt, they had something called the Diadonk, which was the older version of this dual disc, and uh, basically they would have their like they would have pyramids and mounds and shit like that in the show, and they would
Mhm.
what would happen is um they would basically a person has a ka like a good in the way they describe it is through the Egyptian kind of mythos, but everyone has what they call a ka and a ba. Now
Mhm.
the ba is kind of something else afterwards, but the ka is dealing with our life force or the actual like electrical spiritual energy that we feel that gives us that actually like allows us to be animated as a person. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So when we die and we take the last breath in Egypt, they say the ka is what's leaving, and then the ka merges with the ba, and then that's like the next part of through what they call the Book of the Dead. But what they found was in the like how they described in the show is everyone had again a good spirit and a bad spirit, and at death, um, the bad aspect of the ka, um, sometimes that would stay around and like cause problems, and the good aspect would leave. You know what I'm saying? And
Gotcha.
this deals with like the heart being lighter than the feather and all that type of stuff. So what they did was through a very brutal ritual in the show, they created something called the Seven Millennium Items, and these were items created to control spirits and trap these spirits into stone tablets. So in the
Mm.
ancient times, you have these stone tablets where basically these dual monster spirits would come, like they were part of a person. They were like part of the actual person, and when the person either died or they went through something called a shadow game, which was like it's like basically like me and you like racing cars and betting pink slips. But instead of pink slips, we're betting like our lives on it. That's the show is some serious shit.
All right.
Even though it's for kids, it's no joke.
Nah, bro, I don't learn that with anime and stuff like that, man. It's like that should get way deeper than what people think, you know.
Yeah, so I did some videos on my anime channel describing Yu-Gi-Oh in general. I did like a bunch of videos because it's actually like a process to get into. But like I said, they created these Millennium items, and this was through a sacrifice. They had to sacrifice an entire village to create these items, which is insane. And then the main bad guy of the show is like the only guy who survived from the village. So these seven Millennium items, which represent the seven chakras as well, um, they're extremely important. So one of them that you see is the Ankh. This one is the one the Pharaoh solves. It's called the Millennium Puzzle, the one in the center. Um,
Gotcha.
so that's like the mark of the Pharaoh. This one's called the Millennium Ring. Um, yeah, this is the Millennium Eye, the Millennium Rod. The Millennium Rod is based off the Waas scepter. So this one right here, the Waas scepter. So that's the one that
Uh,
Priest Seto usually holds. This is the Millennium Scales. So this is when they weigh a heart against a feather, and if the heart is heavier, then the evil dual monster spirit would come out. They would use the staff to control the spirit because the staff actually gives you power over minds and spirits. So you can control dual monster spirits and you control human minds with this. But this is real life. Like
Gotcha.
this is shit from real life. This is dealing with the Kundalini. This is dealing with like this is where they even got things like MK Ultra and all that from these type of understandings. But the
Gotcha.
Ankh would be called the Millennium Key. So you can peer into people's minds and hearts with it. You can see the future with the Millennium ring, or sorry, the Millennium necklace. So the women wear it as kind of like a the woman in the Pharaoh. They kind of wear it differently. The Pharaoh wears it kind of like with his hair area, like as like
Gotcha.
almost like a bandana. But the queens kind of wear it like around the neck area and shit like that. But like a choker
Gotcha.
almost. But and then there's the Millennium Eye. So this is the ability to see spirits and also see into people like the key. But the key you can actually like the key is kind of crazy what you can do with it. But anyway, so they would be able to.
Matter of fact, I think of the little show Lock and Key, where they could take the key and put it in the back of their head and like go into their own subconscious or whatever.
He does that. Yeah,
Uh,
he the key into people's heads and he puts them into their hearts. Yeah.
all right, yep. So
So
that's connected.
in this ancient time, like I said, they made something. There was something called the diadonk, which was so this was pre-Seto in ancient Egypt. So in ancient Egypt, they actually make all the people black, which is one thing I'm going to say too. They actually make them. It's kind of a dark image, but they make them all black clearly, um, which I don't know. I thought it was important.
And
uh,
matter of fact, I laugh at that. I even kind of stopped commentating on that. I'm like, shit, man, we know what it is, man. Certain beings just can't, keep it real about these types of things. You know what I'm saying? So we know what it is when we see it in the movies.
That's what I'm
It's
saying. In
like,
this show, they kept it real though. They actually made them black though in the show. That was the thing. Like they didn't. They see when they showed the ones that are bald like this. These are supposed to be more like the Nubian type. Like they show it pretty clearly in this show. But anyways, this is called the
gotcha,
diadem. So it's basically made out of gold. And what would happen is the pharaoh in ancient times they would recite a chant, and the monster would kind of just like appear as an engraving here, and it would summon itself. And the pharaoh would be able to control these armies of spirits, kind of like what they talk about with Solomonic magic, and but they're
gotcha.
real physical things. Like in this time period, like they were able to create real physical beings. So this is in ancient times. So this is like different now. In the future, what happens is like in modern times, basically pre-Seto,
Mhm.
who was one of the guys again in ancient times who was using this staff to control spirits and actually like turn them into the stone tablets. So in modern times, his reincarnation created this thing called the dual disc. Now, again, it's based off of the Wajet, which is the Eye of Ra.
Gotcha.
Uh,
And matter of
yeah,
fact, as you bring that up, not to cut you off, doesn't the YJet also has like this like breakdown where it's like mathematic fractions in certain parts of the YJet that explain like our connection with our senses.
yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, they relate to the six senses. So that's actually a good segue.
Yeah,
So
that's it right there.
yeah, so the eye of so the Wajet, the actual specifically more so the eye is the Wajet aspect, but the Eye of Horus. So you have the Eye of Horus and you have the Eye of Thoth or Tahuti, right? So you have the
Hmm.
left and the right eye, right? So
Got
eyes of Horus is actually both the left and the right eye, because like he had the eye of the sun and the eye of the moon. But so this one is like the eye of Ra, technically, if you really want to put it like that. But anyways,
right.
these represent the six senses, right? So the sixth sense is, you could say, this actual, where is it? So we have smell, sight, thought. There we go, thought right here. So this is more so the sixth sense right here, thought. And then you can say feeling is the seventh one, but that's another aspect. So
Got
this is also dealing with the midline of the brain and connecting the left and right hemispheres of the brain. But um, when you see the hamsa, so like that's the symbol where you see the hand and then you see
the
the eye.
hand with the eye in it.
Yeah, so the eye in the center, that's also dealing with the sixth sense in this case, right? Now,
All right.
when you see the dual disc, which has five slots, right, which represents the hand, exactly, yeah. So this is just a technological representation of that. So you see the five slots for
Mhm.
cards, which represents the five fingers of the hand or the five senses, right?
Gotcha, gotcha.
So there's five monster card slots, five spell and trap card slots. So this is your ability to use your right hand to do physical things like the monster card aspect, and then the spell and trap card is your left hand, which is the ability to do magic, because you use magic cards in these slots. So there's 10 slots. There's five slots for the monsters, five slots for spells and traps. That represents
Gotcha.
the right hand for your monsters. You're able to actually physically do things in the world. And then again, the left hand deals with magic, the ability to do, like I said, magic. Then you have your deck, you have your graveyard, and these are your life points right here. So your life points, it sits on top of the eye. So in the game, the way the game works is me and you play this card game, and then if you lose all your life points, and then
Right.
the duel's over, right? But in the way that it was if you lose your life points, like you lose your life. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Matter of
how it
fact,
works.
that's how it was for Jaden and the 3X when they went to that little realm, you know what I'm saying? They went to that realm where it was like, man, in this realm, when you duel, that's it. Matter of fact, you go back to meet the stars or something like that, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
that's in the sub. In the sub, they tell you straight up that they're dead. Like they straight up are like, they pass. But then because when they bring it to America, like in the 4 Kids stuff, they had to change it for children in 2005 or whenever it was, 2007. And they had to
Yeah.
change it. They said he's gone to the stars. Like,
All
like
right, gotcha.
that was one of my favorite things in that anime when even the whole shadow realm, the shadow realm isn't even real. That's something that came from the dub in Yu-Gi-Oh, which is mind blowing. Like it's just you have to understand sometimes the dub and the sub because that also even explains it explains a lot like with mythologies and how things get changed. It's the same thing, censorship.
Right. Cause that is true. Like you talking about like when you got the anime that's just the raw Japanese speaking anime, and then you got like the ones that's dubbed for speaking English in essence.
Yeah, and then you have the manga itself. So the manga
Right.
is in
That's
black
the
and white. Keep in mind the manga is in black and white, and that's for like they do it in color too. But the reason why it's in black and white, it goes into like the mental realm, and then when it comes into color, it's coming into the astral realm, and then when it comes into an actual TV show like that we watch, then it's coming becoming physical. So this is different levels of channeling information, and bringing it down
Mhm.
through the realms. Uh, but yeah, so with this again, it's called the dual disc. He made it so basically, it's people who have closed third eyes because the majority of the world, like in the Iron Age or the like, how we're in this dense age for the most part.
Mhm.
Basically, no one can see spirits, but we have to interact with them because the spiritual controls the physical world, right? So it's like we
Gotcha.
still have to obviously interact with them, but there's the only people really who interact with them are usually these elite people, like these rich people, and then by chance, people like the Pharaoh or like Jaden in the TV show, right?
Hmm.
They're born with the ability to see spirits because they're either reincarnated or like different things, right? So
Right.
because
Right.
they
Right.
see spirits, they kind of like fuck up the game for the elites about about the system for the money. So
Right.
Seto Kaiba, he creates this dual disc. It represents the Wadjet, and you basically play cards on it, and it creates holograms of these monsters, spirits, and shit. And people utilize that to connect with things. But the other characters, they can literally create them into the physical world. Like they can become the spirits either can cause physical damage and they don't have to become physical, or mental damage, different things, or they can actually become physical and like mess
And
up your
actually
physical.
touch things and yeah, and harm,
Yeah,
and just
essentially,
as to say they could touch things and make things happen in the physical.
yeah. So that's basically what the show is saying. And now, uh, let's go back. So when the whole thing I was getting into with the technology, like what really is technology, and like the thought process I was going into with looking at the sun and seeing like that black spot of the sun and all that.
Hmm.
Basically, the way I looked at it was, if there is some kind of supercomputer, if there is some kind of like real supercomputer that already exists, because like we can't really just be making this technology if it doesn't exist in some way already. So
Right, 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 right.
some people will say Saturn, like the hexagon on Saturn, is like a some kind of quantum or supercomputer, right? And then there's the whole aspect of simulation theory about people think we're in a simulation. Now, if that is true, like whether or not I agree with that or not, it doesn't matter. But if that's true, that would mean in the same way that Pokemon Go, for example, we can just put on we can look through the camera of the phone and we can see this, Pokemon, which is, it's obviously fake, but like you get
Right,
where I'm going with this.
right, right,
Then
right.
it's almost like people are visually impaired. So I say for the visually impaired on my on the anime channel when I'm describing things, I say for the visually impaired. But um, Seto Kaiba, his main Yu-Gi-Oh card is called the Blue Eye, the White Dragon, and we know that the third eye, when it calcifies, it becomes blue. Like it literally becomes
All right.
uh, it becomes a specific type of blue too.
And matter
And
of fact, that kind of still draws a connection to like working with blue apatite. The crystal blue apatite is like a fluorine and like calcium type of combination. And when you look at the chemical structure of a piece of apatite, again the crystal, it's closely related to the stuff that what calcifies the pineal gland. So I'm like, damn, how this crystal works to help you to you know connect when it's actually made out of stuff that that a calcified pineal is made out of. So
so what I found out was it's not necessarily, well, when a pineal gland calcifies, it's not necessarily calcium that's doing it. Like
all
the
right,
way, if people say it's fluoride, you know what I'm saying? Like fluoride deposits, it's heavy metal
right.
deposit. So the pineal gland and the kidneys, they both work like synergistically. They're kind of like they're kind of like in what's it called? They're
Uh,
like symmetrical. They're like symmetrical to each other. Like
all right.
if up here one, they're kind of symmetrical to each other in a fashion, and even how there's two kidneys and stuff like that. But both of those
I
two
got
organs, they filter all of the water of your system. So 100% of the water going through your system gets filtered through the pineal and the kidneys, and all of the heavy metals that are in like in your bloodstream, in the water and everything, it gets deposited into the pineal gland and other areas. And this is where like arthritis is the same thing as a calcified pineal gland. It's just a deposit of
Man,
like
and that draws a connection. You just finished showing the scales, and I talked about this last night in the live vid. Like the kidneys is energetically, the kidneys store fear, and the kidneys are connected to the Libra energy or the scales, and the weighing of the scales. And no coincidence that again, like the kidneys hold fear, and in a lot of cases, when you transition connected overcome and stuff like that. And in connection with water filtration, again, it's fears related to when we talk about water, emotions, memories, you know what I'm saying, in the subconscious. So that
right.
makes it
So
all kind
water
of tie
is dealing with
together.
that, and then Aries is dealing with the head space, that space too, right? So that's the balance between Aries and Libra. And remember when I was saying to get the dual monster spirit, you would need the scales of Libra and the Wa scepter to do it in the show. So it's talking about you need this balance between the third eye and the sacral chakra, basically.
Hmm.
That's what it's talking about, this balance between these two glands. So when I think the thing about the calcite that's good, see, it's not really necessarily calcium. Calcium's not a bad thing. Um, it's like there's different types of calcium. There's different types of iron. It just depends on how it comes to be. So like iron, for example, the iron that you get out of plants is different than the iron you get out of anything else. Like the iron that you get out of plants, like really for the most part, a lot of the nutrients you get out of, like there is nutrients that are not bioavailable in plants, right?
Mhm.
For the most part, a lot of the nutrients you get in plants, like they're actually the nutrients that your body need. Because, um, for example, you might I'm just gonna make some shit up, but you might have something like calcium phosphate or calcium fluorite. Like there's these
Mhm.
combinations.
Right.
There's specific types of calcium that's good for you, and specific ones that are not. Like there's specific types of like really it's for like every element. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So
Now,
I
and that
yeah.
And I was just gonna say, like, and with the appetite, it's like even though you're speaking hypothetically, it's almost like what it is like like a calcium fluoride or like a fluoride, like a fluoride calcium in essence, because it's closely related to the crystal fluoride due to that whole little connection too. But
So that's going into organic chemistry. Now, I'm not the greatest at organic chemistry. I know a little bit about it. Um,
right.
I have to study it for understanding plants and stuff like that. But yeah, that's going into organic chemistry and understanding. Like you, I'm sure you've looked into this a little bit because of how crystalline, how crystals, like the structure of them and like how they're composed. Because you have to understand a little bit of organic chemistry to understand.
Right, because that literally the book I got that I always suggest has a lot of like the chemistry, molecular structure stuff, kind of more broken down a little more than most other books, but because certain piezoelectric crystals have to have like a certain triangular, you know, chemical reaction. So like when they show the little chemical bonds and they show them like actually making shapes and stuff like that, most tourmaline and quartz has like a triangular, type of crystal system that helps to create that piezoelectricity. So you see something with the triangle and kind of almost like the pyramid, fire in the middle type of energy, electricity. But
That's why I like Yu-Gi-Oh a lot too because they really focused on holographic technology and crystals. The way the crystal shape works is deals with how light gets refracted and is how we create holographic technology in general. So like I I don't know. I thought because they really if we want to talk about a conspiracy, holographic technology got fucking wiped in around 2008 2009. That shit got wiped and then they put in this VR augmented reality all this other shit and that's actually what they talk about in Yu-Gi-Oh. So Kaiba Corp is the main thing that runs like the world, right? And then
mhm,
in the third Yu-Gi-Oh show, there's something called the Zero Reverse that happens, where it's like the CERN machine, but it's like this free energy machine, and it basically causes. It's the same thing as Atlantis. It's like a free energy machine, and then it collapses in on itself, and it basically devastates the whole area, right? And
gotcha.
that show is about now the main character. His deck, he has a junk deck, so this is him about using alchemy, about figuring out how to turn junk into, you know what I'm saying, like treasure type of thing. But what happens after that show is there's a timeline split that happens, and Kaiba Corp doesn't exist anymore for some reason. So Satuk or
Mhm,
Set doesn't exist anymore. There's something called Leo Corp, and Leo Corp they use augmented reality and virtual reality, and for some reason people just don't use holographic technology anymore. That that was showing how around 2009 2010 we stopped using holographic technology and they focused on different types of technology now.
all right, and as you said that, I remember you saying that in the video. You was like, they kind of like again, like they came out with the little holograms, like the Tupac hologram and things of this nature, but then all of a sudden it just got wiped off of the scene. Because when you brought that up, I'm like, you fucking right. I'm like, because as much as they like to advance on something that they present, it's funny how that shit got presented and all of a sudden there's no hologram type of technology, and even me even bringing up, like I remember a while back, being in I don't like saying conspiracy because that's some bullshit. Being in the mode of just exposing things that could be going on with the government and the whole little blue light, like blue light technology. And I'm like, it's possible that they may put a hologram of Jesus in the sky to make everybody think Jesus returned, going in on that type of perspective. But that's real that they don't use the hologram or holographic technology as much anymore.
Holographic technology also goes into laser technology, and this is the government has a lot of laser technology for weaponry and shit. Because when you get past this level of technology, this is when you start to you get to advanced mathematics as well, like sacred geometry and like higher level of mathematics, and you literally cannot get past this level when you get to a holographic tech with holographic tech without actually doing things like opening your third eye and you know what I mean. Like this is
Gotcha.
it's actually the type of technology that would advance people. But that's why augmented reality and virtual reality came into play. So that's like now you're putting your entire dome in a blue light technology. Like you're like that's
Right.
the
You
difference.
submerged.
Yeah, that's so different. So um yeah, so I'm gonna go back to this. But you see with the cross section of the brain, you got the eye of Horus, right? So um
Mhm.
now this is that same eye we were looking at with the eye of Horus. Now I don't know, they got it glowing like a blue color. But the thing is, the eye originally is supposed to be like a black. It's supposed to look like almost like a raisin or like a grape or something. It's more like a black. It's a dark color. So when you see that blue color, that's not good. Now the planet Earth itself, the only color that's not even real on this planet is that type of blue, like the sky blue, um, ice blue, mint blue, that type of color. Like that's the only thing that isn't found in nature. Like we have birds that are blue, but most of those are optical illusions and they're not actually blue. There's only like a couple things on this planet that are naturally blue. It's like literally like
All
a
right.
hand. So the Earth itself, when you see it from above and you see how it just looks like a blue planet, it's because it's reflecting the blue light off of the planet. That's what's
Right.
happening.
Right.
So when we talk about people who are like ruddy colored, like the reddish brown ruddy colored skin, that's actually the color of the soil of the earth. And like the blue light is the exact opposite on the color spectrum of the reddish brown colored pigment. And that
Got
the way the color and pigment works is pigment. So if you're like a reddish colored pigment, it doesn't even have to be skin color, but it could be like a green plant, right? A green
you. Mhm.
plant is only green because it's reflecting green light. That's it.
Yeah. So, like the colors we see of something. So the reason why something appears to be a certain color is because that object is absorbing, for lack of a better word, absorbing all the other colors and it's spitting back out to you the color that you see. So in other words, in so many words, plants not necessarily green as much as they're like projecting green back outwardly. You know what I'm saying?
Plants are red, yeah. Because think
But
about it, why do green plants? Why are they all so good for your blood? You know what I'm saying?
hmm,
Why are they all so good for controlling blood pressure? Because you like this is the thing that optics confuses people. So you know that image of of how the pineal gland or the third eye um, digests. Like, have you seen that image of how the occipital lobes and like the eyes, how it crosses the image and it looks like the upside down pentagram?
you said run that again.
Have you seen that image where it's like an upside down pentagram, but it's like how the eyes basically flip an image?
Uh yeah, yeah. It's like showing how the eyesight, yeah, like how the eyesight kind of crosses and makes like this because it was also a symbol used as like the Luciferian worship and stuff like this. We use this little optical symbol or whatever that's kind of connected to what you're talking about. And give me 1 second. Let me make sure people in the live chat. I see one person say they can't hear the guest. Like can like give me a thumbs up if y'all could hear the Bridge of Ra on this video.
Yeah, am I coming in clear, or do I gotta change that up?
That way we could just stop right now and restart if necessary, like if it's some type of technical difficulties.
Might be
But we
just
gonna get this out regardless. But let's see. Everybody in the chat, give a thumbs up if you've been able to hear Bridge of Ra as he's speaking. Give us a thumbs up and let us know what's up. So I said, Woom, you can't hear him.
yeah, we're good.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Appreciate y'all interactions, you know what I'm saying? Cause sometimes I get all funny when it feel like nobody's it's like they're all robots in this thing, man. What's up, baby? What the deal? All right,
Yeah, but
cool, cool. So let's continue, bro. Speaking of insects, let's go.
okay. So this image, it gave me time to pull it up, anyways.
Right, right. Yep, yep, yep.
so that's telling you how like the things you see, basically the image that you actually see in your brain is like a backwards and flipped version of what you're actually seeing. So
Right.
it's and if anyone, you can like screenshot that if anyone wants to, because I don't, I googled diagram of how light refracts through eye. I don't know, it took me actually a while to figure out how to find that image, but the
That
huh?
that also connects. I remember learning from Dan Winter's videos and just in general though researching myself too, like the reason why we see certain colors. So like there's certain little rods in the back of our eye, you know, like certain like almost like little phalluses, but little rods or whatever, or hair like things, and they're at like a certain angle due to where it's at on the back of the eye, you know, on the circle. And so, you know, like a green photon may come in at 90, like a 90-degree angle. And so, like, what they call quote unquote colorblind is a person who has like one of those rods are kind of off.
Yeah,
So they're not able to pick up on the angle of the photon. So it read different from, you know what I'm saying? So they don't necessarily see, you know, blue or green as blue or green, you know what I'm saying? Cause
right.
the rod or the technology for picking up on the light is kind of off or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah, so it's the same thing as like if you had one of those old TVs and you had the RB, like the red, blue, green cables and stuff like that. Those are the three rods. And then sometimes, you know, if you have the TV and like some, you know, when it would do that weird color static thing, that was, that's the same thing as the vision, like the eye vision. Like that's how they got that technology for televisions. They actually came from understanding the rods and cones in the eye. So like that's why we had like the red, yellow, blue, or the red, green. You know those plugins at the back of before we had HDMI and all that. The
yes,
plugins.
sir, yes, sir.
Um, yeah,
Matter of
so that's
fact,
what you're. Huh?
no, I was about to grab. I had one right by me to show or whatever. But
Um, yeah, that's funny timing. The so the pineal gland also has rods and cones, by the way, because the pineal gland is literally like an eye. It has rods and cones in it too.
right, right.
So your pineal gland, it also taps into like other spectrums of light that you can't see as well. Uh, Khan Academy is it? Yeah, the camera is exactly like an eye. Actually, I did a video called "The Eye," and I went into that as well on my channel. So
And
it's
I came across one too, like it was called like a prism mirror or something like that, but like cameras, they got like this five-pointed star type of little reflection thing going on, you know, with it. I forgot what's the name of the technology, but yeah, that's
yeah.
all
So
connected.
even when we were younger, when I well, at least for me, when I was in school, right? We
Hmm.
were taking classes on understanding the technology behind photographs too. Like we had to take, it was like in one of those like classes we kind of were, because remember, especially growing up, like we got computers and technology kind of introduced to us in school as we were growing up. And like now people actually just, you know, they just get laptops and shit like when they're young. But
Right.
we, you know, we were learning about like photography and all that type of stuff. So yeah, they really explained this technology actually when we were um, in school when we were younger. But a lot of that isn't out here anymore. So uh, you kind of have to learn it on your own or like in a trade or something. But
Right, right. You gotta go deeper into it on your own time. They ain't gonna just put you on game no more for the free.
yeah.
For the
So the
free.
thing that's confusing about optics for a lot of people is how light and pigment works. So there's those are two different things. There's light and we have pigment. So you know how like white light, like from the sun, white light is the
Hmm.
presence of all light.
You say it's the what of all light?
The presence of all light. White light
Right,
contains
right,
every single light in the wheel. Now,
right,
light is not a solid. Light is like, you know what I'm saying? Light is light. It's not a solid. It's like plasmic or I don't know, it's something else. It's but it's not solid. Pigment is solid. Pigment is solid. It doesn't have to be pigment for like your skin. It could be any form of color, like pigment in wood, pigment that you have in plants. Like the reason why one plant is green, another plant is a different color. Like pigment
right,
is even just our clothing dyes is pigment. So color, which is dealing with pigment, is completely different than light. So black pigment, black pigment is the presence of all pigment or color, while white light is the presence of all light. So this is why black people can absorb all white light, right?
Right,
Now,
right, right.
what we call white pigment is the absence of all pigment or color. And then black light is supposedly the absence of all light. So
All
they
right.
work in opposites. Yeah, they work in opposites. So like dark pig. So if you ever step on like black tarmac or something when it's really hot outside and it feels really hot, it's because it's absorbing all of the heat. If you're ever in like a snow place or like an icy place and it's blinding, it's because the white pigment is reflecting all the white light, right? So
Right.
if you have a plant that's green, it's because it's green, like it's the pigment is more so red if you want to call it that, and then the light that is reflecting is green. So they work in opposites. So when you
Right.
see
That's a
Earth
good
this
way.
color, yeah. So when you see Earth as this color, like this blue color kind of color, it's
Hmm.
because the pigment of Earth is like a reddish brown color, which is what we call ruddy colored or maroon. Uh,
Got
that's the soil, and that so like the the soil and the trees and everything, it's reflecting the blue light off. There's literally nothing on it. Like there's videos you can go watch on YouTube. It's actually crazy. I have a whole playlist like what is the color blue, um, because it's really not a color that actually exists on this planet. It's crazy. Um,
right.
like
Yeah. I mean, the closest you could come to it in essence, and I feel like that goes into the whole thing with the sky and what you're talking about is like the water could somewhat, resemble a blue color, but I mean that's not necessarily,
the water is just
blue.
yeah, it's just reflecting because at nighttime it's not that color.
Right, right. That's why I was like, it's not necessarily the color blue. Like, and I did come across research where, even like you say, like with even some of the birds, like a blue jay, not technically blue.
It's not.
It's right, right. It's like some type of little optical thing.
So now that's dealing with the pineal gland too, because remember the pineal gland when calcified, it becomes that color blue. So you notice in ancient Egypt they would always show these like reddish brown colored people, right? And a lot of
Hmm.
times they would have this blue in contrast with it. And if you had it on a color wheel, that reddish brown and that bluish green color are exactly opposites on the color wheel. So Egyptian blue, they don't know how they made this dye still because it's such like they don't really know how they made the dyes that they use, but they think it's like a patinaed copper. They're not exactly sure though.
And I was just about to say, with the whole crystal thing, some people brung up. So this may have a little connection. So the patina copper vibe. So you got the crystal called azurite. You know what I'm saying? And azurite is a form of it's a derivative from copper or whatever. It comes from copper formations, and azurite is like a vibrant blue color, and no coincidence that lapis lazuli that Egyptians or Kemetic people was known for using, you know using that stone a lot. Lapis lazuli actually has a mineral called lazurite in it, which is connected to azurite, which is connected to copper. So that.
I mean that's deep itself. So the whole lapis lazuli connection is tapped into yeah, that's a whole code itself. So we can go into that in like another day. Um
Yeah.
but yeah, when you see this green, so now you notice how it's like more vibrant, it's like glowing and stuff like that.
Right. You talking about the picture all the way to the right?
Yeah, that one up here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that one looks more like vibrant and glowing and stuff like that. So this has to do with light. This is all dealing with holographic technology because when you look at the hieroglyphics, hologram, right? Like when you look at the hieroglyphics, they're like literally three-dimensional well, actually they're like they're like this they're like a picture book that it's hard to really put into words, man. It's not really it's not really about reading it. It's more like it's like a live movie, virtual reality movie happening. It's crazy.
Your skin picking up on the experience, your ears picking up on the experience, like it's like a full, what I'm saying? I think of like how I joke with people after a psychedelic experience. It's like I know what a W tastes like, or I know what the color red sounds like, or it's like, it's like it's all of the different senses. The different senses is picking up on things uh different from what it does. Again, like tasting the color. You know what I'm saying in essence. But I get what you're saying.
Mandatory, like that is mandatory. That synesthesia or whatever, like that, like synesthesia is when you mix the senses, right? So like you can smell color or you can like see sound or something like that. Like
Mhm.
synesthesia is mixing the senses. So that synesthesia is important to tap into the sixth sense right now.
All
Um,
right.
I really, yeah, actually, I'm not gonna go there with it. But when we're talking about this whole like what is technology now, again, like if the phone is me and you are sitting in our spots right now. The only reason that people can see it is because we have our phones out, right? But we're still here doing what we're doing. It's kind of the
Right.
same with Pokemon Go. It's like just because we can't see those things doesn't mean they're not like doesn't it doesn't mean it doesn't
They're not
exist.
active. Yeah, yeah, right, right, right.
Right. So then it's like, okay, well, this whole Saturn computer simulation theory is it almost like in the same way that we're looking on the phone and seeing the Pokemon Go characters, is it almost like this supercomputer is watching us, almost like a movie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. Right, 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 right. It's like like a computer or something looking at us, like we're a Pokemon on the screen of a phone. In essence,
Yeah,
it
and then it uses yeah. So that concept because now there's all these science fiction movies talking about how with transhumanism, how computers when they get to a certain level of sentience or whatever, how they figure out basically the best thing for the planet is to wipe out humans and shit like that. You know, like those type of movies.
right, right,
So
right, right.
where do those concepts come from? And it's kind of like being from the perspective of the computer observing us. Uh, now, huh?
I can't even speak on it now because it's not fully conceptualized. But I just made a memo to myself on it. I just kind of speak on it subtly, but just like the cycle of computers creating humans and humans creating computers, and it kind of goes into a grandfather paradox. And matter of fact, it was like you ever watched the movie Predestination?
Maybe. Let me check real quick.
Man, that's like one of my favorite as far as like the mind blowingness of like grandfather paradox and traveling with yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Uh,
I'll watch this. Reminds me of Looper.
all right, but yeah, that movie tripped me out. I'm like, cause even when I think of when he joked and went he was going to the jukebox and he was singing "I'm my own grandpa," and I'm like, damn, like like this fool literally had a relationship, you know what I'm saying, with himself in essence,
Is it
but
Blue?
yeah, the whole connection with you know like it's almost like a never ending story of the Terminator and the Matrix to some extent. It's like, all right, you know, humans creating technology, aka the Terminator, and then the
Wait,
Terminator getting to a point where it's in control and now creating humans in a pod, and then the humans, it's like kind of like that little connection. But I don't want to create no little confusing rabbit hole because I want to bring clarity and not cause confusion. So,
I'm good at bookmarking stuff and going back. Like I'm good
all
at that.
right.
You do you know about Sophia Stewart and like The Matrix and Terminator and how it's like one story?
I've heard of it. The melanated lady who wrote it. She was breaking that down. I caught a video clip where she was like, "Yeah, I created the Terminator, the Matrix, all this to kind of be
Right.
one big story. Like what John Connor is Neo, and Neo is John Connor type of love."
Right. Yeah, and that book's called The Third Eye, by Sophia Stewart. So I should read it myself, honestly. Um, so that's for anyone looking for that. But yeah, so that whole John Connor Neo being kind of like one character. Yeah, it's the same. So I've seen the movie Looper. They talk about it's kind of the same thing. They talk about closing his own loop and like it's
Mm-hmm.
this grand paradox, like you said. So this is now going into the download I was getting into. So when it comes to this whole technology and why it's monitoring, like if that's even real, like that that's like a whole that's again that's not really a conspiracy. That's more like an actual theory that scientists have, like simulation theory. It's not like a that's something like Elon Musk talks about a lot. There's a lot of people who talk about it. You can people talk about on Joe Rogan's, like people talk about it on a lot of different podcasts, and you can go other people watching can go look into simulation theory.
You talking about did you say singularity or
Simulation
sim-
theory.
all right, simulation theory, gotcha.
Yeah. It's basically the concept that we're in a simulation because if you're an advanced civilization and or you get to a point of advancement and you create, for example, technology, and then you kind of get into this whole matrix aspect we're talking about. Um, Long story short, you wouldn't know you're in a simulation. Like if a simulation is really that good, like you wouldn't really know you're in the simulation. So what they're trying to say is like um, you can't really say that we're not in a simulation because of how little evidence there is of that. And then there's some people saying that we're advancing to a society that eventually can put us into a simulation. Some people said that we're already in it, and this is why we have such a lack of information. So that's like this whole concept of, but that to me, that's dealing with a specific type of philosophy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't really agree with that philosophy. So with this whole thing about this like time travel grandfather paradox, people people who don't people who exist presently but don't have a past, and then beings from the past that don't have a future. So
All right, yep.
this is yeah, this goes into all of this. So when we're talking about this Egyptian blue and like the pineal gland and how it's supposed to be that darker color, and like how you could say this traveling, like time traveling, all this different types of stuff works. See, when we talk about like ancestors and remembering the dead and all that type of stuff, it also deals with again our ability to imagine it as well, right? So when we talk about people who don't exist or people from the past that aren't here or beings or whatever, they don't get written down. Like in a lot of different mythologies, religions, and whatever, they don't. They'll use name like if they use devil or Satan or whatever. Like they don't specifically tell you the names of beings that are kicked out or like they. A lot of these religions and mythologies do a very good job at covering up exactly the characters that were like very like they do a very good job at not um, giving any kind of light to enemies. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. It with dealing with mythology, I tell people, you got to be aware of like three of the main things of like the perspective of the story, the agenda that may be going on with the story, and who's actually telling the story. Because again, the winner of the war going to wipe out whoever they want to wipe out of the story. Like if it's a water being who's mad at fire beings and they telling the story, then all fire beings ain't shit. If it's a fire being telling the story and they had a beef with earth beings and all earth beings ain't shit. Like you got to be aware of that little dynamic.
Yeah. So
Uh-oh.
with that, there's like a so there's the bias with storytelling, like exactly that, and that's you're gonna see it written throughout the whole thing. But then on top of that, there's like this whole thing about burying. So you know, like the Titans, for example, how they talk about the Titans or the Jinn or whatever. The Jinn, you know how they say that they can't be killed. You have to trap them in like a lamp, or you have to trap them in something, right?
Like a
Um,
genie, right? Genie, Jin, yeah, yeah, yeah. And
or
adaptogens. You know what I'm saying? I brought that up. You know what I'm saying? Like to adapt to a Jin energy. You know what I'm saying? Taking adaptogens, and adaptogens are again things you could take to help the body deal with stress because you may get stress from the confusion of dealing with a trickster energy. You know what I'm saying on that level, but
or an adept Jinn, adept Jinn, yeah, or
yeah, yeah,
the depth of the Jinn, like going into the depths of the genie. So
right, right.
the yeah, no, yeah, you're exactly you're tapping into that energy when you're using that. So you're able to shift between different ones, which is interesting. So if you notice, like with Yu-Gi-Oh, they don't kill these spirits, like they trap them into stone tablets. You know what I'm saying? With the
Right.
Jinns, they don't kill them because they can't. Like they trap them into metal vessels. So with the whole story of Aladdin, and I talked about with the Sheba and like how the language, this is also going to the our language, and like this is where like Arabic, Hebrew, and like Semitic languages. This is where like being able to control spirits, Solomonic magic, all of that type of stuff came from, because people were using language to also trap these spirits. This is even where language was coming from.
And this may be the origins, like part of like what I brought up not too long ago about like in a lot of stories, mythology shows, anime, whatever, there's this thing where elves have something against iron. You know, you got Malkeith with Thor where he didn't like iron. You got that what was that little movie with Tom Cruise and the little Gump, the little elf that was like, I can't deal with this iron. You know what I'm saying? And it might be like again like an elf having a trauma towards iron, like where they've been trapped in iron so many times, or iron defeats them in some type of way. How it came to me was just more simplistically, because again, like internal, like how does it apply practically, also like just being grounded, like when you're iron, when you're strong, like the liver is has a lot of iron in it or a lot of blood, but it's like almost like when you're so grounded, you're not able to be swindled by any type of like spirits or things of that nature too. That's kind of how I took it too. But
Yeah, so when you said that, because you said that you mentioned that to me, right? So I took that to the alpha waves, like the alpha brainwave state, right? Because
mhm.
when the pineal gland is calcified, also it's usually like a more alpha or beta brainwave state as well. And then you remember we were
All
talking about
right.
how the gland filters out all the blood and all the water, right? Now, iron is really, especially the type of iron we get, is really important about having our. See, when we filter our blood and our water in our system, like think about filtration like this. It'd be like a dialysis machine. Like if you didn't have the ability to filter your own blood and all that, you would have to take all of the blood out of your system and put in new blood. So to do that, that's refiltering the iron. So the weakness that they have against iron is the fact that they have it's like the same thing with vampires and how they have the blood issue, because the reason why vampires drink blood also is a few different reasons, but one is because their bodies aren't producing um, like their bodies aren't. Blood also filters radiation. So when your blood is filtering radiation and you have too much radiation in your bloodstream, then like this is where you have to filter it now and get new blood inside of that. So this is where the elf and all of that, it's dealing with the inability to filter out radiation. So this again dealing with the
Right, right.
radiation.
That's why they become pale. Like they can't deal with the sunlight because they can't filter the radiation. In
Yeah.
essence,
So it's that's going into that now with the xenomorph type of thing. Now, see, there's two different kind of realms again. Like that being is like blind. It doesn't. It relies on its sense of smell. So this is also going to the demiurge when they say it's like a blind, deaf god, or that type of thing. Um,
right, right.
so this is what they're getting into. So the alien, the xenomorph type, is like blind. It usually relies on its sense of smell. Um, and then there's like that's like one archetype, and then the other archetype is the one that uses more its sight. So predator stands tall, like it has these big eyes and has the big kind of forehead and stuff.
Hmm.
uh, yeah, so it's talking about these different opposites. So with the tech, if these things are if there's like, and again, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to look like the images at all we're showing, but if there's beings, spirits, energies, however we want to describe them around us, and we just can't necessarily see them, this is because again, um, there's like a barrier. It's not necessarily just about a person's physical health, but um, it deals with also the mental, kind of the mental health, because like being able to, if you're playing Pokemon and there was a child who found a damn thing that breathes fire and turns into this giant dragon that he uses to fight, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that is a pretty intense. Like if you were to actually think about that in real life, that'd be a pretty intense thing to have, like a Charizard, like a fire breathing damn reptilian dragon thing.
Right,
So
right, right.
mentally being able to even like, and then you see in these shows how they approach these spirits. Like they don't approach them like they're afraid or anything. They just approach it like it's like some normal shit on a daily.
Right. You talking about how they would approach the dual spirits.
Yeah, it could be in any show, like a dual spirit, yeah, Pokemon, anything. It's just they approach it way too casually. Like um.
Right,
So that type of mentality, like that's a mind that existed in a like from a different time period, and that mind, like it might be in a physical vessel now, but it's because that mind can process things differently here. Now, certain beings that, for example, can't, and I'm not just saying people have calcified pineal glands, that's different, but like people who literally just like cannot process certain things from the past. So when we're talking about like titans or jinns or genie, whatever, these are, with the titans, they didn't kill the titans, they had to trap them and store them away. You know what I'm saying? And it's because
right, right.
spirit or like these things are immortal. Like these energies and stuff like that, um they can't die. You know what I'm saying? Like the only thing is you can trap them into certain locations. So with the pharaoh, for example, he would have like a pyramid that was dedicated to all of his different spirits or whatever, and he would summon them at will and all that using language to chant to basically create this like sacred geometry in the air with their chanting, and it would create a
Mhm.
portal that allows these things to come forth. Now,
Right, right.
the whole
Because
thing
matter
with
of fact, as as you say that, using the words, because I thought of like the Hebrew language and being like a flame language, and then again when you bring in the dimensions and when you look at the Hebrew letters and it mapping out basically like a cube or whatever, you got the three mother letters, because I feel like you just recently brought that up too, but like just how basically like the three mother letters, the seven, I forgot what they call seven other letters, and then the 12. But basically, like it makes like a cube, and in connection with the zodiac archetypes.
right, yeah. So those in connection with this whole Saturn cube or whatever, right? Which Saturn was also El, so El is tying in also to like Yahweh in a sense. And when with the cube of creation, when we talk about the creating of the cube itself, the way that
Hmm.
it's described in the Sefer Yetzirah, like in that actual book, is using the name of God, aka Yod He Wo He, right? And
Hmm.
Yod He Wo He represents the four elements as well. So they
Right.
show. So in the completed sense, I think it's like you see the cube as Yahweh or Yod He Wo He, but every fate, like every angle, like you might have to spell things differently. So it might be like ho, like hey, Yod, Wo, Hey. Like it's basically they create anagrams of the letters to create a cube. So this is talking
Hmm.
about how like different gematria ciphers, which is like different ways to basically break down a word and rearrange the letters and stuff, represent the different faces of the cube. So this is dealing with mirrors, which is dealing with how the pineal gland works itself.
All
Because
right. And I guess this will also connect to the Ophanim and Enochian letters and the whole connection with John D and that little diagram with the names in it or whatever, like the little angel names in it. It's like a seven-pointed star. I forgot the name of it.
yeah, so with Enochian magic or whatever, the the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Um, so what they did is there was like a dude, he created the Enochian language, which I don't know. I have a whole thing about that, but what they did is they created this thing, which was kind of like a how should I put it? It's like another representation of the cube of space. It's also like a cross, but basically what you do is you just create. It's a way to create sigils. So they would just I don't know if I could find it, but they this isn't the best one, but they had something like this, and
Yeah,
you
that's
just
one of yeah, yeah.
yeah, you'd have letters, so you'd have like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever, and then you just draw the lines between the letters, and it would create like sigils and shit. So that's how they that's like another form. Enochian magic is going into like another level, but that's supposed to be a representation of what's inside of your brain, though. Like what's happening
Gotcha.
is like light is supposed to be like when you're in your mind, you're able to see this stuff, but the light is like reflecting off of these different walls or faces, and for everybody, it's different. You know what I'm saying? We all have our own different kind of multi-dimensional world, but that light
Mhm.
refraction allows us to interact with different aspects of ourselves. So, like in Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, someone would have a deck of cards, right? So, a deck of cards would represent all of the different aspects of a person, whether it's the different faces, the things that connect the cubes, of the lines that connect the cube together. Uh, so the monsters a lot of times would represent faces, things like that. Like the lines connecting them might be like spells and traps, like combos and stuff like that. Like when you're playing cards and you have combos and stuff like that.
Like what I just kind of know like the spells and traps like are where they could like I remember what it was. It was Jade and afraid to like do fusion. I guess you're
Yeah,
talking about like when they fuse the
no, just any card game. Any card game, how you have hands, like you have like a straight flush, or you have
All right,
uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, I didn't get you. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, because with Yu-Gi-Oh, you make hands, but the combos are like you can do a lot more combos. You know what I'm saying? But because it's so there's just so much variety with the game. Like there's so many different cards and shit. There's so many different combos. But if you have a hand though, like in poker or whatever, um, when you play like the hand itself, like this kind of represents different ways a cube can be rearranged. So in the Hebrew, they call it the hapanim, which is the ophani. This is going to the ophanium, like you were saying, but this is
Mhm.
different ways to rearrange a cube or rearrange a tesseract, in a sense. So
Gotcha.
it's like different ways to rearrange a Rubik's cube. Now, when we're talking about the before and the after, so it's like when we say those like xenomorph beings or whatever, or like these you want to call them titans, jinns, it doesn't even matter. But any of these, like I'm not saying all these things are the same thing. It just what I'm getting at is any of these archonic, ancient, archaic, archonic just meaning like something that's over another thing, but
Yep. Arc, and yeah, yeah.
all of those be and archaic, right? Archon also ties into archaic, just meaning extremely ancient, right? So um,
Right.
all of those types of beings, um, they can't really die. Like they can only just be trapped. Even in Lord of the Rings, the Nazgul, the nine Nazgul, those are called the
Uh-huh.
nine archons. Those are the nine archons of Athens. So that's a representation.
And matter of fact, since let me see if it'll show on but this this is a comic book. I just made a post on my Instagram about it. There's a comic book called Ordinary Gods, and it was talking about that. It was like, these gods are battling it out with each other, but in a war with gods, it was like, they keep regenerating. Like you can't keep them down or whatever. Like you had to find a different method or whatever. And like they spoke on, that's how the creation of a prison planet came about, because it was a machine designed to trap immortals. You know,
Right,
that's how they
exactly.
spoke of it in this book. But matter of fact, but yeah, it won't show exactly. But yeah, he making a little machine or whatever. And then they end up getting zapped into the machine, but again, but not necessarily again, like not dying, but just getting trapped. So
Exactly. So that's what I'm talking about. So that's what we call hell, and we call in Yu-Gi-Oh the graveyard, or just the card graveyard, but
mhm,
that's like hell. So yeah, in Lord of the Rings they called it the Nazgul. It's really originally the Archons, which are nine leaders.
mhm,
They were basically like the way we have kings or a president of the United States. Athens in ancient Greece had archons, so that's what the name of the ruler. So nine rulers, they're called archons. Now in Lord of the Rings, they have the Council of Nine, which is the Nazgul, and those are the same
mhm.
ones. You notice how they're immortal too, and they are controlled by the will of Sauron. So as soon as like Golem put on the ring, or not Golem, Frodo, whoever put on the ring, they
Proto,
know
they could sense them. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
those are
yeah.
the Archons, right? Yeah, so they're that's a supercomputer. So if the Sauron's ring represents the Saturn black box computer, the nine Archons are or aka this is the not in Lord of the Rings the Nazgul are basically programs like Mr. Smith programs um,
Mhm,
that go after the person with the ring. So this is like why there was different types of Mr. Smiths that you would see, like there was a few different types of Mr. Smiths, like the faces, and they all
mhm.
for some reason were able to track Neo everywhere he was at. Um,
Right.
yeah, so I was talking about this in a live also, but uh, in Lord of the Rings, Gollum, because this ties into what I'm going into. So you see how he has the blue eyes, like because this is dealing with Sumerian type of stuff. Like you see ancient Sumerian statues that have these blue eyes, and it has nothing to do with like race or anything like that. This is something deeper than that. When you see Golem like kind of look the way he looks, this is the xenomorph type of body. Like this is an endomorphic body. Like you notice how skinny he is and everything.
Right, right.
So yeah, he's losing his hair, he's losing all of his senses. So biblically, they call this leprosy. So it's not just people losing their skin tone biblically, but it's how he's losing his hair, he's losing all of his senses.
Right.
So he was basically an alchemical tool for someone who is studying immortality, which is where you get into the homunculus. But I talk about that in my video, so I'm not going to go that
Yeah,
deep.
yep. The recent video you just did on resting.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so I go into it a lot there because, yeah, this is a whole creature. But you notice the similarities, though, between him and like he was always using his nose too, but him and again the xenomorph.
Right.
So that skinniness, and then you see how like the mouth, like the extra tongue and all
Mouth
this.
within a mouth.
Yeah, this is also dealing with sexuality and kundalini energy as well,
Hmm.
because you can see how like it's being put into like almost like a sexually, like they people use a
Right,
lot of,
right. Like a little sexual type of like position in essence.
yeah, because there's a lot of stuff. Because even if you think about what xenomorphs do, they literally just implant babies into people. Like they put that mouth thing wherever it was. They use that mouth
Right.
thing, and then they implant babies into people. Like that is like their whole process is to breed. You know,
All right. Kind of got like the little scorpion vibes to it too.
right? So Golem, his whole thing was he wanted Frodo to put on the ring. He wanted people to become like him. You know what I'm saying? To become like Golem. So his whole thing was about, again, so this is what I'm talking about, how beings from the past don't have a body currently today.
Right, right.
So they're trying
They,
to portal
continue,
through
continue.
technology. Yeah, it's not just technology, but portal through what are called cursed items. So items that have gone throughout time that might hold the energy of whatever that thing is. So like the ring of salt, like the ring or whatever. Then through technology, through people and their cultures and stuff like that who still maintain whatever that is. So it seems like these energies, in a sense, again, they don't have a body. They don't have a body in the present because of how they were handled in the past, right?
Gotcha.
But the technology of today also doesn't really have like a past. So when we're dealing with
I get
immortality, we have to like we're talking about existence dealing with past, present, and future. Like you exist within all time.
right, right. Simultaneously across the board.
Beings that are created do not exist at all time because they were created at one time period, and then they exist from then on.
Right, right. That it has like a beginning to it, and so technically like an end. It's not immortal. You know what I'm saying? In that sense of it.
No, it's created. It's a created being. So the homunculus is like a created being where you're trying to basically figure out how to become immortal yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like
Right.
so.
And I guess that's like the same like how I would explain like with our bodysuit or with like anything that just has a born date. Like if it has a born date, then it has an expiration date, as well in essence. Compared to like something that wasn't born and not and it's not expiring either.
That's what I'm saying. So like, it's not really like it goes deeper. This whole concept of hell and like all this type of stuff people talk about. It's really just this crazy prison system.
Right, right. And
Yeah.
and and so Mr. Bridge of Rye, like with get to the question asking, but like with the whole, prison system, and this whole setup, is it meant for us to like, look at being on Earth as a bad experience? You know what I'm saying? Like, does it mean Earth is something bad?
So that really, again, is going to deal with that's really subjective based off of who's asking who's answering that question and at what time period you're answering that question. Because I mean, like Earth might be bad to you today, and it might not be bad to you in like 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Like it really depends,
Right,
and that's one thing. Like we kind of got to look at it like on an immortality level, where it's like, can we answer these questions the same that we would answer it now, and in the past, and in the future? Like that's a tough way to put it because Earth is just. I think Earth is just what it is. Like sometimes it can sometimes I don't think this is something that's happened a lot where we've gone into like this low of a state, but I don't know. I just think it just
right.
goes through these fluctuations, and it's just important to not get caught onto either either of it. Kind of just keep moving with it. So I
So
don't really
so
prison.
So being adaptable and flexible to the changes and to the, we're dealing with the paradox of this realm in that sense. Like you can't get too stiff into one, I think of it like, like again, as above, so below, like, move as you breathe, the energy moving through chakras and not like allowing the energy to get stuck in one chakra in essence, you know.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it is. Just being able to just change gears and stuff like that, um, and not just be like in fifth gear trying to start the car or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't really do that. You got to be able to go um, through that like on a balanced level. So like for example, the xenomorphs, they're completely, it's like their kundalini's active, yeah, their third eye's active, all that, but it's so active that basically being burned from the inside out. Like they're so out of energy that they become parasites. You know what I'm saying?
Right, all right, yeah, yeah. Oh shit, that ties into the external storyline. Like I think of Dan Winters bringing up like how these parasitic beings like nuke themselves like with a nuclear bomb in essence. But as I hear that story, I also think of the internal story because like the Kundalini like continuously, coming like that energetically, is almost like nuking, like a nuclear bomb within yourself, like kind of going off, and like that nuke kind of explodes and kind of draw out all your energy in essence.
Yeah. Nah, this is keep in mind the predators, they hunt the aliens, right? And when the predators like that's like what they do, right? And when the predators can't when shit goes wrong, they nuke the spot so that no aliens get out and none of these parasites get out. That's another level
All
of control.
right.
But
Yeah, yeah.
they do kill themselves off though. But it's like these things are very resilient. They're very resilient. They're, it's like a fly. They have a very short lifespan and all that type of stuff. But you know how annoying a fly can be in a very short amount of time. That is
Right.
like a fly drive you so crazy.
Right, and like you say, it's a short amount of time, quote unquote, in the perspective of, uh, again, like us dealing with an actual fly, and then on a macrocosmic level, again, like 5 seconds could be the equivalent to 5,000 years, to infinite being. So it's like, like dealing with 5,000 years of a fly flying around, like again, could be intense, same type of analogy.
Yeah, no, it's deep. So like to directly answer your question, I think the way I look at it is Earth is like it's multidimensional. At the end of the day, I think all of these things exist on the planet at the same time, and at the same point, in a like multi-reality type of way, we kind of exist in. I wouldn't want to say in every single reality, but we exist in a lot of different realities simultaneously, and the one that you choose to bring forward on a day-to-day basis is like the actual. It's actually what's happening. So, for example, like uh
Right.
I would put it like obviously this breaks the rule of like whatever however they describe this movie, right? But I would look at it as like these are the same beings just making different decisions. You know what I'm saying?
Right, 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 right. You know, I get exactly what you're saying. I think of some of my trips where I was able to see how like being good all the time could be seen as bad, and being bad all the time could be like how there's a positive and negative to just different perspectives. Let's just say, again, because I thought of like, like the perfection or like being in a space where nothing ever goes wrong forever and ever. And I'm like, I could see how that could possibly get boring, or or like somebody could feel a need to want to do something to kind of shake things up in essence, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I call that
yeah, I'm
Wonderland. I call that the frozen Wonderland. In Legend how how Eden became frozen right when they cut off the unicorn horn or whatever. Um,
hmm
yeah, I call it the frozen Wonderland. So it's like that's basically hell. That's how I describe it. Exactly what you said. It's like you get trapped inside of this kind of perfect world image, and then yeah, like you said, it can get boring, which is a computer. Like you're inside of a computer at that point.
right, right, right. Nah, that's definitely, what I'm saying, because that's how I see it. It's like a multi-dimensional realm. In essence, like that's the intrigue around it, for better or for worse. Like why, like, because when you think about it, like why a bunch of beings want to like lining up to go into a prison planet, like, like Like, 'cause they it's like, it's like that many beings want to be in a bodysuit, or AKA want to be in a prism or a prison of light. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what makes it valuable? And that's kind of how I took it. Like, like this earthly plane or realm allows for multi dimensions to exist at once, and especially when you talk about different dimensions of elements, like there's an area for fire beings, there's an area for water beings, there's an area for air beings, there's an area for earth beings. You know what I'm saying? Kind of all mixed together, and then it's a space where I go walk in the grocery store and I'm in line, and everybody in line could be experiencing something totally different. I could be on a DMT trip, the next person worrying about the bill tomorrow, the next person like horny or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's like just different dimensions experienced all at once.
No, that's exactly what it is. So that's the way I look at it. And honestly, yeah, there is an aspect of this is a prison planet. Um, this is a like a great planet. Like there's an aspect of all of it. And then I think just being a like you're gonna have moments where you're in all of these realms, but you don't, for example, need to go to like the hell realm and then do the most there.
Right, right,
Sometimes you just got to do what you need to do in these different spaces and keep it moving. Sometimes you do need to do a lot in certain spaces, but maybe that's to prepare you for the future for something else. Who knows?
right.
But yeah, like that's a deep aspect to it. Um, because especially when you start tapping into all these different aspects too, it's like you got to be able to keep all this together. So I was going to talk about this in another video, which I'll do the video anyways. But to me, this is going into mirrors and understanding how families work in general, like a whole family.
Hmm. All right. Like basically, with because when you say mirrors in the family, and I thought of like the word, like the base etymology of relationship, or like being relatable. And when you break down relate, it's like to relate a message, or to build like a rapport, or like a back and forth, like to deliver a message back and forth. Because when we're relating to each other, we kind of seeing how we, like our messages align with each other, our energy align with each other. And again, like we talk about, matter of fact, I was gonna say when you say time is relative, but when we think about family, we also call them relatives. So in essence, like how we relate, I guess from a mirror or reflection aspect, and it turned into a family. But I don't know if that's what speaking from, but
Yeah, no, pretty much. Like that's pretty much what it is. I mean, that's going a little more into detail, like the framework. I was just talking about the general framework of how a family works, like a family tree. How like you have one, and then it splits off into two, and splits off into four. It's like this fractal imagery. So when you talk about internal and external aspects of things, so
mhm,
um, biblically, it took Adam to have the entire Bible generation people, to be born, and then Christ for him to like figure out, the beginning and the end. Like for whatever being, whatever entire like the entirety of, you could say, everyone from Adam to Christ, like again, like just on a metaphoric level, this
right,
entire family tree of everybody is like one being. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah,
one being, but it's all these mirror images of itself. So it's like you have trillions of cells in your body, you could have trillions of descendants. So it's like the aspect of creating your external family so that you can learn from it, or
mhm,
being able to create the things that you could say your descendants would create. So I look at this as stories of like Cronus eating his own children, and like these type of stories. If you're able to, like, you could say, circulate your own energy or whatever, it's like a lot of the uh, it's like a lot of people's creativity and energy and vitality gets lost through not necessarily having children, but just how their energy gets put out, if that makes sense. So this is, yeah, it's pretty
right.
much the same thing with the mirror aspect. It's just understanding relationships and understanding lessons from each other.
And as you said that, what came to me too, like which I got some other ones, that analogies that go deeper, but just simply put, I thought of like, like even with numbers, like you talk about like one being, you know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily different beings or different family members, it's all one being having different experience. And I think of like, the number like 0 through 9, in essence could be seen as one being, but just going through the levels of experience, you know what I'm saying? And also connected to I don't have my pen right here, but like when you're drawing the flower of life, you know, you got that one dot of consciousness, and then it becomes conscious of everything around itself. You know, it has certain experiences by itself, like again, like the Aries energy being at number one by itself, and then it moves further, you know, to a different part of it, like the furthest realms of its consciousness, and then, you know, creates a different, you know, experience, you know, in that area, another circle, you know what I'm saying? But basically being able to reflect on this last position, like, all right, when I was at one, I was pretty selfish. I didn't give a fuck about nobody. You know, and then, you know, almost like again, like a being kind of, you know, learning by about itself from going through these different quote unquote angles, you know what I'm saying, of perspective.
Right. So I think like in Alien versus Predator, when you see the xenomorphs trying to like go at everybody and trying to like take over everybody's bodies, it's like that's their way of learning life without using sight. You know what I'm saying? It's like um, it's talking about more so the feminine and the masculine energy too. So like the
Right.
feminine energy would also require more time and actually like the experience as well. So you think about these xenomorphs in a weird way. It's like when they have children with whatever they're having children with, you're forcing an experience to happen. You know what I'm saying? But the predator is like hunting things and it kills things and then it only adds things to its system that is going to benefit it. So it kind of it's talking about on a level also these masculine and feminine extremes as well. So I don't know, with this pantheon, like a pantheon to me is like the head of the pantheon is
Hmm.
the head of the pantheon. You know what I'm saying? Like we all have our own pantheons. We all are,
Right, right, right.
yeah, we all have our own systems that we use.
And I even caught something interesting in one of the videos too. I think it was the recent one you did, well, because I came across this, but not relating it to Cain in the Bible, but just the, you know, again, like beings dealing with extremes. And I think you said Cain is like the perspective of being like extremely going inward. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Uh, you know, which you don't have to get deep into it.
So
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
the
If it's going.
xenomorph thing. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah. The xenomorph is going real inward to the point where like you're burning out from the inside out.
Right, like and again, like so uh would you say like again like one of the keys to our experience, you know, in this now moment is finding some form of like balance in between extremes in essence? Like, you know, would you say that's like a
Yeah.
solution or something that's helpful?
Yeah, so I would say there's the aspect of being balanced between extremes, but then also being able to go to extremes as well is important too. You know what I'm saying? Because even if you do go to one extreme, you will go to the other. But like obviously that's not a sustainable way of living all the time. And that's kind of like the xenomorph golem being burnt out of energy all the time. Being able to be
Right.
balanced in that middle aspect allows you to actually build like a sustainable uh, platform. So all the times you always see the predator standing on like a mound, like
Mhm.
the mounds like across the world and the pyramids and stuff. In the predator movies, you usually see the predator standing on top of the mound, like hunting the aliens and stuff. So the mound kind of represents even that being in the middle point. See, like when I look at the middle, I try to stay away from the color gray because like I call it like the gray or the twilight energy, which isn't necessarily bad. It just creates the space where a lot of things can exist in, and I try to not allow that space to exist too much when I'm, you know what I'm saying?
That's an interesting thing because I thought of like you know, when you bring up like the gray area or like it also kind of remind me of like, but this more so from a human perspective, but like, you know, like mediocrity, but like you're just kind of like blandly in the middle, you know what I'm saying? Almost like a, oh, I'm just here type of energy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like almost not say lifeless, but as you explaining, you know, continue on.
That's exactly what it is. It's like lifeless. It's like this weird. It's kind of what society is inside of right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like oh, I'm too afraid to speak my mind. Oh, I'm too afraid to like, step on people's toes, but I'm too afraid to also not speak my mind. Like there's these weird like balance points that everybody's caught in the middle, like red, blue, I don't know, whatever polarities that people get caught into. And I call that like this is this whole binary duality, good and evil. Like I said, light and shadow, not light and dark. I always try to separate that, but light and shadow. And again, I call it the twilight energy because chaos and twilight are two different things. So like, okay, it's like if you have the presence of everything inside of something, right? Like that.
Hmm.
That's one thing. It's whole. It has everything. Now, if that thing splits and becomes, the entire family tree as we're describing it, right? If we try to categorize this entire family tree based off of like light and shadow, and then fuse that together to try to recreate the all, that is not how we can understand the all. So like this is like the atheist, agnostic, weird perspective. Like, and I say weird, like, because it's like a weird philosophical starting point to understanding and conceptualizing the totality of everything. So it's like instead of just understanding that, like, there is this chaotic everything that exists where it's order does exist inside of it, but it's very, like, again, chaotic. The cosmos, right? The
Gotcha.
universe is
Yeah.
the universe comes into order, but the cosmos, which is kind of going a little bit beyond that, is the disordered aspect, right? So we can't really put concepts like light and and they don't even really separate it, light and dark versus light and shadow, because those are two different things. The shadow came way later. A shadow is a reflection from the sun. You know what I'm saying? Darkness,
Right.
the sun is almost a reflection from the darkness itself. Like it talks about that. That's going into some deeper shit, but
I get what you're saying. Like the shadow is like, in essence, the literal sense of it is it being born from light, but then on a different level, darkness, unlike the shadow, is actually in essence the void of what the light kind of comes from. In essence, is what you're saying.
exactly. The darkness is almost like the shadow is almost like a portal for the darkness, but it's only a portal for the evil side of darkness to come through most of the time, because light and shadow goes into this whole good and evil duality. It only allows like that. See, to understand darkness, we have to understand the light and shadow aspect. And when I say this, I don't mean shadows are evil. That's not what I'm saying. It's like
Right, right.
I have a whole thing about explaining this, but it's like the shadow deals with like a memory aspect of things,
And
whereas
and
light
matter of fact, as we going through, what video could we
that's a
like
good question.
what video? Because I know you created a video where you go into like the difference of the shadow. Do you remember the name of it?
Let's see. I can find it real quick. Yeah, that's well, I have a video called Twilight, so I'm pretty sure I go into it there. I go into it in a few videos, but yeah, there's a video called Elemental Series Twilight, and I go into it there for sure.
Gotcha, gotcha.
I talk about it in definitely a bunch of videos. So yeah, those are two, again, very different things. So in Greek mythology, they said chaos was the first thing. Chaos had four children, which was Erebus, Nyx, which is where the word night comes from, and so on and so forth. But this
Mhm.
is also what they call the void. Now, in the Bible, they said God created heaven and earth, and then on the first day, he was hovering over the face of the deep. He was in the darkness, and he said, "Let there be light." So he created light. Now, he said that there was day and night. So that's dealing with shadow, the shadow and the light, because already darkness existed. He was hovering over the darkness. He was hovering over the face of the deep. So darkness already existed. So then light came after, and then the shadow was again like the mirror reflection. So when we say the devil or the devil, it also goes into the word diablo or the word
Mhm.
double, the mirror reflection, which is also going
Right.
into the shadow. So the devil is like the shadow of. So when we talk about like Judas and Christ and how Judas was like the shadow of Christ and he wanted to be him, and then when he sold him out, he pretended to be him. This is the making of the
And
devil. He killed himself.
and and what also came up to me is Yama from Hindu mythology, like Yama like looking at his reflection or obsessed with his reflection, and then Narcissus or what I think that's the name, Narcissus, the god dealing with the whole reflection thing or the the whole mirror thing. So
So yeah, that goes into the whole blue light we're talking about. Actually, Narcissus is actually another metaphor for the blue light, and that's what this is. So it's talking about the holographic being trapped in your own mind. That's really what it's talking about. And then
Mm.
now being able to let the light or whatever shine through the prism. Like there's like a different. This is about being able to now exchange energy externally instead of just having. Because the issue with a lot of these like gods and titans and like a lot of these ancient beings and stuff like that was on one level was the how energy exchange happened and also how new generations coming forward, like how the energy exchanged between these things. So we see these playing out today, like with problems with the older generation and the younger generation, and then masculine and feminine. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, so that again, that's dealing with this, dealing with all of that whole again that being trapped in your own mind. So Golem was like talking to himself. He had a split personality. He had Smeagol and Golem. He would talk to himself. He had this good side and he had this evil side. He would only see his good side was trapped inside of the mirror reflection, right? Smeagol was trapped inside the mirror reflection. Golem was the one running around all crazy. Uh,
Hmm.
so yeah, and then you saw in the movie Get Out, it was the same thing. He got trapped into his sunken place or the subconscious, that subconscious space, and then
Right.
like a white dude taking over his body or whatever it was. Um, yeah, but that's the whole concept of the devil, though. That's I don't even want to get stuck on that, but that's the concept of the devil, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. That's the shadow. So that's being able to program. Um, so you program your shadow through your experiences. So we can program it through trauma. Don't get me wrong. Like trauma creates a shadow in itself. But no matter what, as long as light exists, we're going to create a shadow. So the only reason that we even have this concept of evil is because of how the light creates the shadow itself. So in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, this is why the season before, like season two, I don't know if you watched that one, but the one I sent you was season three.
Yeah,
There was
yeah.
something.
I watched all of season 3. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
there is something called the Light of Destruction. Actually, it's throughout the whole show, but there's something called the Light of Destruction, and that's the main villain. It's an energy that's coming into the planet, and it keeps possessing all these villains throughout the show. Now, the main character, Jaden, he had a power called the Gentle Darkness that could get rid of the light of destruction that creates all these shadow fucked up personalities that people keep creating. So this is dealing with MK Ultra and creating split personalities that allow for people to be for those energies that we're talking about from the past to take
Hmm.
new vessels today.
Right, right. Because yeah, the MK Ultra is definitely about like like, and that goes into the broken mirror perspective. Like we're talking about the doubles and stuff like that. The broken mirror connected to shattering the person's mind. And again, like the whole MK Ultra thing is to a lot of times they use trauma, but it's like to use some type of trauma to split a person's personality so they could kind of plug in a certain little energy or entity, you know, uh, into that being, and therefore being able to like send the certain commands and stuff like that. Because matter of fact, and yeah, when you brought up the Yu-Gi-Oh, I thought the chaos being or the energy connected with that, I thought of Bell, I think the name.
Oh yeah, I don't even want to get into that. That is a whole problem. Um,
All right.
that's a real problem in real life. Like that is a real problem. Like that is an energy that is a real problem in real life. That's going into more the Jezebel energy. So I did a whole
I about to
video.
say I thought of Lilith. I thought of Lilith.
It's going into Lilith too. It is going because Lilith is the mother, Jezebel is the daughter. So
Hmm.
it's a trinity. It's like a triple trinity. It's like a trinity. It's a triune. So it's like
All
Lilith,
right.
Jezebel, and then uh, what is the third one? I But in that season, you saw, how like Yubel, she went through the three evolutions. She had like the Terror Incarnate, the Ultimate Night. I don't know if. Oh no, not in season. Yeah, it's in season three. At the end of season three, I don't know if you saw that part, but where Yubel transforms into the three forms that she turns into.
Uh, I just remember her like getting to a space where she had end up getting a like she had some different forms. Like she created like this big dragon form or whatever that she kind of went into,
Yes.
but
Yeah, those are like Frieza's three forms. Like this is a triune. So
what
she
is
was
that?
called Ultimate Nightmare, the Terror Incarnate. So this is dealing with fear and again, um, being able to manipulate a person's brain. So in the original Yu-Gi-Oh, there was something called mind crush. So this happens in the very first episode. The pharaoh has this ability. He does it to Seto Kaiba because this dude's insane and he needed it. But third eye opens and then uses his hamsa, projects it through, and then that's called mind crush. So it's funny that you brought up the whole the mental aspect too, because basically anyone the pharaoh found evil, he would do this thing, and it was called a punishment game, and he'd put them through these mind crushes, and it would put them in these like eternal karmic states until they learned their lessons and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
it's deep because basically what it's talking about is the pharaoh, like the reason why these elites were going after certain people is because these people that were basically MK ultraing people around and shit like that, these characters were going around and basically fixing their minds by crushing their minds. Like they had to, if you get MK Ultra, the only way that you're going to be able to get rid of that is by being brainwashed. Like brainwash is to literally wash your brain clean, like not to be
Mm-hmm.
controlled, like the etymology
Right,
of
right,
it,
right.
to clean your brain out, to wash it clean, to deprogram it. So the mind crush is the ability for someone to literally break all of the programming in a person's brain. And he did that to Seto Kaiba on episode one, and it kind of made him go psycho because he was already a psycho, but breaking the psycho aspect made him like it fixed him a little bit. But he was like he had this. It was like kind of like Golem, but where he would go between these personalities, but he was more focused on the. I don't know. He was just a little more composed than Golem. That's the best way I can put it.
Got you, got you, got you, got you. Like he had the split, but it wasn't on the golem level.
Oh no, it was worse than Golem. It was worse than Golem, but like it was like he composed himself in public. In public,
All right, like a sociopath type of
he would capture people and torture them. He would like this dude was insane. Like he was like insane. But yeah, he didn't look like he was going crazy and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So,
right, right, right.
but yeah, that show is deep itself.
And
And huh?
oh, and I was just gonna add, again, like with the internal, external aspect, like, what's some type of solutions or how we deal with ourselves. I know you just said like again, like washing your brain clear is a solution if you dealt with some MK Ultra, but for the most part, like, because again, it's like things happen internally first and then externally. So why would I attract? Like, why would I want some people to MK Ultra me? Like, why are they coming to me? Like, like what, like what does that come from? Like, how does that externally show up? Or like what?
Like why do these things happen?
In essence, like in again, like why does it or I guess yeah, like how do we attract, again, if my internal realm is creating my external experience, like what's going on inside of me to attract somebody, trying to MK Ultra me or
See, I don't think it's like see that I think at that point sometimes we're taking a little bit too much personal responsibility. See, there is the aspect of we
right,
are attracting it in, and there's karmic things like Jaden in the show, for example. The reason Bell was coming is because they they were connected in a past life. You know what I'm saying? So that's why Bell showed up. So some of this stuff is karmic. Like the reason Bell was messing with Jaden, that was a karmic thing because she was supposed to be his protector, but then she got manipulated by the light of destruction and she became like a sadist. So she thought every time she caused, basically, anytime someone tried to harm Jaden, she would harm them and
mm-hmm,
try to protect them. But the thing is, like, she would harm them in like harmless situations. So like it was almost like she was harming the people that were close to him, and then people just thought like this dude was cursed or some shit. Um,
right, right,
like that. So that was like that's like a karmic weird spiritual thing. But on another level, if you want to say it's karmic, like the only reason that Yugi was being followed by these elites is because he was literally just a reincarnation of a pharaoh. Like he couldn't do anything about that. Like
right,
there's some things that we attract that have nothing to do with this lifetime, and see, and then sometimes we also got to just consider things like okay, well, MK Ultra is happening on a mass scale to a lot of people, right,
mhm,
simultaneously. Now the responsible part would be like, okay, well, why did this maybe affect me more than another person? Like maybe like looking at it like that. Um, because I'm not
all
really
right.
trying to take responsibility for things that you know what I'm saying that have nothing.
Like yeah, I've been through that energy, you know what I'm saying? But everybody familiar of me expressing, like going through, like the whole narcissist vibe and Like again, like you gotta have a certain level of accountability, but then it could go to the extreme where you blaming yourself for shit that you ain't really even do to yourself in essence. You know.
I think the real reason that certain people get targeted is because of just we just have high energy. I think that's really all it is. Like regardless of why you have high energy, that could be attached to a past life, that could be attached to your bloodline, that could be attached to how you live your life on a daily basis. But I think it's just the simple fact that of people who have high enough energy to break out of MK Ultra programming. I think that's really, or to not even be affected by it. If you're a person who's like has such a high energy that naturally you don't really get affected by that stuff, then
Hmm.
you're gonna have to be more targeted to even be put into the MK Ultra.
Right, right.
So it's like I don't think any of the stuff in the past stopped. Like all the crazy stuff that we saw in the past, like all of the horrible, crazy shit that happens, all that it is now it's more covert, and people give permission for those things to happen to you now. You know what I'm saying? So like
You
now,
said people give permission. Say that last part again.
so it's like I think all the crazy stuff that was happening before, everything, like every single crazy thing we can imagine, horrible stuff, all is still happening. But the difference is now it happens privately, and people consent to it, but like consent in a way where like it's not like a sound mind and body consenting. It's like consenting to things without actually understanding what you're in. Because there's a lot of people who go through crazy experiences that people wouldn't even think are humanly possible, and it's because they agree to it. And that's even like Hollywood, the industry, all of that. They agree to go through those things, and then eventually it's like all of these people are like non-recognizable, but they all for some reason agree on the same philosophy and understanding and stuff like that. And it's like, did they all just get awakened to some truth that everybody else does not know about, or are they all like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of
Right.
like,
Are they all like under some type of program or hypnotism in essence?
because if there was truth to it, if it was all true and like it was all good and shit like that, and they reached some higher level, then you wouldn't have all these people just randomly coming out and talking about all the crazy stuff happening, looking like they just escaped from a crazy facility. Unless they're faking that because they're celebrities, but that would even be a deeper conspiracy to have all these people fake that. You know what I'm saying? Stuff
Right,
that's
right.
happening, like the victim, like people who are victims of it. So I just think again, it's really just people who have a lot of energy, regardless of if you're born with it or you level up your energy. I just think they target people like that because there's just people who are drained of energy, and they like the thing with the adrenochrome and all that stuff people talk about. They don't also talk about how it doesn't last for that long. Like I can't obviously I don't know, but like it doesn't last long.
Right.
It's like a drug. You know what I'm saying? It literally just wears off. So if you literally have like a this super soldier immortality serum thing that gives you this extreme heightened level of, for example, when we're smoking, like when we're smoking Kush and stuff like that, a lot of times we just want to be chronic, like we want to be high all the time. You know what I'm saying? And
Right, right.
now imagine that with something that turns you into like some super soldier type, like like it gives you so much energy that you're on some heightened type of shit. Like when people run out of that, when you see the Pope or like different people with the whole panda eyes and
Hmm.
they be looking like Golem when they get drained out of energy, and it's because like again, it's like if you create a body, if you had a T Rex today walking around, it's going to need a lot of food to sustain itself. And we don't live in a time period with all the different animals and trees where it's like, you know what I'm saying? So
Right.
if we take ourselves to that God level and stay at that level without a way to sustain that, we're going to look like Golem or some shit.
Right. So that makes sense, again, like why certain beings became, parasitic or, things of that nature. And again, you're talking about that's more so from the extreme internalization, like, like again, like going inside so much to where we burn up. So I guess what's the extreme of I guess the extreme of going outside yourself is not necessarily burning up yourself, but I guess that would be like just giving out your energy so much to where you just kind of dissipate.
Exactly. You have a secret society that they internalize everything so much that they keep the information a secret, and it's burning out from the inside out. Then you have the average person who's like working a 9 to 5 and their energy is being siphoned, like a person in the matrix who's still like hooked up to the machine.
Right, right,
Those are
right.
extremes, you know what I'm saying? Those would be the two extremes. Or you can say the computer, like the machines that are controlling the matrix itself, if you want to say that, it could be an extreme too. But still, those would be the two extremes. So this is kind of where the whole aspect of I'm just going to grab a charger at the same time, but this is
Yeah,
where
yeah,
the
yeah. What do you think?
aspect of things like rest comes into play, right? Because um, that's why I was going into that whole live stream of resting and things like that, and doing it from like the proper standpoint. Um, I don't want this thing dying while I'm going in.
Oh, look, man, take your time. After I'm gonna check my little battery meter. All right, I'm still rolling. And I seen some of y'all asking again, man. This the brethren name is Bridge of Ra, BRIDGE of Ra RA. You know what I'm saying? And again, that's the name of his YouTube channel. Uh, where you could find a lot of, like, again, some of the stuff he breaking down in this video. Again, man, this brethren be coming with some deep, extensive knowledge. And again, I just felt what I already presented on my channel, you know what I'm saying, and what he talks about, I just felt like, again, it would be a great vibe for us to collab. But it's Bridge of Ra on Instagram and YouTube for those of y'all who were asking.
Yeah, that should be pretty easy to find. It's a real random name, you know what I'm saying? So not many people who haven't that. uh, yeah, it should be. Unless there is another person, who knows? Maybe someone came out with that too.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, again, like the name Ra might be used, but again, it ain't like, I don't think there's no other Bridge of Ra, you know what I'm saying? And again, in most cases, we end up channeling these names because of its, uniqueness in essence.
Yeah, there's a whole story with that as well. But yeah, so um, yeah, so I mean, with MK Ultra too, like man, MK Ultra is deep. That's why I just see there's so many different ways. Like you can try to understand all of the different ways that is being put onto us, but the two things that I found were the most effective were, well, a, just in general, knowing who you are, like knowing yourself is number one, right? But but yeah, like detoxing, cleaning things out of your body is one level, but really just understanding who you are on a level of connecting with, you could say, yourself on a source level. So to the furthest back you can imagine of your past, whether it's past lives, whatever, the deepest aspects of yourself that you can connect with. Um, and you don't even have to connect to like past lives. You just got to, it's just really about understanding different qualities of yourself.
Right.
Not really being, focusing on things like, oh, well, I was doing this today, I was doing this. Like, it's not really the things you're doing, it's more the actual qualities you have. So just being able to remain true to that, and then also being able to monitor how you're growing. So that's the other thing I would say, because the mind also controls how you grow as a person. So when we talk about nature and nurture, the nurture would also be dealing with the mind aspect, because when people talk about, for example, like hitting their children or like not hitting their children, for example, when they're raising them,
Right.
that's a mental thing. That's like a mental thing. That's just all. But that's telling you the mind is dictating again how a person, like how to help develop a person. So when you're dealing with developing yourself, this is also why I was talking about rest so much, because if your energy is unbalanced, or if it's scrambled, or if it's low or depleted, the best way to recenter that is just by resting, literally. Because
Right. Whenever I be in that mode, like, that's when I go, like, I spend whole days, like, I don't know, it ain't too much ego, but like, I because it's the opposite of ego when I think about it. Because my ego be wanting to, like, work, like, I feel like, like that energy of, like, feeling funny if I'm not, like, doing things, you know what I'm saying, and I happen to get over that energy. But yeah, like, I'll spend whole days just laying out by a tree, get me my little shawl laid on the ground, get barefoot, and just lay out in the sun. Probably do a crystal grid, and
yeah,
you know and again, like, and just sit there, you know what I'm saying, like, not necessarily looking to sleep, like, again, just lay down, you know what I'm saying, and rest. And I first discovered the whole outside thing when I was staying in Baton Rouge. And one day I decided, I don't know if it was after work or on my day off, I'm like, man, you know what, they got like a lake. I stayed by LSU, and there's some lakes not too far from there. I'm like, man, I'm gonna take my nap by the lake today. And man, after I took that nap, bro, I felt like, the first thing that came to mind was like, Dragon Ball Z in the hyperbolic chamber. I'm like, bro, I feel like I slept 10,000 years in those 2 hours, you know what I'm saying? From just being outside, And I think of my whole Venice Beach experience too, which it was some trauma there in essence, with being houseless, but it was also part of that experience, and again, like sleeping on that sand, and being on that sand all the time and just constantly, you know,
Yeah, like you're
re-
immersed in nature. The energy is so different when you're like that because you're literally immersed in nature all of the time. You know what I'm saying? The energy is just
right,
so different. So when you're there, I mean, in that world, I mean, it's hard to be MK Ultra in any kind of way. The only thing you can really do is kind of shoot yourself in the foot. You know what I'm saying?
right.
That's really the only way you can kind of fuck yourself up in that world. Like that world is just it's so healing. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like it's unbelievable. But
All right. Now, some people saying, I know some people still saying maybe to up your volume or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. It may be different for different people, but just make
yeah,
sure the volume check
people
is
might
on
be
point.
people might be listening on different devices. Only thing I can really do is speak up. I have my phone. I have my speaker. Um, my speaker's not touching anything, so the only thing I can do is like speak up right now. So, um,
Right. Or you
yeah.
you good.
Anyways, I think it's good. So I think it'll be fine. So yeah, with me, what I've done is I've just been real focused on again that rest aspect because um, especially when oh sorry I'm just trying to okay yeah so especially that rest aspect it's like again I went in for a long time on that live stream so people can go on the live stream and go watch it there but um, I just noticed with like a sense of with identity and sense of self and all that type of stuff it's like
Hmm.
if you have a like a pendulum and it swings right it's like
Right.
it's still swinging from a stationary point. You know what I'm saying? And that's dealing with rhythm and time and all of that stuff. So that stationary point to me is like an anchor. That anchor,
Mhm.
if you want to call it, because again, being stabilized, this is dealing with the root chakra, right? So um, when a person's like stabilized and all that, the way I look at the root again, it's like the roots have to be actually like anchored into the earth,
Right.
really secure into the earth. So being able to have some kind of anchor see like we can ground ourselves by going barefoot and being outside and doing all that but there has to be some kind of form of like mental anchor that um, that creates like a certain kind of like a sense of identity you know what I'm saying
Like your core energy in essence, like it's like that core center, you know what I'm saying? Like again, like that home space or home base, for you to kind of go back to in essence. But
yeah
I continue.
that's exactly what it is so the more that you're able to stay in that space and it might be tough for people because a lot of times when people do get infiltrated in some kind of way it's kind of like what you said you might think it's an ego thing to just be able to go sleep take a long time and just rest and sleep and stuff like that but it's not an ego like that's just following your intuition you know what I'm saying because the ego
Right.
aspect is what you said is the thinking that I need to go work all the time I need to go do this all the time and it's like nah
Right.
like your muscle flexes but your muscle also stretches it's they go hand in hand and every day when we wake up and we go walk around and we do things our muscles are they're active. So it's like we have to balance that out with stretching and stuff like that, you know? So if
Right.
you're a
Right.
person who was like, being active all day and then you go, let's say, go to the gym and you do some bodybuilding, it's like you're double stressing yourself out. It's kind of the same thing with working. Like if you're going and you're working and you're you're really focused on just going out and getting it, and then when you come home, a lot of people they don't even know how to turn off that work mode. They think of when they come home as a routine. So they're like, okay, I have to make dinner. Oh, I have to watch this show at this time. Like it's still it's
Right.
still work because they're still in the work mode. Like there isn't the laying backwards. Like you don't have to worry about time. You don't have to worry about anything. Like that's the whole point of relaxation. You're not worried.
Right.
So
Right. Completely still. Like it's like I'm chilling, man. Right. Right.
I'm saying. So sleeping, I mean, it seems like an ego thing for people who are constantly in that work mode, but really just going back and being, I don't really like the word sleep, but it doesn't really matter here. But going and being able to rest, because again, you can sleep and not rest. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Right, right.
yeah. So going and being able to rest. So sometimes it might mean doing things that you might not necessarily want to do. Like you might be a person who's like, oh, I'm on a diet or I'm on this, I'm on that. Sometimes you might need to break that diet or break that whatever just to give your mind a bit of give, give it a break. So when you go to your space and you're able to rest for however long, you're going to see all the different ways that you've been infiltrated, because it's like while you're trying to rest, you start picking certain things are going to run through your mind.
Certain
You have to
thoughts come up. Yeah, it's like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so you got to be able to release that. It's not really about focusing on it and trying to like solve this problem or fix this problem or figure out this problem or whatever. It's just about being able to let them all go. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because if you can't go into your space and just be able to rest and in a state of having all that stuff let go, that's the shadow. That's basically like you have so much stuff stored up in your computer, like in the memory space, that now
Mhm.
when you go out on a day-to-day basis, you're not processing or functioning on the way that you should be. So this is kind of where I'm talking about the shadow. The shadow is almost like a storage. It's like we store things in our shadow, but usually people don't consciously determine the things that they store in their shadow. It's usually things that get put into there because of trauma or things that they're trying to cover up or things that they're trying to hide. So for me, that's how a person, when they have an unhealthy connection with their ego, that's to me how the shadow becomes um, represented. Um, I also relate the shadow with Saturn a little more than the sun too, a little bit. So that's like
Gotcha.
another level to take it to, take it as well too. Because again, shadows
'Cause
they get cast onto the earth.
and I thought of Saturn too. Like Saturn has like a discipline or responsible of like or like creating structure in essence. And how it came to me was like the shadow was first created more so from a human perspective, but the human perspective reflects on different levels. But it's like the first time we're told, because the shadow technically is these parts of ourselves that we don't want to accept, or we're judging it as completely bad or something like that. And I think of like, again, when the first time we're told, like, hey, digging in your nose is bad. This is good. This is, like, this goes in the good side. This goes in the bad side. Like the first moments that we get hit with that programming, bam. Because in essence, nothing like a baby not don't is not even knowing what is the word unaccepted, let alone what's not to be accepted until, again, you get into that little vibe, and again, that kind of has that Saturnian strict structure, like this is right, this is wrong, you know what I'm saying, type of energy. Not necessarily saying Saturn dictates, right or wrong, but just
That's
the
okay, but
structure and the discipline.
I'm imagining like the teacher or the parent, like that energy. I know what you,
Right,
that's
right,
actually
because that, yep, because Saturn is like that teacher, you know what I'm saying?
sometimes the hitman too. You know, it could be a few things at once, but yeah, Saturn
You
is
say
just like
sometimes it's what?
he's the hitman. You know, like from the game Hitman, like the bald and like the glasses and stuff like that. Just black trench coat or some shit. I don't know. Like sometimes Saturn is the hitman too, um,
Nah,
but yeah.
man, it's
So
definitely
so I see this. I see Saturn as more like the ego in a sense, but the sun. Um, Either way, though, the shadow is created on the earth. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets
Mhm,
reflected. It gets reflected, but it has to have something to like like a projector. Like has to have something for the light to project on for you to see the image, right?
mhm.
Yeah, it's the same thing with a shadow. It's like you can't really the shadow can't just float in the air. It has to be on a solid material to actually be visible. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right, right, right. I get what you're saying.
There's a hidden connection between Earth and Saturn. Like I talked about that. I think you might have saw that in the other video. How the center of the cube is related to Earth and Saturn. How like the actual qualities of material, like there's a hidden connection between Earth and Saturn. Earth and Saturn are kind of like one thing on a level.
I was just about to say, like, I'm familiar with that, just from my own little inner gnosis. Again, I think of like a Earth, I mean Capricorn, Earth sign, and again, and being in a physical. 666 Saturni, you know what I'm saying? Or should I say 666, the hex or hexagram and hex. So again, like your earthly body and the cube of Saturn, you know what I'm saying? Connected. So yeah, I see those.
So yeah, Saturn and Earth to me are kind of one thing. So Earth is actually the way I look at Earth. Earth is the agricultural aspect of Saturn. So Earth is like a forest, or like Earth is like actually having like, what's it called? Um,
If
Vitality.
Saturn and Venus had a baby.
Exactly, if Saturn and Venus had a baby. That's actually Enlil and Ishtar having a baby. That's exactly what it is. Um, this is El and this is Asherah and Yahweh. Like when they talk about it, that's exactly what it is. So Saturn would be the barren land. Saturn would be like Earth as a desert. That's your bone structure. You feel me? Because
All
the
right.
bone structure, the rocks. So Saturn is actually the land, like Earth as like a desert planet, but not really like a like kind of like Dune, but not desert where it's just all sand, but like rocks and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now this is Geb in Egyptian mythology, or I don't really want to call it mythology, but that's Geb. So you know how they said Adam or Atum
Mhm.
created Ra, and then Ra created Shu and Tefnut, and then you had Geb and Nut. So Nut is like the
Yeah,
start.
but Newt.
Right?
Yep, yep, yep.
They say Geb is the Earth, right? No,
Hmm.
Geb is not the Earth. Geb is Saturn. So
Hmm.
Osiris is the Earth, if you want to call it that, because Osiris is the god of agriculture. He brought Earth to actually be like to have crops and for people to actually live on it, and you know what I'm saying? Geb
Gotcha.
is the actual. So in Amharic and in Ge'ez and stuff like that, you say Gebere, like or Geber, like Geber, like I don't know the exact pronunciation, but it means something like farmer or husband, something along those lines. So
That's a separate in the tree of life, right? Too,
well, yeah,
if
that's
I'm not mistaken.
Gebera. Yeah, that's Geber.
All
So
right.
that's like another letter in there. I think there's like a one more letter in there, but yeah, it's connected with that.
Gotcha.
So Gebera is actually connected to some other stuff as well, but Gebera is connected with Mars, so it's right under Saturn, and we know Saturn. Supposedly, Saturn gave birth to Mars. Um,
Now,
supposedly,
let me add to that, you know what I'm saying? Mythology is anatomy by law, you know what I'm saying? And as you say that, like, oh, it was said that Saturn created Mars. Well, if you don't know, let's look at our body. You know what I'm saying? Our body, what a part of our body is Saturn? Our bones. You know what I'm saying? Uh, our blood. Our blood would be more so connected to Mars because of the iron. So the bones create blood through the bone marrow. So technically, even in our body, that mythological story is being told where Saturn is creating Mars in the body. You know what I'm saying? That, and I feel like that's also connected with you know karmic reincarnations or incarnations in connection with the Mars energy of like people either you were passionate about or people you was probably at war with. Uh, Incarnating to actually be your quote unquote blood family in essence too, through the karmic or Saturn, you know what I'm saying, connection. But
that's a whole interesting actually outlook to look at it as, like the war aspect. That's a whole nother level to look at it as. So yeah, because that's pretty much what it is. And considering how Earth, like I was saying, was more like a barren, or like Saturn is like more like the barren, rocky land, and then
hmm
Earth majority made of iron. Like that is the most abundant. That's like the most abundant reason. Like Earth has an iron core, right? A molten
right,
iron core supposedly. So it's almost like as the barren land, you started mining the land, and we got into the rich iron deposits. So the reason why the soil is so like reddish brown colored is because of the iron inside of it as well, which is completely different than iron that you would get from like animals or from different things. Entirely different type of iron. It's like literally
right.
different. Um, but yeah, so the thing is like you said, mythology is anatomy about like that is just really what it is, like for real. Like
Yeah,
it's all one and the same. First of all,
right. Because that's a way that I feel like if like some scientists wanted to study cosmology or the cosmos or what's gonna happen next or things of this nature, like you study the body of some a being that's tapped into these energies or something of that nature. But you could look at the microcosmic aspect and get a lot of the storylines. I don't know if we talked about it or did a video on it, but I remember bringing up to you the thing with Moon Knight,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
show Moon Knight coming out. But then that's where that anatomy and mythology thing came up for me again, was Tarawet being a Tarawet. I don't know if I'm saying it right, y'all. But it's the hippo goddess, of transitioning. And it was like no coincidence that your hippocampus, the campus for hippos inside your body, you know what I'm saying, deals with post traumatic stress and PTSD, which in essence could be connected to the transitioning process. You know what I'm saying? Because you have some traumatic, uh, whether it feels traumatic going through that process of like leaving the physical, going through through that transition, but basically like just seeing like how the hippocampus and the god Tarot is like connected in that whole energy of like PTSD. It was some other things too, and I don't want to snuff it up, but
no, that's on topic with what we're talking about. So the hippocampus, the cerebellum, the cerebral cortex, like there's a few parts of the brain that is connected with that whole eye of Horus thing we were getting into, and that goes
mhm.
into the whole fear thing, and it's like the reptilian brain, and it's going into the whole fear aspect that we're talking about, and like bloodlines and everything that we're going into. So yeah, like I'm gonna come back to that in a second. I think this ties in where I'm going with this as well. The we were talking about something earlier, so I kind of want to bring this back as well. When we were talking about metal and the earth. So when we were talking about how they trap like genies in these metal vessels, and how you're talking about how iron and like the elves and how like that aspect. So earth is more so clay. Like when we talk about earth as an element, we're talking about more so
Mhm.
dirt and clay and rocks. Metal is an element itself, right? Um,
Right.
with the Chinese system, we have wood, earth, metal, fire, and water. Now, in the Chinese elemental system, I always wondered why they broke it down like that. And by the way, I'm gonna say this right now, real quick, as a disclaimer. When we're comparing all of these different things, like how we're doing it right now, um, in ancient Egypt, in Samaria, and just like a few different places, mainly in melanated places. Not to make this a race thing, but this is just like this is something that has been preserved and preserved.
Gotta keep it funky, man. There's only one way to say what's real. You know what I'm
When
saying?
we say gods and goddesses, this is a Greek thought process. Like when we see with Eurocentric Greek kind of mentality is like if you have your mentality or framework. So okay, for example, Kabbalah, right? You know how like the tree of life, it's like it's this pattern, right? Now, when you go into an area where you don't understand something that's completely like dark to you, or something that you have not experienced, the mentality that people usually, like again, the Western kind of world, they'll use Kabbalah, or like they'll use that as a way to try to understand things that they don't understand. So instead of, for example, if you went to India, it'd probably be best to like you can research India, but if you actually live with the people and like are with them, you're gonna understand it. You're gonna understand the place and the people a lot more based off of you having the experience connecting with the feminine energy. But
Right, right,
if
right.
you're looking at it more from like a Kabbalah perspective, this is more like um, comparing the things that you're. So this would be like now, instead of going to India, this would be like trying to understand India by comparing it to the things that are in your world. You know what I'm saying? So this would be, instead of understanding the culture from going inside of it, this would be trying to understand the culture from comparing it to yours. Um,
Right, right. From an external perspective, like
right,
a process of deduction, but without experiencing it.
right. Like you can deduction's great. When you don't experience it though, that's um, like it can be
Right.
good sometimes, but it can get across a line. So that's when we talk about gods and goddesses. Like every time we look at a god or a goddess from a different culture, it's a Greek thought process to try to be like, okay, well, compare this god to this god. Like in ancient Kemet, you call them netters or nature. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
there were forces of nature. So the way that we're comparing things and how these energies or whatever they exist also in our body, they exist in our minds, they exist in the physical world, whether it's like the blood or the planet Mars and how that corresponds with everything. This is a
Mhm.
science that is embedded into indigenous, mainly melanated, but indigenous cultures worldwide. And this is embedded into everything we do, from our music, our dance, our culture, everything. The whole story is embedded into it. Um, it's really deep. Greek concepts and all that type of stuff. This was more like they only understood the things that they had in front of them. It was very materialistic and, like you said,
Right.
reductionist. I don't want us to just start going out and saying all this, and then all of a sudden you start seeing different cultures around the world now getting a much more in-depth understanding of their own culture and trying to, act like they had this perspective the whole time. When in reality, they didn't have that perspective because they learned the stories from a different group of people, and they didn't
Right.
make it.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that's my disclaimer. We ain't gonna put out the experience or the wisdom aspect to it, and then people act like they had those experiences and then enrich their culture and pretend nah, I ain't for all that shit. So saying
Gotcha.
that,
Gotcha.
like, I don't like to leave any room for bullshit on those things. So um, yeah, that's the disclaimer on that. But anyways, when
Right.
we're talking about the so now when I go into the Chinese, the five elements. So you know when we say rock paper scissors,
Mhm.
that's coming from the five elements. So rock is the earth, paper is wood, scissors is metal.
Gotcha.
So this is an easier way to understand the Chinese elements. So for example, rock beats scissors, right?
Mhm.
Paper beats rock, and then scissors
Mhm.
beats paper. So paper is wood. Paper beats rock because what does trees or wood feed on? They feed on minerals, which are rocks. So
Right.
wood beats paper. I mean, sorry, wood beats rock because literally trees eat rocks. Literally. Um, then wood so wood beats paper, and then or sorry, paper beats rock, and then scissors, which is metal. Metal beats wood because, like, well, if you really think about it, like you can chop a tree down with an axe. Like metal, metal is like the next step in the process. Is the easiest way to put it. Uh, like, how should I put it? The concept of like the forge is dealing with the volcano, and the volcano is kind of similar to the tree, like the way that has magma on the inside. Trees actually have plasma on the inside. A lot of
Mhm.
times we see it as sap and resin and stuff like that, but it has plasma on the inside. And um, the magma or like the heat from the tree, like that deals with also the creation of like forging metals, if that makes sense. So like you know how the tree is processing the minerals or the rocks, or you know what I'm saying? It's
All right.
processing.
And just awareness before you go in a little bit, like your sound kind of going in and out just a little bit. I don't know. It could be a connection thing, but uh,
I don't know what
just to check because I feel like you're about to go into something, and I don't want it to be. I want it to be fully heard. It just may
yeah,
be a connection. Yeah.
I can't really do anything about it. So if it cuts out, just stop me and I'll go back and do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Continue, my brother. Continue.
But long story short, look at the tree as like a mimic of the volcano, and the volcano is a forge which uses heat to turn, you could say, like metals and stuff like that into like weapons, and you know what I'm saying. So it's almost
Right.
like the tree is processing rock to create metal, if that makes sense. It's kind of tough to put into words, but even
You say
Venus.
like that. That's the way to look at a volcano. You said as if it was a tree that processes metal. I mean, processes mineral and then creates metal in essence.
Yeah, like metal in this case would be like the fruit of the tree, and
Hmm.
it's a tough one to put into words. Like you know how in the Chinese in the Chinese elements they use metal instead of air. Um,
Hmm.
Metal also represents Venus. Now, the fact that it represents air as well is is telling you like even trees, like obviously trees, they literally produce oxygen, they produce air, and then
Right.
uh, Venus is a very it's like an Earth air planet. You know what I'm saying? Like you're Venus is kind of dealing with like the beauty of things, but
Hmm.
it's also dealing with Easter eggs. So you know when you play a video game and there's like Easter eggs in the game and you pull out just different things from it, right?
I just finished watching Ready Player One. Yeah.
So that's the best way to describe that. So Venus would be like the beauty kind of distracts you from pulling out those Easter eggs. Those Easter eggs are the metal. Those Easter eggs are the metal that gets created.
All right.
So look at it like that because the air element is dealing with principles and law. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's dealing with absolutes. And metal is also dealing with absolutes.
All right. I kind of.
It's a really hard thing to put into words, but this is even tying into why metal is also like when you chap like genies or jinn, like these different things into these metal vessels, or like Thanos with the gauntlet and how like you put the energies into the like he couldn't use the crystals unless he put it in a metal gauntlet. And then Iron Man, he had a metal vessel and he was able to
Right.
use the Hulk couldn't do it. The Hulk couldn't even do it, and he was tapped into gamma radiation and everything. So this is talking about how metal stabilizes. Okay. Uh, okay, I'm
All
back.
right.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. This is talking about how metal stabilizes cosmic energies because of like the same way that like air creates laws or prints like laws that are kind of absolutes in a sense. Um, it's the same way that the metal itself, like those laws in a physical form, would be metal, if that makes sense.
Now, yeah, as a personification of having a certain level of structure. You know what I'm saying?
And then we create robots and we embed programming into like metal, which is technology, right? So how come
Right.
receive programming so well? And it's because they kind of have this dualistic nature between the two. So, but yeah, long story short, rock paper scissors. You have the five elements. Rock would be dealing with the barren land more so.
Hmm.
Paper would be dealing more with wood, and then earth is more so like the clay and the dirt. Um, so first you had Geb, which would be Saturn, which is the rock. Earth would be more so like the clay and the dirt.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, Venus would probably be more so like the wood in a sense. Um, it's the metal aspect too, but it's like they kind of go hand in hand. But anyways, that's not really that important. So that aspect though, that's just that exchange of energy. I just kind of want to go back into the whole metal clay thing, kind of separate these things because in the Bible they talk about how like the what was it Nebuchadnezzar or that like I don't know some giant. And they talked about how like he was made of iron and clay and all these different materials, and they're talking about how the
All right.
clay and iron don't mix.
All right. I'm unfamiliar with that exact story, but all right.
So they're talking
But I'm
about
listening
uh,
because
let's see.
as you brought that up, again, I started thinking about like, again, the elemental breakdown with the feng shui thing with the whole the Asian vibes, but
So
it
I
was
think this is
something
I think this is like yeah. So this is about yeah. That is for the feng shui and how the elements exchange with each other. That is explaining that as well.
and what also as you was explaining this, what also kind of came to me is the mythology for Vulcan. Cause I thought of like Vulcan being connected with Venus, and Venus cheated on him with Aries or whatever,
Yeah.
and
This yeah. Vulcan is uh a deep one on a lot of levels, but Vulcan yeah. So he was he was created through parthenogenesis. So he was born from Hera, but he didn't have a father. So Vulcan is such a deep code. I don't that's like a lot of different codes on a lot of levels. But yeah, that's a huge aspect of it. That whole story of Vulcan and Mars, and
mhm,
that's why I said Mars is supposedly the son of Saturn. You know what I'm saying? Supposedly, but then if you go to
right,
other mythologies, Mars is actually the child of a different different thing. So this goes into the whole, yeah, it goes into that. So Hephaestus or Vulcan, the story is the Amazonians, um, the Amazonian woman. So uh, okay, I was just reading that.
Hmm.
So yeah, the Amazonian woman. The story is basically the Amazonian woman and the children who, like, because Vulcan, he basically adopts like all these different children who work for him, right? And um, people don't explain where they come from. But what happens is the Amazonian women, they have this really dark way of reproducing, and then they try to kill all the men or like get rid of them and stuff like that. And it's crazy. They have this crazy thing that they do in DC comics or whatever. They explain it, but this is actually going into a real mythology. So all of the
Right.
children that were supposed to be killed, like all the men that were supposed to be killed off by the Amazonian women, they end up being saved by Vulcan, and they actually work in the mines to help Vulcan forge things. Uh, so
Gotcha, gotcha.
that's a whole deep thing with the planet Venus and yeah, beauty and this illusionary aspect of the Matrix. But when I was talking about with the statue or whatever, it's basically a dream that Daniel has in the Bible. So I don't know. It talks about how his friends were thrown in the fiery furnace. So we've heard that story. Daniel in the lion's den, not being eaten by the lion. So there's all these different dreams, I guess he has. But it's talking about how when you put all the dreams together, it represented a statue. So it talks about a Babylonian head, a Persian arms and shoulder, Greek thighs and legs, and Roman feet. So this is kind of talking about the society we're in today, like this conglomerate, right? But when they talk
Hmm.
about the statue, they show it to you as um, so the feet and toes have clay, which is representing the earth element, right? Now he has legs of iron. Iron is the Roman kingdom. So
Hmm.
toes of clay, kingdoms that arose after the fall of the Roman Empire. So these are you could say, new indigenous aspects of the planet, because these are the kingdoms that came after the fall of the Roman Empire. Now you have legs of iron, which deal with the Roman Empire. So the only reason I'm bringing that up is because they also say that the problem with this statue and why it falls or some shit is like the iron and the clay doesn't mix. So if we go back to the traditional Chinese
All
mythology,
right.
yeah,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
so that's metal and clay, or metal and earth, or metal and rock, or rock and scissors. So the rock beats scissors, right? Rock beats scissors, meaning
Hmm.
rock beats metal. So clay beats iron. And then it says how the statue basically gets cut off at the ankles on some Achilles heel type of shit, and something like that. And the whole statue falls because basically this is a statue of lies that are built on a real indigenous empire. So it's talking about how the clay is on the bottom, which represents the earth. Here, let me get this closer. So and toes of clay, right?
Right.
Kingdoms that arose after the fall of the Roman Empire. So these are basically people who went underground and just were living, you could say, like on the land. And then on top of that is where we got this whole bullshit society that we have today. So we have the Roman Empire on top of that, the Macedonian or Greek Empire on top of that. Um, so the Romans, then the Greeks, right? And then the Persian Empire that came after, and then the Babylonian Empire. So basically, like it's a timeline as well. So they're saying Babylon was first, Persia second, Greece, Rome, and then the indigenous aspect. So they're basically just saying how when the clay and the iron don't mix, they're talking about how rock beats scissors, and how the people who are actually on the bottom, when they say the first shall be last and all that shit, it's talking about
Hmm.
that.
All right, and because also as you was explaining, I thought of like again like the whole anatomy and mythology connection. Because I thought of like how a fetus develops in the womb and like what comes first. You know what I'm saying? As far as like from the head to the feet or whatever like that. But and that kind of having somewhat of that story in that. But you know,
That's exactly what that is. So, because when we look at the statue, we're gonna also it's Nebuchadnezzar, right? Like that's a Babylonian. Like this is the statue of an Anunnaki right here, right? So I'm not gonna look at that picture without looking at it from a Sumerian mythological standpoint. So what you just said, with how the Earth and Venus. This is actually showing how Venus birthed these different things as well. Uh, it is actually a much deeper story, yeah, about that. So I just want to go into that though, because we were talking about like the metal and the uh, and the Earth, and basically going into the whole Geb and Earth aspect, and showing how actually I'll. Someone said, "What do you? Where are you at with the planets? Do you think they're solid, or some kind of like archetypical type of energy?" So, if Earth has an iron core, that must be related to Mars. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I look at it as like a one of those, like an onion. You know what I'm saying? So
Peeling back the layers.
yeah, Earth would be the most outer layer right now, if we want to call whatever we're calling Earth. Um, Maybe Mercury, I don't know, but one of these planets would be the most outer layer. The most inner layer would be like Saturn, and then like maybe Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and then going back even to other planets and stars that are like, throughout the galaxy and stuff like that. So I look at it as like we're flying, and then we keep leaving off things. It's almost like giving birth, but you're kind of like leaving off certain things as you keep moving, but
Hmm.
like not leaving them behind. Like it's more like um, they get stored internally. Um,
I kind of get. At first, I was thinking of like how a rocket ship kind of, lets go certain pieces, but you more so saying
Same time.
like
It's both at the same time.
it's like letting it go physically so it could like internalize in essence.
So like you as a child, literally when you're born, it's like a rocket. Like you're coming out, it's like a rocket ship, and you have to use your family as like a platform to get up and everything. But the thing is, even when you leave your house, you move on, you go do whatever you're gonna do. Your DNA still contains all of your family members in it.
Right,
So
right, 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 right.
parents would be the DNA code right behind you, but then
So
you
even though you left them behind physically, they kind of still with you. You know what I'm saying?
it's the same thing. They're just happening in different dimensions. Leaving something behind is the same thing as jumping upwards because they're both being left.
Right, right, right.
Does that make sense? Like they're both being left.
What you saying? When you say they both being left, what you're referring to? Both
So,
the.
like a rocket ship, and you leave things behind to propel yourself forward, you're
Hmm.
leaving something behind. If you're now becoming an external being, like you're leaving the internal aspect of your mother, right? And you become an external being, but
Hmm.
your family is still inside of you. You're leaving your family like inside of the womb. You're like it's like your family is all around you, but then it's like you leave your family behind when you leave the womb, but it's still
Gotcha,
inside of you. So it's like either way, because dimensions are kind of weird. Moving
gotcha.
forward is the same thing as moving upwards. So forwards, upwards, and inwards is all the same direction, and right, forward, inwards, upwards is all the same direction basically. Backwards,
All right.
left, and downwards and external is all kind of the same direction as well. It's all left and right.
Right. It kind of reminds me of a spiral, like a spiral that either goes up, you know what I'm saying, and around like a certain way, or you either spiraling down, you know what I'm saying? But yeah.
So I think the way I look at the planets is like an onion. So I look at the most old planet and stars because I kind of look at them as the same thing. Um, they're just in different time. They're just in different spans of like their life, if you want to put it like that. I look at it as like whether we want to say Sirius or however far we want to go back, but the core part is like the first star or the first planet or whatever, and every layer around that is the newer one. So right now we're birthing a new Earth, and then we came from Mars or something like that, or Mercury or something. I don't know. We came from one of the, and we're birthing a new Earth. So this is the whole process of the split. So when you talk about the split and this is happening, it's like the one
Mhm.
that's going to be left behind is actually going to be the layer. Like even though it looks like it's splitting like that, it's more like now this is the layer, the one that's splitting and going up. It's like creating a layer on top of the other layer.
All right. I guess I get what you're saying. Like, all right, as the Earth is, leaving, let's just say again, like leaving its old self behind or a certain part of itself behind, as it's actually leaving that part of itself behind, it's also actually being covered by that layer. It's being covered by the energy of what it left behind in essence.
It's burying it. So It's the same thing as your body. Like you shed dead skin, and
Mm-hmm.
then this dead skin becomes now like the new dirt, but you're still on top of the dirt.
All
You
right,
know,
all right.
so like, when they talk about like natural disasters like floods and all of these things, this deals with like how the water is also like, like we see cataclysms. Usually, it's like it looks like it's just drowning a whole, like a city or like structures and stuff like that, and it looks like it's burying it
Mm-hmm.
so that it can be planted again into the earth. Like it's almost like it's recycling it to either become part of the compost or to be replanted. So this process again, it's like I look at the planets as just um, they are physical because like you can literally dig into the earth and you can pull out tombs, you can pull out people who existed 10,000 years ago. You can pull mummies, you can pull bones that existed from 3 million years ago. Now, 3 million years ago, we might have been on Saturn or something. You know what I'm saying? So you might be literally
Right.
pulling a physical being that existed on a planet that um, on the actual, because like the land that we're on, there's the land that we're on. I don't consider that. Um, how should I put it? I look at Earth as like a world. You know what I'm saying? Earth is a world. Saturn is a world. But like the actual physical land we're on, I just think we just have one land we're on. Um, Regardless of how many continents and oceans and shit like that, like lands come up and go down. But I just think there's one land. I don't think we're going into outer space and landing on a planet or landing on like, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Like
right. Yeah.
until they
Uh,
explain the oceans to me, we're not talking about stars. Like I don't make it make sense.
right, man. I'm like, bro, you doing all that shit, nigga, putting a flag on the moon and shit. You can't even tell bottom of the ocean. Like, man, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Even though I feel like, from my own little perspective that, the moon is closer than what we think,
Yeah,
in essence. I still though, yeah, you can't tell me you can't go to the deepest parts of the ocean, but yet you know what I'm saying? Like,
bro. I
oh,
don't,
we playing out here on the moon, and it's like, man,
like, and realistically, it doesn't change anything in my life. Like I've thought about this real heavily. It doesn't change, like regardless of, for example, things like aliens, things like um, other beings or other planets or other spaces. To me, that literally it doesn't change my day to day life. Like all it can do is make me focus on things that aren't here. You know what I'm saying?
right, when it comes into like again like practical application and how does this have relevance in my now moment, it's like not even getting too far deep into some of that because it's like it's just
Yeah.
it,
So like for me, I just looked at it as like it's not really. I mean, I'll look at these things and understand them and kind of broaden my own understanding of it, but I don't try to create conclusions on things that I can't prove like that. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't really prove it to other people. This is just my understanding of what the planets are. I just understand it on the way that um, just makes sense, like the way that DNA spirals and the way it kind of um, the way that the human body works is as it processes things, it literally compresses it. You know what I'm saying? So that compression
mhm,
is also part of why we have that like onion looking effect as well. Like when you have a slinky and you compress it, um,
right.
it doesn't stay like in a perfect, not all the time. It doesn't stay in like a perfect spiral. Some of it kind of like caves in on itself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I get what you're saying. Right, right.
When it caves in on itself, the way DNA would work is like it would eventually funnel and go even further down and create these like it creates these like fractal vacuum chambers. It's so hard to put into words sometimes, but it's this ability to completely fold in on itself and keep folding in on itself and creating more space within space. This is why they say like you can stretch your intestines out to like the moon and back or something, and your DNA can wrap around the Earth like a million times, whatever those things are. Um,
Right, right.
so I don't. I the way I look at it is like those things exist, but um, I would say traveling. If we want to talk about traveling to different planets and different time frames, I think the only way you can do it is if you actually are able to either just send your consciousness there. That's one way, or
Mhm.
on a physical way, I'm pretty sure this deals with plasma and like actual light body like actually turning your body into like a light orb, like what you see Buddhist monks do with like the lotus flower activation. Um,
Hmm.
that's perfectly mastering your pineal gland. Like I'm sure you can actually, like I'm sure there is an ability to do that to an extent. Like as crazy as that sounds, I do believe that there
Right.
is an ability to do that. You probably can use machines or technology to create portals like that too. I don't know if you can create one that can transport the physical body, because if you really think about it, a plane and like a spaceship or a rocket ship is kind of like a giant portal. It's still metal. Like it might have an engine or whatever, but like it's still like a portal is like more of a stationary thing. A rocket is like a moving portal, if that makes sense. Like they still have to use metal. Um,
Right, right, right.
yeah, like you don't see them making portals out of plastic. You don't see them making portals out of wood. Um, yeah, you see them using like stones, crystals, and metal. So um,
Yeah,
yeah,
because as you thought of that, that popped into my mind was Stargate, and especially like with crystals. Crystals are always used as some type of almost like a a fuel source. A lot of times, it's like, all right, we got this xenon crystal to keep Atlantis. I'm talking about from the perspective of Stargate,
yeah,
not the
I got you. I got you.
mythological perspective. But it's like, but it's like using these different crystals to like power things. I was also on X-Men. They had like a certain pink crystal that, powered certain things, and that in essence had like the ability to suck in all of that's a whole nother level, but suck in everything, almost like the whole world would get sucked in through this crystal. But not getting into that, but just the energy of, again, yeah, seeing how, with the portals and stuff like that is mostly some type of metal, uh c- you know in connection with some type of metal, and then also the crystals, having some type of connection with that travel and stuff like that too.
Yeah, so this is dealing with so I did a video called Metal. I just it's literally called Metal. That's it. Uh, so the way I describe six-dimensional energy is dealing with matter. Um, Now matter can go into metal, but it also can go into melanin too, because we there's different types of melanin too. So it's not just carbon is one, obviously carbon, it's all based on carbon, but there's different types. So if you watch Venom, you have Carnage, you have Venom. Like there's different types of symbiote or melanin suits. So this is tying in with different types of metals. So this is going into like cosmic astrology. That's way too far. But long story short, um, we can create portals with our bodies ourselves. And we talked about this before. We were talking about how people can become unstable. This is why certain people become unstable when they don't have the right. And it's not just about like again skin, but it's really just people can become unstable if they're handling energies that are um, either too much for them, or they haven't learned how to, you could say, integrate it into their system yet. So
Right,
this is
right.
why, like for example, melanated people were always spirituals, because we were able to um, connect with um, these higher energies and stuff like that.
Process it and digest it and connect with it, more
That's part of what
easier.
is like we're able to transmit light in and out of our bodies. So this is dealing with able to this is literally just being a this is dealing with dimensions, like having different dimensional types of vessels that exist on the planet. Yeah,
Right, because as you bringing up the whole the connection with the melanin, and also just, because that's been coming up a lot lately too, for myself, is just like being reminded that, again, like a lot of these spiritual practices and things that's coming up is more so from a perspective to try to teach somebody who may not be tapped in like other people. So all these different things that you see and hear about may not necessarily be for you to even deal with. It may be actually like, and again, not know nobody is better than nobody or not, but just again, it's like, learning about certain things in a certain way is almost like a 12th grader trying to go back to, like using a process of, a kindergarten process to, to when, like to use a process that comes from a grade they already passed, when they don't necessarily need that in the grade that they're in, you know what I'm saying? To
yeah. I mean, I mean, it happens sometimes. Sometimes we be in the wrong class. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just find yourself. You're just like, man. I remember in university, I was in this one class. I was in there for like 20 minutes, right? And it took. I was like, man, why are there only women in this class? I was just so confused. It was a big class too. I'm looking around, and then the teacher said something because I wasn't really paying attention. It's like the first day. Teacher said something, and I was like, and I realized there's a woman's gender studies class, and I'm like, damn. Like
Right,
nothing
right.
class, but I was like, damn, this is why I was getting looks like this. I was like, I'm in the wrong class. Sometimes it happens, you know what I mean? Sometimes it happens. It takes a second.
Yeah, being in the wrong class, you know what I'm saying? Like again, that's almost like that goes to the perspective of like, with our whole protection or being in alignment, you know what I'm saying? Like being in a certain again, like being aligned with your true essence of have you where you need to be. And you'll know if you're not in alignment by you look up and again in the classroom, it's like, hey, should I be in this class? Or is this, you know what I'm saying? Like so yeah, most definitely. And of
Yeah,
course everybody, if you don't know, the real ones know for sure. But everything and a lot of things we're speaking on is definitely metaphorically too. You know what I'm saying? Like you could take this and put it in different arenas of understanding, you know what I'm saying? So
I mean, the abstract stuff is so hard to figure out. That's why I like things like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or well, I like that stuff because I just played it when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? But like, I liked it from when I was younger. But the thing is like some of this stuff is so abstract and like out there. It's hard to put into terms. But when you play a game, like a video game or whatever, the thing that's different than that from like a movie is you're actually taking an active role in it as well. So you actually develop like a certain type of thought process from playing a game. But when you watch a
right.
movie, you just accept. Usually, you just accept the what you're watching. You know what I'm saying? So games, I mean, yeah, like you might read a book like something like a religion or a mythology, and it might not make any damn sense. And then you play something like God of War, like a game like that, and the
All
mythology
that
makes
shit lined up.
yeah, and it puts it in perspective for you too, right? So I mean, yeah, that's the other important aspect too, the external. See, the external, I mean, it can there's like a power thing too, right? Like you might give a lot of power to the external, but you also need the external as like a tool for you to understand what's happening internally as well, right?
It's kind of like a little, I don't know if the symbiotic relationship, but again, it's like, inner, outer. Cause that's for me, what I realize is like, cause even, in the podcast I just did where, shout out to Key, much love to Key. I don't like saying shout out, but much love to Key, but, bringing up like, the process of being, you know, of just, like just not overthinking, you know what I'm saying? Just, like just following your intuition and just being without all the extra thinking and that type of shit and you know of course being doesn't necessarily imply just going internally extremely,
Yeah,
but I again I just see where there is some form of again of like balance that's necessary, like yeah, everything is inward, starts inward, goes outward, but you're also interacting with things outwardly too, because to be like again like the way the society is shaped, we want to take like spiritual maxims or certain phrases or perspectives and just make it like holistically like, oh, this is it, like everything is about inward, everything else, you know what I'm saying, or everything is about external. It's like no, it's a little bit of both, you know what I'm saying, like again like we try to create these absolutes, you know like, oh, have a drink of water. Water good for you. Oh, water is all good. Well, what if you're drowning and I hand you a cup of water? Will that water be all good for you? You know what I'm saying? No, it's like, that balance in the energies and just yeah, just seeing like what a balance is necessary, like not getting too caught up in extremes.
yeah. I mean, yeah, no, it's definitely necessary. Like the there's a huge difference between like coming to a conclusion about something and creating absolutes. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I think people kind of get confused with those two, and also society does not do a good job in helping people uh, in any kind of way. First of all, like society doesn't really do a good job in like any capacity, but
Yeah.
um, yeah, like just the way society is set up with absolutes and all this type of stuff, and the way the court system works, and just like it just creates a certain type of mental processing for people too, where like people don't really have their own form of mental processing. It's more like they just adapt what is around them as well. So, I mean,
Right.
yeah, like yeah, coming to conclusions and absolutes. Yeah, those are absolutes are they like don't they exist, but they don't really exist. They exist in the sense of um, not in a physical absolute. They exist in like a spiritual absolute, and I think that's the
Right, right. Because I'm speaking more so, yeah, like people trying to create absolutes from, in essence, perspectives and ideals. It's like, oh, this perspective is absolute. Like, this is the only, what I'm saying? It's like, no, like even with meditation, it's like, yeah, meditation is healthy, what I'm saying? But if you're doing it too, again, like going inward too much, what I'm saying? Like, again, unless that's a part of your karmic process in this lifetime, because I always put that asterisk by everything, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. That's the
what,
other thing about extremes.
I was gonna
Like
say, depending on what you got going on karmically, you know what I'm saying? For sure.
yeah, what's extreme to you might not be extreme to me, and vice versa, right? And that's
Right.
the other thing society does not do good with. It's like allowing people a to have their own thought processes. That's one thing, and then um, damn, I keep forgetting. I was like gonna say this point like three times. I keep forgetting it. You know what? I might as well just let it slide. So I might as well just let it slide. I don't know what it is.
I say, go in on it if you know what I'm saying.
I kept forgetting it. I don't know. I just forgot it again. But
And, and I guess too, like, well, we done gave everybody a lot to digest, you know what I'm saying, already. So I know,
no, yeah. I mean, this type of stuff that starts happening when I need to relax on things. Phone starts calling, lights start tripping out, a bunch of shit starts happening. I'm like, damn, okay, I gotta stop there. But the
right.
there was one thing I was gonna say. Damn, what was it? You know, who knows? But anyways, we went into those topics pretty well. We talked about GX. We talked about that channel, about the past and present, and then the insectillions. We didn't really go into it too much, the CIA aspect.
Right.
But we can build on that another time. We can go into it a little now if we want as well. Um,
I was just about to say, we could we could save it, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean, in essence, off of what we spoke on already, I guess it would connect to uh, the energy of like what it was, the xenomorphs, or the 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 connection you were showing with the aliens.
yeah, I kind of look at them as like Star Wars, how you have the droids. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, and they look like insects too. They're kind of based
Right,
on
right,
insects.
right, right.
Um, I look at, I mean, insects go really deep because you got arachnids or spiders. Uh, you got a lot of different types of insects. But I kind of looked at them as like on one on one level, they're it could be agents in the sense like the agent energy in a sense on one level, but they
Mhm.
really are kind of like the planet's recycling system in a sense. They um, and not just recycling in the sense of like they just get rid of your garbage, but it's like they take their insects are like the planet's alchemists. If I'll put it like that, they're like the planet's alchemists because if you think about the bacteria in
Mhm.
your body is like, especially single cell bacteria and stuff like that. It's like they take in one thing and they produce another thing. So like it's just
Gotcha.
basically alchemy. And the fact that you have so much of a variety of bacteria in your body, which to me bacteria is just a smaller version of an insect, right? They're like interconnected, but that same way that bacteria kind of works in your body, so that you have like an internal biome inside of you. You have a microbiome or whatever. If you agree with germ theory and science in general, but that internal microbiome that a person has is reflected also with like the insect kingdom. So not only this goes into how we create things like crystals and how we create these um, how we create like jewels and how we create resources and things like that. That actually goes heavily into the insect kingdom. This is why the insects would be the minions of like the devil, or the minions of, the matrix or whatever, because they're not only are they able to create the value a lot of times, but they're because they can create the value, they can like destroy the value, if that makes sense. They have,
Right, right,
yeah. And if we think about like the matrix and how the majority of agents, like the majority of people are agents, um, the majority of the planet is insects. You know what I'm saying? Like there's way more insects than there is people. Like you have more supposedly bacteria in your body than human cells in your body. So it's almost like the same thing with the percentage of the agents and like the woken ones and stuff like that. So um,
right.
because if you think about it, if the agents turned against the system, I mean, they would be able, like, they literally are like the intricate parts of the system, like the gears and the cogs and everything that makes the system run. That's like the insect kingdom to me. That
Yeah, and I think of like, again, like little terminologies what people use, like being bug or like bugging a room or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like with the whole energy of surveillance and computers, and again the matrix. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like the whole little, bug connection.
they all
And
definitely, huh?
oh no, and I was gonna ask about, because I also know like there is some type of connection with like scorpions and spiders and uh more so like scorpion spiders and the underworld and insects. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I'm kind of uh learning more about, but you may have more
Spiders are both arachnids. Arachnids
all
are
right.
insects, right? So like they kind of cross a boundary. Remember, I don't know if you watched my divine language video, but when I talked about the elements, and I was talking about how you had like fire, earth, air, and water, like you had like like birds operating in the z-axis, and like
Like
remember
how
that?
animals move. Yeah, 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 yeah.
I don't know if you, but there's like, based off of that, animals have certain boundaries, or like realms that they exist in. So certain animals are able to break boundaries between realms. So like scorpions and spiders are able to do that. Spiders are OP in the game of life. Spiders are OP.
You said they are what?
OP, they're overpowered.
Oh, meaning like they got a lot of power in essence.
Yeah, if we're looking at life as a game, like a video game, spiders are overpowered in the game. Uh, there's a YouTube
Right.
channel that actually goes into this stuff.
And like that was the that's what came to me about like why those insects are so small, because I'm like, shit, man, if an ant and a spider was the size of a dog, like that'd be it, you know what I'm saying? Like
That's what I'm saying. I do imagine these insects at full life size. I actually imagine them bigger than life size, so I can really see into detail what they look like. And
Mhm.
insects look crazy, man. Like they look crazy. Holy! They said in
Right,
the
right.
dinosaur time period that flies were the size of eagles. Imagine like
Yeah.
an eagle fly. And I don't know if you've seen that movie Eight Legged Freaks, where it's like a bunch of spiders that are giant ass spiders, like going around and terrorizing people. Oh
I
man,
think I remember that, and because I know I'm old school. I remember that classic. I think it was called Arachnophobia or something like that. It was an old school movie, somewhere like killer spiders, but they kind of just took over a house or whatever.
yeah, no, I remember that movie. I remember that one. That one was actually kind of serious though. But the Eight Legged Freaks was like out of control. It was out. That movie was out of control. It was one of those creature flick movies that are just ridiculous. But
Snakes
people
on a plane type of, but for spiders.
crocodile, yeah, those type of movies, man. Those are the, yeah. So those. I mean, the word archon is tying to arachnid itself.
All right.
That's one thing. We talk about the nine. The archons are the nine. The Nazgul like the nine, right? They have
Mm-hmm.
8 legs, one head, and there's the concept of if you cut the head of the spider, the legs are still going to move, and it's a concept of how like a secret society or anything like whatever. If you cut off the head of the like it'll still move. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
conveniently, if you cut off the ankles, that spider is done. So the Bible was on
Mm.
that already. Like the people who wrote that, they were on that already. I'll keep that in mind. But or I'll keep that on. Um, I'll keep that
Right.
point. But anyways, yeah, these are how a lot of crime syndicates operate with the spider concept. Um, that's how they structure a lot of their things. So like in Marvel, how you have Hydra,
Mm-hmm.
and they say like Hail Hydra, and then Hydra is the octopus with the 8 legs. This is all dealing with Scorpio energy, underworld energy, like eight tentacles, 8 legs, all.
And now is this to say that I gotta go into the bag of people that may not know. So, Mr. Bridge of Rock. So does that mean that all Scorpios are like agents, or what I'm saying, or like anybody associated with Scorpios and spiders are like bug agents that's like out to get us?
Scorpios just have like a pure energy in general. They just have a very pure energy. So like the thing with Scorpios is like that pure energy, like children, how they have a very pure energy, but they can be very evil too on sometimes.
Right, right, right.
Yeah, it's just being honest. Well, it's just being Scorpio got me there. No, but it's just being honest and stuff like that. Um, so like, how should I put this? The story of the hunter and the scorpion, and like how the scorpion eventually got the hunter at the end of the story.
I'm not familiar with like I'm familiar with something similar when I researched like the different mythology stories for Orion, and one of them was like somebody sticking a scorpion on him because he's known as a hunter, you know what I'm saying, and somebody let a spider out, I mean a scorpion, and it stung him on the back of his ankle or his leg or some shit like that. But
Story. That's the story I'm talking about. So this was just talking about because remember this is Orion right here, and then being cut off at the ankles. That was him getting stung at the heel. So this is the same mythology that you're seeing. So what it is like this is just talking about karma and how even after that whole Nimrod or being such a great hunter, Orion, all that, it's like the scorpion coming back and attempting. I'm not saying it's going to get him, but attempting to sting the tail of the hunter. So this is talking about like the tortoise and the hare. This is why the tortoise won the race because the hare got stung at that. Like basically, this is talking about how like the hare was like doing all the crazy shit and then it fell asleep and then let the tortoise run by it.
mhm.
The hare falling asleep was being stung by the scorpion, and this is talking about karmic repercussions because the cycle actually starts at Sagittarius. The galactic center is between Sagittarius and Ophiuchus, right? So that's where the start of the zodiac actually begins there. That's where the circle completes. So when you get to Scorpio, that's actually the last zodiac sign. That's actually the 13th or the 12th zodiac. And when you get to the end of the cycle, that's when the karma is going to sting back to the first, which is Orion or Aries area. So like this is talking about the completion of a cycle. Now the reason why the arachnid is able to do that is because this is talking about the archon. It's the ruler. So this would be like if you met a person. So in Yu-Gi-Oh GX, right? The way the show starts is he meets the Pharaoh from the original Yu-Gi-Oh show, and he gives him a card. And the way the Yu-Gi-Oh GX show ends is he has to duel the Pharaoh to see if he was actually worthy of getting the card. So the Pharaoh was putting him through the Scorpion test. You can watch the movie The Scorpion King, and they explain this is the same story. So when the dude at the end of the story had to fight the Scorpion King, this was talking
All
about
right.
how this is talking about the consistent battle of good and evil and how evil can't actually be like when we're talking about immortality and all, it can't really be killed. It can only be contained and stored. So then the Pharaoh had to, you could say, be this like um, he had to have this energy because like at any time these things from the past can come back, and he has to have the vitality or the energy to be able to fight these things consistently. Yeah. So the Nazgul in Lord of the Rings, the nine Nazgul. This is why Aragorn, like he was on a polar. Even though he didn't fight the Nazgul, it was actually Merry and that. woman elf or whatever who fought the Witch King, but um, the like the head of the Nazgul. But those Nazgul are the same ones. So this is talking about the fallen kings that became the archons or became the elites and shit like that, and
Right, right.
they became the embodiment of the evil from the past. So it's talking about the kings of the present having to defeat the ones from the past. So this is even the whole thing about the ones from the past that don't have a physical body today. And yeah,
All right. And as you said that somebody asked about beetles, but as you brought up the story again with Scorpios and the whole little death and recycling process, also, I think it's Brother Panic had brought up the book what it's called Great Balls of Fire by Judy K. King, but just this connection with Beetlejuice, you know what I'm saying? Because we're talking about insects. The star Beetlejuice in Orion though. So again, like you got this star named Beetlejuice in Orion, and that star has something to do with the reincarnation process in essence.
mm.
You
And keep
know.
Beetlejuice in real life went supernova,
All right, all right.
loaded. It went supernova.
So in supernova, that's when it's like exploding into like a explain. I'm not familiar with the term. I'm not gonna act
That's
like it.
got the terminology right, but the star exploded. It like this is part of the life cycle. So I think it's when it reaches a certain uh, phase of its cycle where it like now it just explodes basically, and then I think it becomes a smaller type of star. But let me look it up. Let me look it
All
up.
right. Yep.
Funny, the term supernova is actually a term that they use in certain animes and stuff like that for some of the highest ranking beings, which is interesting. But Um,
Mhm.
so, yeah, supernova occurs during the last evolutionary stages of a massive star or when a white dwarf star is triggered into runaway nuclear fusion. So, yeah, it's just when the core of the star goes into it starts having a nuclear reaction and it literally it nukes itself, like it goes supernova. So it's like not like one nuclear bomb, it's a star going into a like you know what I'm saying? It's way bigger than a nuclear bomb, but it's kind of similar to that. So
Got
what happens is it explodes and then it spreads its energy throughout the cosmos or the galaxy or whatever. And this is now where that energy hits the planet and becomes. This is basically like stars now impregnating the actual Earth that we're on. That's
I
what.
was just thinking of that. I was just thinking of that because I thought of like how the sunlight, what I'm saying, hits and feeds everything. You know what I'm saying? Basically, like technically, like the sun all out in the open, having sex with everything. Well, not, but you know what I'm saying. But literally, you know what I'm saying. Like again, birthing or going into things, and creating new things from what it's going into.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, that was a big one. Beetlejuice went supernova in real life, so that goes into what you're talking about with this whole. This even goes into how the sun is now moving in the opposite direction and sending all this radiation to the planet. The
Hmm.
thing is like, uh, damn, it's happening again. Where I'm about to forget this shit. Oh yeah, so the scarab beetle. The scarab beetle is Cancer, first of all. So Kepra, this would have been like the Cancer zodiac sign. First of all, that's at least from my understanding. That's what I got from it. That yeah, that Cancer is Kepra or the scarab beetle. Now, the scarab beetle, the thing is, it rolls up the dung, and then the phoenix rises out of the scarab, out of the dung. So to me, this is how like we birth a new star. This is how we create stars. Like what we're talking about, how we're birthing a new Earth. The
Hmm.
dung would be how we bury the last layer. You know what I'm saying?
All
Because
right, gotcha.
the dung represents the actual phoenix itself. So like all of when the phoenix was alive and all the dead skin and everything that is shedded off, that gets reformed. Like its dead body gets reformed into the ball. That ball, it turns. It's a cocoon. So imagine all your dead hair, your dead skin cells, all of this, the dead aspects of you throughout your entire life. This becomes a cocoon that kind of goes around you, and
Hmm.
what you're doing is the dead aspects is a mirror reflection. It's the mirror reflections that you went through life. So now you're able to rest and contemplate what happened. When you come out of the cocoon, it's a process of rebirthing yourself out of your own energy.
Right, like out of that's why the winter time, in essence, quote unquote rebirth. energy, is like going inward, like again, reflecting or going in retrospect about the past, and then, getting to a space of, having a different understanding so you can move differently, what I'm saying, compared to past events. Yes.
Seven Sephiroth. What show is that from? I think they're called supernovas and like the One Piece or Bleach. I don't know. One of these animes. It's like I think it's One Piece. They're called supernovas. Like some of the top people in there. I think it's One Piece. I think it's like, anyways. Um, yeah. So with the whole insect thing, I just kind of looked at it as like there's a few insects that are really important in mythology that a lot of people aren't aware of. I'm not gonna kind of go into it here, but a few
Right.
obvious ones are like the bee, um, the bumblebee, which deals with royalty. It also deals with MK Ultra programming. Um,
Yep, because that's connected to electricity in some type of way. You know what I'm saying? Like electricity, like overstimulating the nervous system and being able to, manipulate through that. Because I thought of like the bee, the buzz from a bee is literally like, it like sound like electricity, like buzz. You know what I'm saying? And that I feel like that was a part of the connection in a man who fell to earth, where he was a reptilian being and they lived like in a hive mind type of way, but also was connected to bees and stuff too. But
yeah, because there's this weird reptilian insect combo. Like you see in Stargate Atlantis, how the Wraith, how they have those ships, they're reptilians, but they live in hives. It's like a weird combination
right,
between the two. Yeah, the Beyonce thing. Don't even. The Beyonce thing is a deep one too, like the whole Queen Bee. Because yeah, that's the way I looked at it. I was even thinking about this the last couple of days. Uh, that Queen Bee energy, that is some crazy MK Ultra programming worldwide. Like I know so many people in the city that have I have no clue why they like Beyonce so much growing up. Like talking like European people, like just random people that you and like the way that they were so part of this kind of collective mindset. It was so strange.
I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Continue, bro.
No, it's strange, like because this is like talking about like groupies and all that type of stuff, right? Um, man, okay, a person who's like like hustling, doing their thing, they might have like fiends and shit that they can use to go do shit for them. You know what I'm saying? But these
Right.
rich people, celebrities, and elites, they got like groupies and like other people that will do shit for them. So it's yeah, that Matrix. Because even that whole thing with we were talking about how the agent Smiths and you had the supercomputer and like how the agents work for them. There's a lot of people who understand this and then they utilize that for their advantage because they're just operating within the flow of what's happening already. So I mean, yeah, that's
Right.
deep shit. Deep shit.
and and well, I know for sure again we covered that perspective. And how does this relate to, CIA or secret societies, in essence?
Um, like the arachnid spider part, or just all of it in general.
Yeah, like the insect or apps, and how that connects with, again, like CIA or secret societies in essence. Like is the secret society basically like bugs or insect, like insectoid?
Kind of because it's a because the CIA is civilian. It's Central Intelligence Agency, but it's a civilian intelligence agency as well. Like the C stands for civilian as well. A lot of people forget about the part civilian. Civilian, as in like, I guess me and you aren't like the average civilians, but like the average person that is
Right,
like this is why when I say gang stalking and I talk about neighborhood watch, the neighborhood watch is part of the CIA. Like I don't think people realize like because it's a civilian program. So when you volunteer for the neighborhood watch, you're literally part of the CIA. You just might have a very minimal role of reporting information. Those are just informants. So like there's different operating levels. So like an arachnid or a spider or an archon, they would be more like a higher level. You know what I'm saying? Because like the
gotcha,
archons
gotcha.
are literally the lords of Athens. Athens is Athena, which is wisdom. She's the goddess of wisdom, right?
Hmm.
Athena is supposed to be the the energy that people kind of like in the Hunger Games, Katniss, like the main character.
Katniss
She's
Everdeen. Yep.
she's supposed to represent the Athena energy. You know, when she was going around the districts and she was learning about everyone's problems and she really like embodied their pain.
Hmm.
This was talking about Athena because she's the god of wisdom, goddess of wisdom. Wisdom is through experience. So this is talking about how she went and experienced all the pain and she embodies it. So she's supposed to be like the fighter for the people, but she's actually an archon. So she's one of the nine archons because she represents again Athens is wisdom. Wisdom. Okay, let's go into this. Where does the word Arachne come from? Arachne is comes from a mythology where Athena basically there was this woman who was really good at weaving, right? And she was so good at weaving that it caught the attention of Athena and they had a competition and she beat Athena. And basically as a punishment, she turned her into an arachnid or a spider human. That's literally the story.
Athena turned the Weaver into a spider.
Yeah, it was like it was literally some bullshit like Medusa and like these other stories. It was some straight bullshit. So this is where the word Arachne even came from. Now, um, the thing is like the fact that you even see the word arachnid tied with Athena, and then the fact that the rulers of Athens are called the archons, which is also where the word arachnid is going into. That means Athena was an archon or a spider, like a weaver, which is dealing with
Right.
fate, being able to weave fate together, like control destiny and all this. So this goes into the Mariah winds and like Illuminati shit, the um but the ability to weave fate together, it's not just like weaving clothing. Like weaving fate is the ability to control destiny. Secret societies and civilization and society, they control the will and destiny of people for money, for like for the economy. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll tell you that a person will be good for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years of labor, and then they put them in a job placement that will be good for that, and then they extract them of energy. If you think of a spider, how it puts a person in a cocoon and it's slow, like spiders really they feed on the reason they put on people in cocoons is because they slowly feed off of people very
Right.
slowly.
Right. They're
Very
sucking the inside, the juices out of you.
yeah, a person who's at the top of society and then you have the earth at the bottom. The earth is where you get the food. So to eat the food, it's like there's this extraction process that that goes throughout this pyramid, and this is going into vampirism. So the archonic energy is heavily tied into the elites and the rulers and stuff like that. And then
Hmm.
people who have the archon, like arachnid energy from, you could say like the story of Arachne. She was a regular person who had that energy. You can see the nature of these beings, especially when you see someone who has when you see someone who has a similar what's it called skill set to them.
Gotcha.
When you see someone who can take their role or their position, right, you'll start to actually see their character now. So the spider arachnid energy, it's not necessarily like a bad thing, but uh, yeah, it can be. Uh, so with the CIA, I look at it as like that's usually at the top of a lot of these agencies and different things like that. You're gonna have certain insects like insect energy, like the arachnid. The scorpion is kind of there, but it's more like a hitman. It's like an underworld hitman type of thing. Um,
Gotcha.
and the spider is the one who again weaves the web. So
Mm.
they draw the circle, and since they're drawing the circle, only the person who draws the circle knows the beginning and end point of the circle. So they keep people in this like loop of darkness, a dark like, and that's why I call dark magic, where they keep people ignorant and then they manipulate people's ignorance. So the other insects of the insect kingdom would be like the minions in a sense. It's not only insects; there's other things too, like reptilians, all this other shit. But the
Right.
other insects, they're the technology that a lot of the technology we have comes from insects. A lot of it, including the way our grids are set up, our cities and everything, it comes from insects. And then yeah, and even the whole extraction process comes from insects too, because like I said, spiders are at the top of that food chain. So it's all the apex predators, the eagles, the spiders, the cobras, like all these different apex predators, and then all of the other animals in the kingdom usually fill up the other. So by understanding nature and understanding these things, like you know how you
Hmm.
can train a dog to do different things. Now, if
Right.
everybody is kind of has these kind of natures, it's like being able to put these natures into a computer or some kind of pro like you kind of see where this is going.
You saying taking those natures and program it into a computer in essence?
Yeah, like being aware of the extremes and what a person will do. Like, for example, if you have the law and we know that people will do these things and break these laws, it's
Right.
like knowing the nature of people and then creating laws that people will break to keep them in a control system.
I kind of get what you're saying. It's almost like a slave that don't know they're a slave, so they kind of stay in the cycle of it in essence.
Yeah, and setting you up for failure.
Right,
Well,
right, right.
the illusion of freedom. So like you're in the web, you're being tied up. You can see the real world, but you can't really move in it. You know what I'm saying?
Right, 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 right.
So
I get it.
we're always like in this position of like being, oh, like we can't, like we're all like I've noticed with a lot of, it's just hot as hell in here by the way, but
You good?
yeah, I've noticed we got into a situation where it's like I don't know, it just feels like everyone's in this purgatory gray limbo area. You know what I'm saying? So that's
Right.
oh, I'm getting hot,
Nah,
Loki.
because I definitely seen like just resemblance of that, having to move through that whole little narc situation, and what I'm saying, like all of that energy. It's
Yeah,
like, and that's why again, like I felt the importance of like sharing this other perspective of it because it'll help tie into what I've already shared, on the subject. And again, it's like that balance of, bringing forth awareness, but I'm not trying to keep like, oh, them or keep, what I'm saying, bringing it up, what I'm saying, and keeping it going from that perspective, but definitely want to, raise awareness about it.
yeah. I'm just the way I'm doing it is like whether it's anime, movies, television, nature, it doesn't even matter at this point what we're using. It's just like a framework to understand metaphorically what's happening. So it's really the reason I don't a lot of times like the way I use things is like when I'm looking at information, I'm immediately trying to figure out how to create solutions for myself. So when I'm
Right,
putting out information, I'm thinking, okay, people are going to do the same thing with me because like all I needed was the information, and I'll figure out how to utilize it for myself. You know what I'm saying?
right,
That's kind
right,
of like
right.
that. That's like one way I look at things. Um, but Loki, I'm kind of getting like hot, and like I gotta like go to the bathroom and do a few things too. So I don't know if we want to take
I
a
know.
break, want to end it. I don't know where we want to.
Oh man, nah, it's 3 hours in, bro. Like that's a big chunk, you know what I'm saying? And I just did a video last night, so it's a lot of digesting. So we could, stop the video at this part and connect again on the continuation of some of the same subject or a different topic, but
Yeah, I'm
just
not trying to like
definitely want.
cut it quick. I know we've been going on for a while. I'm not trying to cut it like quick. It's just I gotta okay hit the bathroom and stuff. That was
Nah, you good, my brother. Like uh I about to say
oh what up, she? I didn't see that.
because I want to say like I feel like we gave enough to digest, but if you feel like like you want to come back and tap in, cool. But this could be a nice little segue to
Yeah, I mean,
to.
if you wanna give me like a few minutes, I can come back and then we can close it out like more properly. Um,
All right, all right, yeah, 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 yeah. Do your thing then. Do your thing. Do your thing. We'll do it like that.
give me a couple minutes.
Yep, yep. Shit. This is our show. We could do whatever. As long as we, what I'm saying, not being disrespectful or toxic in a harmful manner. What's up, everybody? Tori Indigo, what's up? What's up? Tart Tvient, Sheed, Arthur Foster, what's up? What's up? Jenny, Entwine and Roots. Yeah, definitely. I was about to say, yeah, I know there has been a lot being shared in this video. I definitely want to again get the brethren in to share because I did an interview with him before, but again it was like it had a little bit of background noise, stuff like that. I want to come back with some clarity. Bridge of Rye. I don't know if it's gonna let me type. No, but again, Bridge of Ra. And if you're not able to find it, you know what I'm saying, again, through the YouTube search, uh you could you could get go to Bridge of Ra on Instagram, and I think he does have the link to his YouTube through his Instagram as well. But Bridge of Ra, spelled exactly how it is, BRIDGE, then OF, and then RA, Bridge of Ra. You know, or if you're having a tough time finding it, I want to say if you go not too long ago into my collaboration video, like the video I did with him not too long ago, if you kind of scroll through the videos I posted, you'll see where I got his name, and it should allow for you to click on his name within the title of it. But yeah, because again, bro be going in on the from the anime to the movies, however you want, you know what I'm saying, mythological, ancient texts, channeled information. And of course, not on the not on the superficial vibes, but definitely, for the algorithm's sake, you know what I'm saying, making sure you like the videos. If you're vibing with it, again, check out his channel. And also, feel free to, share this with others if you feel like it'll be helpful, you know. See this that part. Let's see. And matter of fact, also part of ending as well, if y'all have like any questions in connection with what has been spoken on, I'm pretty sure the brethren could tap in on a question or two before going. Uh I know I got a psychedelics playlist, you know, with my psychedelic playlist is mostly, either talking about acid or DMT trips. A few of them about shrooms. But on my psychedelic playlist, you would have to again like go to my main YouTube page, and then you will be able to click on playlists. And then when you click on the playlist, you'll be able to again see the different playlists and go to the psychedelics playlist where I kind of almost like in a journal form and just breaking down like some of the information and downloads I got from some of my psychedelic experiences. But yeah, fungi in general, like not no particular one, what I'm saying, no one video where I just go in on mushrooms.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, yes, but and I just told them, like they could bring forward, other than you just doing the, closing if you was finishing up anything that we were talking about already, but just also like if they got any questions or whatever, you know,
Yeah, sure.
to bring them forward. So again, if y'all got any questions on what was shared and brought up, please type it in with the question mark so we'll know what it is. Yep.
Oh.
Gratitude for being in a space.
We're gonna get used to these lives again. Oh,
Oh man, that I feel like this something for me, like just tapping. Speaking of rest, like it's like it's been a while. I think that's why I kind of felt that energy last night. Well, shit, early this morning, I did a live like 1 a.m. to like 3 this morning.
hmm.
But it's like kind of getting in that swing of things because I definitely have been on a little live video break. It been about it almost probably a month since my last live.
Ooh, yeah, I gotta get used to it because it can get. I don't even want to say draining. It can be draining, but it's not even that. Sometimes you just be able to pick up on so much stuff. It could be like overstimulating. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's from our energy exchange. As far as like me and you talking to the people, different people watching, or just I get it, the computer itself.
Yeah, it'd be a lot sometimes. Um, so let's see.
Oh, that's a good question because I know I done spoke on cockroaches before, but I don't know what's the brethren take on cockroaches. I always associate cockroaches with, again like that. Not say chaos, but like ancient primordial energy in connection with carbon and melanin. And again, like hence why they no matter what happens, like radioactivity, whatever, like they still, they still around on that type of energy. But I don't know, bro, if you got something.
Um, well, real quick on that, I don't know what types of animes you watch for the person who said I need anime suggestions. So, I mean, let me know what type you watch. I like. There's one called Durarara. It's kind of a crazy name, but Durarara, something like that. So do ra ra ra. I like that. That was a good anime. That's like a nice like. It's more like I don't know. It has more street like lifestyle. It's more there is an occult aspect to it. There's a
All
headless
right.
horse person who has no head, like a literally headless horseman. But other than that, it's more like actual. It's more like real life type stuff. But I don't know. I really like that anime a lot. So that's one suggestion. But um, yeah, another one. Actually, I'm not going to say that one. That's not a good suggestion. No. So okay, let's go into cockroaches. So um, yeah, they're unkillable. That's number one. They're basically indestructible. Uh, you can't really kill a cockroach, but you can avoid them. So I mean, where I'm at in Canada, you don't really get cockroaches. Like they don't exist here. Rats don't exist here either. Alberta, my province, it's like the only place I'm pretty sure that rats don't um, rats just don't exist here. So there's certain places that uh, certain things don't exist. So when I'm trying to understand a anything like animal, insect, anything, I look at the environment that it can come from too. That's what creates it. You know what I'm saying? So um, cockroaches usually are in non-clean areas. That's number one. Um, but they're like they're like really strong alchemists. You know what I'm saying? They're very strong alchemists. Regardless, I mean, you have to really take away the external aspect of it. You have to really look at it from the internal aspect of like what it's really doing. They have these like armored shells, right? Um,
Mhm.
like they're basically resistant to almost anything on the exterior level, and then internally, it's like they can almost turn anything into something that it needs. So like they're just ultimate alchemists. Um, Cockroaches are a little bit overpowered too, but they can't. But they need filth to alchemize. So this is a concept I've been getting into a lot. Now, do alchemists? Does alchemy almost create like sadistic people? You know what I'm saying? Because like, could you get
Mhm.
so used to turning pain into power that you crave pain like like a sadistic person, and because you can turn it into power to the point where a person, when they just receive something that's like pleasurable or good, like they can't even perceive it that way anymore. Like sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I see the alchemist energy can go to that extreme.
I that came up for me earlier today too. Where it's like, like being aware, like just because I have the ability to alchemize things, don't put myself in such, harsh situations or environments. You know what I'm saying? Like just because you, like, bro, look, and it comes to a quote that somebody recently posted was about, like, like being aware that although you have a strong pain threshold, that doesn't mean to, like, keep yourself and to be aware, because you could just be sitting in painful shit just because you have the ability to endure it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And
that's
and
football.
and
You know what I'm saying,
and
like
I
we're
keep
playing football.
and I keep that real. Like I think of, like, like we're getting tattoos. It's like a certain level of, like, pain involved, stuff like that. But nah, that's real talk. Again, I'm grateful to hold myself accountable, to call myself out on that shit, because yeah, those little subtleties and paying attention to those nuances within, you know.
Yeah, you feel me? Like on some MK Ultra shit. That's some like real MK Ultra to keep someone in like a devil programming, because you know like the devil card in tarot, how like it's the devil and he has two people like in chains, like he has them literally
Mhm.
like on leashes and shit like that. Wouldn't that also mean that you're on a not you, but like wouldn't that mean like a
Yeah, nah.
person in that energy, like they're on a leash in a sense, meaning like you're controlled by your pleasures. So if a person who's too controlled by their pleasures, that cockroach energy, which I mean, like don't get me wrong, they're overpowered. Like cockroaches are overpowered, but so is the xenomorph from Alien. Like it has this. The one thing about the xenomorph is the exoskeleton is like a cockroach exoskeleton. It's extremely hard and it can't really get broken. Like
Mhm.
it need and the xenomorph has that scorpion tail looking thing too. So like that is the same thing. The reason why the predator is able to hunt the xenomorph so well is because the it's basically a slave to its pleasures.
The xenomorph is a slave to his pleasures.
Yeah, the xenomorph cockroach. It's kind of I'm talking about like the same energy, but yeah, that it's like a slave to the pleasure. So if you think about it, it's like um, when you're alchemizing. Sometimes, like you said, you just don't need to alchemize things. Sometimes you just need to take it as it is, and then you don't need to alchemize it. Sometimes, like if um, a person's too kind of caught up into that, it's like they can. How should I put it? They can just become imbalanced in the sense where like like I said, the cockroach can only thrive in certain environments. Like the alien from uh, Predator or whatever. I mean, it can go
Mhm.
anywhere. Don't get me wrong; it basically exists in every single place ever. But um, yeah, it's going into like you said, being too much into itself to the point it's kind of not aware of the external. So like the fact that the xenomorph is blind, it means like it can't reflect on itself. So like it doesn't know what it looks like. The cockroach is kind of like the same thing. It doesn't really know what it looks like. So these are beings that are in the water. So you only see your reflection once you are able to rise out of the water
Mm-hmm.
and then able to look down at the water. And that's the only way um, you're able to reach your reflection. So any being that's in the y-axis that's able to become upright is able to look down in itself and see its own reflection. So in this case, the scarab beetle would be like um, one part of the story, and then the bumblebee or something like that. Even though scarab beetles can fly, don't get me wrong. Like, see, they the way I look at it is the scarab beetle is also like the person working inside of the forge. It's like the same concept. Like even
Gotcha.
in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, Jaden, one of his cards was elemental or sorry, Neo-Spatian Flare Scarab. So he met this one at a volcano, like literally at a volcano. Is a because to me the scarab beetle and the cockroach are kind of like dualities of the same thing. Um,
Yeah, in essence, right.
yeah, they kind of seem like the duality of the same thing. So to me, it's like the scarab beetle would be forging, like which is alchemy, right? It's like but it's not really like you're turning something into something else, but it's like you're turning, it's like you're changing the shape of something. So you might turn like iron into a sword or something like that, right? So that's to me like the way that it's doing that. It's the same thing as how like the cockroach is turning in whatever it is into a hard exoskeleton.
Right, right.
It's able to forge weapons and defenses.
Yeah, and you meaning like again, like the cockroach in essence, like in the reflection of like being like a beetle in essence.
Yeah, they're just polarities. Like one is operating on like the good side, if you want to call it that, and one's operating on like the bad side. Um,
Gotcha,
if you have like an angel and a demon, they're kind of like just dualities of.
gotcha, gotcha.
It's like the same being in heaven and the same being in hell. I don't know. They're just the extra. They might look a little bit externally different, but that's just from the nurture.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, all right. Cool, cool. All right.
Um,
Any other questions? Let's see. Somebody asks if you're writing your own anime.
I mean, once we figure out some of these, because man, everything I swear people just keep saying the same stories over and over again. So I feel like maybe once some of these stories are sorted out, I ain't writing an anime. I might be writing something, but not an anime. I have a couple friends that um be making their own animes. So I mean, I'd rather see what they got to say. I feel like I might be good at breaking things down, but putting things together is a little bit of a different talent.
Right, right, right.
So who knows? We'll see one day. Man, an anime itself, it goes into the word anima, and anima means soul, right? So I just thought that was interesting.
Right. The anima and animus. Think about Carl Jung's book, A Man and His Symbols, and that book gave a lot of clarity to me upon about like basically about some of my psychedelic experiences I had and just some of my experiences with women that I've had, you know what I'm saying, and how basically like I was, manifesting my I think if it's the male it's the animus, but basically again it's like the in the masculine is like your feminine subconscious in essence, and in the woman it's her masculine subconscious. But
Yeah, the
yeah,
anima, animus, or whatever. Yeah. To me, it just they both go into anima. So yeah, that's like the rational, irrational soul, whatever. However he described it. But to me, like anime, like you were talking about the different character types that they have in the show. Um,
hmm
that's a big aspect too because they really focus on character development and or not character development. Sorry, well, character development is huge, but they really focus on character archetypes in anime as a whole. So I like that a lot because they also show a lot of, even though there is like perverted stuff, don't get me wrong, but there is like they really show a lot of, they really go into the feminine aspect of things too, though, in anime. In comics, they don't really do that. Like if they bring women into comics, it's usually like they represent, standing up for women and all this type of stuff. Like it's always like this duality, kind of like a feministic approach, which I mean, yeah, I don't know. With anime, they actually have like, there's animes that just literally be about family life, literally just like a family living and just having a literally a normal and good life. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
There's animes that are strictly, a lot of them are forced like focused on women, and it's not because like the males were getting a lot of attention and they want to focus on women. It's just because like of how they focus on how they do the writing, and they actually think of the different personality types that exist in the world heavily. So
Right, cause that's why I like it, cause I notice how much they personify certain like personality archetypes. You know what I'm saying? Cause the first thing that stood out in Trigun, is like he's silly and clowning and this and that. You know what I'm saying? Cause I recognize having to go through that myself, like that energy of he was creating this like smiley, oh man, everything's all good, this and that, and immediately I'm like, oh, that's a extreme, like, like that's him going into that personality because and it go deep into the story, like he was, you know, had something deep down inside that he was trying to cover up and not deal with, you know what I'm saying? Trigun was pretty saucy. It's kind of like the Gemini archetype slash again like the you
yeah,
know the battle with your shadow type of archetype, you know what I'm saying? But it
yeah.
definitely on point with the archetype betrayal.
I mean, Trigun kind of sounds serious. It's a pretty serious title. You know what I'm saying? It sounds pretty good.
What you talking about?
Just the title itself, Trigun, that sounds pretty serious.
Man, nah, man, Trigun is and it's old school. That's another thing too. I do be kind of looking for a lot of like classic stuff that I ain't never watched, cause I realized how saucy they got down back in the day too. So it's like let me check out Trigun. That it came up on my radar, but
Yeah, I've been watching a ton of different old ones too. They're I don't know. Like to me, again, they also go into a whole nother level because comics. Um, this is going into like, again, European philosophy and mentality of how they view the world. So with comics, this is going into European literature, which is going into more like Shakespearean and Greek literature. So this is going into like the Divine Comedy and the Divine Tragedy. So it's like how a tragedy and a comedy is the same thing to them. It's like the same thing. Like
I
it's the
kind of
same.
get what you're saying. Right,
Yeah,
right.
they call it the divine tragedy and they call it the divine comedy. So I talked about this in the rest video also when I was showing the screaming man painting, because that's supposed to represent like, is he crying, is he screaming, is he laughing, and it's talking about again this mental, um, dealing with like immortality and like the mind going crazy, dealing with that, and existential crises and stuff like that. So with comics, they always bring it into this duality thing, which I just don't like. How it's always about duality and it's always about like man and woman are good and evil. Like it's always that, and then there's always like this whole, like the way the story development is based on Kabbalah.
Now let me ask you this much though, because like, are you familiar with like Image Comics?
Mm, in
Like
sense.
comics made by the company Image. The company
Oh,
name is Image.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right.
So I'm talking, yeah. So first of all, I'm not talking about. I'm not saying all comic. Like I like comics. Don't get me wrong. I like
Hmm.
comics. What I'm trying to get in, what I'm talking about is just like when I look at it. So you have realms. You know what I'm saying? Like you have the Marvel universe, right?
Right, right,
And then you have the MCU, but then you have the actual comic book universe. You have a lot of universes with Marvel, right? Then you got the DC universe, and then you got crossovers that happen sometimes between DC and Marvel. You even got
right.
Capcom. Capcom does crossovers with DC and stuff like that. So it's like you got these different things. So it's almost like if you had a multiverse here, a Marvel multiverse, a DC multiverse, they would form another verse itself, which is like hyperverse, a megaverse, an omniverse, whatever the fuck it is. Whoever knows, there's some kind of verse, right? And
Right.
that's the comic book realm. Then you have anime, because keep in mind, comics is like really heavily with America, and
That that's why I brought up Image, because I'm like Image don't like Image be having storylines that kind of play into its own little realm within itself, and I guess that's probably why I gravitate towards Image comics more than because I'm not a super like I check out Marvel because in matter of fact I guess from the perspective of like what you speaking on, because I check out Marvel almost like checking out the newspaper. Like, all right, they putting a program, like they programming is in Marvel, you know what I'm saying? So whatever the newest Marvel comic is, that's what program they trying to run right now, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of look at Marvel, except for like Doctor Strange be like hitting my little magical niche or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And plus the writers are known for like, taking psychedelics and writing it. So, it kind of bends, you know, the normal perspectives, but yeah, I get what you're saying exactly. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and then anime itself is like another verse. So it's like, and keep in mind, America bombed Japan. You know what I'm saying? So like this goes heavily into comics and anime too, and a lot of people aren't aware of that. So I mean, the thing I don't like about Marvel is like, yeah, like what you said, they're kind of commercializing everything, and it's just like, all right, let me check the CIA newspaper of how they're trying to MK Ultra motherfuckers and shit like that. That's what And I was thinking about this yesterday too. That's funny you brought that up. I was thinking that exact thing yesterday because this exact concept. I was just going into it yesterday because, um, man, DC, like the way that they did DC, even what we were just talking about with how they kind of just phased out holographic technology and just brought virtual reality, augmented reality. It's the same
Right.
thing. DC Comics just disappeared, and then Marvel, like Iron Man, the Hulk, all that was happening around like 2008, mid 2000s, and then all of a sudden, Marvel just became huge, and that to me that's the same thing as this holographic thing with, yeah, because like what happened to DC, and now the writers for DC and like the people who be on top, they're saying, like I just saw an article the other day, they were saying that no one's prepared for what's happening with the DC universe. Like it's nothing even comparable to what Marvel did. Like they're saying it's like that. They said they planned this shit out before even Marvel planned their shit out. So I don't know what's about to happen with the DC universe, but
All right. They
they're,
got
they're,
some type of little storyline.
they talk a lot of big game. I don't know. They always talk a lot of big game. But anyways, yeah, anime though it takes it to another world though. So like these are two different worlds themselves. And with the Japanese and like they have like the way that they have their lineage and their culture and Shintoism and like their natural like anime, because they also have like an indigenous, like with Shintoism, they also have the indigenous aspect to their culture. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of places in Asia, they just got heavily influenced by India, right? Like with what was coming out of India. And don't get me wrong, all these different places in Asia really developed what came out of India to another level. But in Japan, though, like they really stayed with the indigenous aspects of things with Shinto. So like because of that indigenous aspects, it really reflects in their writing. And what we're talking about with how things just correspond across everything, they put that into the anime itself. So like when I watch it, I'm seeing it like, I don't know, it's not like comics where they're trying to put like this blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus image in the face in the to replace every single story and shit like that. Like Japanese,
Right.
like they do that to an extent. You don't get me wrong. Like you have
But it's
Naruto.
a low but it's a low level, it's like that you could deal with it. The storyline be so on point, you know what I'm saying, in essence to where it's like I could deal with the fact that they wanna, you know, whatever, with the images and shit like that.
That's the other part I like about it. It's just like it's just so holistic and collective that even if you're watching something that seems kind of ridiculous or childish, because there's a lot of animes that are literally have nothing to do, like it's not childish at all. But even the ones that do seem a little more childish to me, I get way more information and gems out of those than the like the modern day superhero stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
So
As you say that, the first thing that popped to my mind, because that's how I felt from the outside looking in. That's how I felt about Steven Universe, even though it's not an anime or a comic, but like Steven Universe, I'm like, man, that shit look corny. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Even though it's about crystals or whatever, I'm like, bro, they just presented in a manner where it just seems very corny. But then when I watched it, I'm like, oh shit, this shit was saucy. You know what I'm saying? Like they had some, you know, some little ancient insight in it. You know what I'm saying? But
I thought it was corny low key too. I didn't watch it really like that, but I did look into it too because I did think it was corny. That was the thing that was stopping me too. But I did look into it. I was like, damn. I was like, they actually like the way they got these like the way they broke it down was just so very straightforward and clear. I was like, damn, that was something else. Yeah. So I mean, when it comes to independent though, when it comes to anything independent, whether it's independent film, independent comics, whatever, that though they're not under the same programming and restrictions and things like that that other people are. So a lot of the stuff I'm talking about with comics, again, they're really trying to portray like this Greek tragedy aspect to things. But when you get like independent comic book companies, it's completely different. You know what I'm saying? They don't. They still show like the tragedy and the humor and all that aspect, but they don't really. Those ones they're more holistic. They're not really focused on like the origin and like and then just the like the big moment that the superhero has.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because I know
because
some
comic
comics
book.
are just being used as like in industry. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know my favorite I got hipped on to but Saga by Image Comics. I liked that one. Then I got hip to Paper Girls. Was pretty good. What's another Image? I'm still watching this one, but it's like a time before time, but it's about time travel, but like I like again like Image Comics particularly because they got the type of subject matters that seem like it could only come from like a dream or a DMT trip. Like the concepts is like you know for lack of a better word real out of this world, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I vibe with it. Hence why with the Marvel comics, like the only way I could kind of get close to that energy is in Doctor Strange. You know, because of like again what he deals with is the magic, so it has no choice but to kind of get into the spiritual realm on that level. But again, like even with Trigun, it's like what I like about anime too is like you just got to give it a chance to watch it because I promise you by looking at the title, I probably would have kept on passing up Trigun. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when you watch it, it's like, fuck, this shit is the whole little mythological story, this and that. But it's like, but you just on a like, because again, you read the description, like, oh, it's about this gunman who is wanted, and but it's like when you
No,
watch it, it's like, no, this shit is about this deity and this going. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
you got to watch it and then read the plot after. Because I swear, when you watch it and then you read the plot after, you're like, this is what the show was about. Because I got it on the reverse. I'm like I don't know how many years now it's been, but I've been reading a lot of the plot. Like I read a lot of manga and stuff like that too. But it's different when you read the actual plot laid out. And I was like, what? I was like, that's what this is about. Like I didn't really look at
Right.
because a
It's
lot of
really
times
supposed to.
yeah, for me, I just watch like a lot of this. I was just watching when I was young. Like I'd be getting it before school. I was getting it after school, like on TV. You know what I'm saying? Like you had to get it
Mhm.
at the right times and all that. And then I was also actively playing the games too. That was the thing about anime I like too. Like Yu-Gi-Oh, you can play the game. Pokemon, you can play the game. Like
Right.
you could play the game. Like these were actually things you could interact with. And from there, I learned a lot of stuff. So now, if especially if you match it with like occult information,
Hmm.
that's one thing that we're lacking on heavily. Like a lot of us are going heavily into information, but I think how should I put it, a lot of us don't focus on storytelling is so important. That can really change a lot of things out here because when we talk about MK Ultra and this war and everything going on, the way I see winning this is through stories. Because when I see White Jesus and Captain America and white suit like blonde hair, blue eyed Superman and all this shit, it's like
Right.
that that is mentally conditioning people a certain type of way. Now it doesn't mean we have to go on some like polar opposite extreme, you know what I'm saying? But
Right.
we look at when we're able to understand, see, it's almost like a blessing because we almost can't idolize these things. It could be wrong because we might, it could create self hate if you do idolize it because of like the imagery and shit. But
Right.
um, but if we're able to understand like um, storytelling and being able to, you could say, create our own education with storytelling, because that's really what this is. Like education is not going to look the same as it used to anymore. It's going to be completely different. Like going into the future, is things are going to be a lot different. So I just think the way that you fight a group of people who are like who um, or it doesn't even have to be specifically a group of people, but just the way that you deal with this situation, especially the MK Ultra programming, is by mind control is the is based off of the information and the stories and the things that we believe. So
Right.
we can try to decode everything out here, and I mean, you get to a level where like you literally can decode everything out here, but I mean, I think at some point we got to create our own stories. So I liked Black Sands Entertainment because they put out
Yeah.
yeah they put out their comic and everything. That was pretty sweet. I mean, I don't know if it got as much support as it should, but that was pretty cool. I'm seeing a lot of different art and like comics and stuff, kind of like being, on Instagram. You see people doing their drawings, and um,
Right.
I've seen who was it, the Young Elder on YouTube. He's got some books. Nine World Chronicles goes into a lot of stuff. So I've seen a few people go into these worlds, and they're retelling the stories and they're doing their thing. And I don't really want to go too much into other people's channels on here, obviously, but so there are people doing that. So that's just
Right.
what I want to say about that. There are people who are um, retelling the stories from the the right perspective.
Nah, most definitely, man. Well, look.
But yeah, it doesn't matter where it comes from. You can still get the story at the end of the day from anywhere. So as long as you're just understanding it.
Right, right, right. But what you say is key, is like the imagination and storytelling, you know what I'm saying? Cuz also what you're able to visualize, you know what I'm saying, and so many, you know, in essence is connected to, again like the stories are what you like receiving, and again when you got this Captain America looking a certain way. You got the movie Gods of Egypt with all non-melanated people, you know what I'm saying? Like all that type of shit is like, that creates a certain that creates a certain
They made Tahuti.
I about to say it creates a certain narrative in the mind that's again like you said it could turn into like self hate or not believing that you're capable of these abilities. I laugh when you brought that up about about like Harry Potter and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
was laughing watching Harry Potter because I'm like, all right, look at the few little they kind of sprinkled a few little melanated people in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then I laugh because I'm like, look at what position though they have because one melanated cat in Harry Potter, he was like the person doing like the Quidditch match or whatever. He
yeah,
was
yeah.
like the commentator or whatever. I'm like, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And being able to laugh at it because all at the end of the day too, is being able to laugh at it because we do acknowledge it and again focusing on the solutions that'll take care of changing these things, which is like again sharing these different perspectives and insights and just sharing the truth and knowledge in general, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, bro.
Oh, that should killed me, man. And I think there was like one. He was like the lackey for like Draco, for the one dude, right? I think there was one. The guy was like a lackey. Yeah, but seeing their roles too. Oh my! I honestly I laugh at it just because like I just don't that those things I just don't take it serious. I just because like if you really understand the philosophy and like the mentality of the people who are writing this type of stuff too,
Right.
um, you can definitely laugh at it from that perspective too. Because honestly, it is kind of sad from their own perspective. It low key is sad. It's very sad. So
And for me, I done already like stood on the soapbox on this channel in general in life about it. So that's why like I'm one of them people like I done spoke enough on this shit. I'm not keep pointing out that look at how they depict the melanated person. It's like, bro, like at this point, you know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like focus on the solutions. You know what I'm saying? But
Why that's why I've been liking a lot of the art and the imagery that I've been seeing, especially like a lot of the Afrofuture type of stuff, right? Um,
mhm,
I'm saying with writing our own stories, I'm not talking about like rewriting history to fix it and stuff like that. I'm just talking about like Black Sands was one example. Like he is talking about the ancient past and stuff like that. But I'm talking about when someone asks me if I'm writing something, like I was saying, I first have to kind of I have to be able to X out a lot of the. I don't want to write something that someone else wrote. You know what I'm saying? Like
right,
I do
right,
write a lot myself. Don't get me wrong, but and they are original stuff. But I definitely want to make sure that I'm not going to put out something that someone else put out and concepts other people put out. So it's like being writing things for the future or like just writing new stories today is very difficult. And I also think there's a reason why this. I think there is a reason why we're not seeing a lot of new stories come out right now too. Like even though there's new movies and television shows and all that, it's still. I think there is a reason why we haven't why we haven't received new stories, and I think it's the same reason why there's such a high level of infertility on the planet too. Like the same creativity that you would use to actually create children or create stories, it's almost
right,
like if people aren't producing more children, there isn't stories to even write. Does that make sense? Because like
right.
they would
That's
out the stories.
that's the speak the never ending story. Like that movie, was kind of connected to, again, like the imagination keeping the never ending story alive. You know what I'm saying? It's like we need more children to, what I'm saying, like come, get interested and create new stories and, expand on it. But yeah,
That's why I try to even limit what I, even though I do go into a lot of detail about a lot of stuff. It's also why I try to limit myself from just going completely all out because I don't want to just fuel a dead system or because like especially people who don't like if you're a writer and it's your job to write these stories like Marvel for example, like we saw how crazy Marvel was doing number wise over the last however many years and now it's been chilling out heavy.
mhm,
So a lot of these people are going to be looking out not for people like to like hire them and stuff like that, but they're going to be looking out just to steal information and stories and stuff like that. And just because
right,
if
right.
you catch wind of a little piece of information, chances are a person can tap into the bigger aspect of what that is, right? So I mean, I
Okay,
feel like
that's
as this industry is dying out, I'm not trying to fuel that, uh, fuel those things publicly. Even though I do put out information publicly, but I do talk about a lot more past stuff. Now, future stuff, I have talked about a lot of stuff that's going on, especially people just dealing with duality. That's a big one this year. Just people overcoming a lot of dualistic programming. Yeah,
right, right. And matter of fact, and that'll kind of bring it into conclusion with, again, the internal, external perspective and kind of breaking out of like, that duality perspective, you know what I'm saying? That kind of again like takes away at the energy, it turns into like blaming other people for, what I'm saying, things that we have to do inner work towards, so
yeah. So this is definitely gonna be a very interesting year. I mean, for me, I'm just looking at it as like focus on me. You know what I'm saying? And do what I need to do. I feel like this is a pretty easy year for people to uh, make like very. I don't really want to say significant, but just make very strong moves. You know what I'm saying? And it can also be a year where people kind of screw themselves a little bit. But I think it's more so. I think a lot of people are very ready for this year because mentally, I don't know how to put it, but it's just like there's been a lot of mental preparation um, coming. So I just think it's real. This year, there's going to be also a lot of people focused on a lot of the problems too, like that we are discussing. So being off of that is um, it's definitely thinking ahead.
right, right. Like again, like not witch hunting too much externally, and getting caught up for they or the person to blame. Again, you want to be aware of the doubles. You know what I'm saying? Doubles are, you know what I'm saying, trickster parasitic energies, but it's like not to the point where that's all like, oh,
Yeah. Have you seen the show Devilman? Now that you mentioned it, the anime.
devil man cry or something like that.
Yeah, Devilman Crybaby.
I ain't watched it in a minute, so
That's what
it's like
about. That's what it's about. It's about the witch hunt you're talking about. It's literally about how the humans go on this witch hunt to find the demons, and like basically just ends the world because of this whole exactly what we're talking about.
I'm gonna have to rewatch it since you brought it up for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I know I kind of went back to kind of skim through Blue Exorcist, but yeah, I'm gonna have to watch Devil Man Cry Baby because it been a while and I don't really remember. I just remember Brethren like being like almost like a half demon or something like that. But
Yeah, he's
I'm
common.
all right. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have
He's
to get back
literally
into it because
Amen
it been. You say what's that?
He's literally Amen Ra. He's the head of all the other demons. It's like that's how it works. But in this, but he's like they call him Devil Man. So the thing is he has a human heart still. So all the other demons are like straight up just demons, like going to war with humans. But he still has like a human heart, and he's just basically trying to be like, hey, and Jaden's main card, Elemental Hero Flame Wingman. Um,
Mhm.
if I have it anywhere, that's based off of Devilman. Funny enough. Um, So his main card is actually based off of Devilman. So that's what I'm trying to say about anime. Anime is way deeper than people think. So if
Right.
Devilman is Jaden's main card in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, that like one entire anime is one card for his deck. Like that is like, this is worlds within worlds. Like this is it's so deep. But
That
Devilman
that
is
that's
huh?
I was gonna say that's the dope or deep concept of like like just with movies and a lot of this where it's like that relativity of like a story within a story or like again like a movie or be a story that takes place over 10,000 years, but the movie was just an hour, you know what I'm saying? But, and again, like these just layers of worlds within worlds, but yeah.
They got Superman versus Cyborg now too, which is like talking about so those that's going into a lot of the stuff we're going into. But when we're talking about fear and how fear can create this witch hunt and can cause a bunch of problems, that's actually literally what the show Devilman is about. And it shows how like the world ending because the one at least there's different versions of the show. So the one on Netflix, the one that's Devilman Crybaby. The earlier one is I think Devilman May Cry or something. Um,
All
maybe
right.
you're
Yeah,
thinking
I'm
about
gonna
that.
have to.
It's the same. It's the same show, but they just see, it's kind of confusing with certain animes too, because some animes they have their own multiverses too, where it's like they might have the same show, but it's like different realities of the same show, where different things
Gotcha,
happen.
gotcha.
They do that in Gundam heavily. Gundam has that Final Fantasies like uh, things like that.
I want to start watching Gundam for the first time. I went to see what was the oldest one to see kind of like whether check out at least the beginning. And then they got one on is on Crunchyroll right now that's called The Mercury Witch or something like that.
Yeah, it's a new one. That's a new one. I was gonna watch it, but I don't know. Someone told me not to watch it, so I didn't watch that. I saw that when the first episode came out. I just skipped it. Um, but yeah, no, the because when that came out, I was watching Gundam. I was on the same thing as you. I was trying to find. I was looking at the old ones, watching them and stuff. Uh, I liked Iron Blooded Orphans. That was good. It's on Netflix. That was just a good one to watch. That if you don't have to know anything about the show, and it was good. You know what I'm saying?
Say Iron Blooded Orphans.
Yeah, Iron Blooded Orphans. So those are different. Those are the Gundam series dealing with actually conveniently as we're talking about it, the 72 demons. So and angels. So the armors are
Seven.
named.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So his is actually named after the armor of. So it's kind of similar to Devilman in a sense, like the show, because they're talking about
Okay.
similar. Yeah. So, but anyone who's gonna watch Devilman, I will say this now as a disclaimer as well. If the show is too intense, like actually just turn that show off. Like that is a very intense show to watch. It's not. It's not like a. It can be mentally like distressing if you're not. It can actually be a dangerous show.
Matter of fact, as you bring up that's how I feel about, like, I always give the disclaimer about Mulholland Drive. The movie Mulholland Drive is about like deep MK Ultra, you
Mm.
know, and I swear like that movie, you know, if it wasn't like it's when I say like kind of has this eerie, like give me the heebie jeebies vibe, you know, it's not necessarily like scaring me. It's just sensing how like real, you know, what the exposing is in the movie,
Yeah,
and just from the fact that again, like I learned that from the Hollywood esoteric book, like where you got to be careful with some movies because they actually are magic spells initiating you into certain realms. So if you wasn't in that realm, now that you don't watch this movie, now you kind of like, you know, get into a fearful mode or get into a vibration that brings you to that dimension of what the movie is talking about, you know, in
yeah.
essence.
I actually remember you reading from that book. I remember that video. You're reading from that. I, I it's kind of random that I remember that. That was a long time ago. You're like in the bed or whatever reading the book. I remember
Right.
that. I completely remember that because that was when you read that. That was some deep shit. That book, like the information in that, I was like, damn. Like I
Man,
remember that book.
that book still to this day I love going back to because it's almost like also like a one-stop shop to kind of just like whether you want to talk about like programming, like the dude who wrote that, he put it together well because he took like he have like little side notes where he bring up all the different people, whether it's Edward Bernays, different directors like Stanley Kubrick, uh, David Lynch, and different like philosophical groups, and like he bunched it all into one little bite-sized morsel, and I was like, yeah, that, you know, it almost felt like a Bible, like nigga, you can't fool me, you know what I'm saying? Like that book was definitely on
I wrote
point,
down.
you know.
I didn't buy it, but I wrote it down. I was like, shit, I need to get this book. Like either I screenshotted you holding the book or I wrote it down because I was like, yeah, I need this book later. But
Yep.
yeah, no, I got the information I needed though when you put that out. So that's exactly what I'm saying though. The show Devilman can be. I'm not gonna lie. Out of all animes that I've seen, this is one of the more heavily intense ones. Like, not only is like the real stuff just disturbing, it's just also like it's just a very intense anime to take in. So I'll just say if after you watch an episode, you'll know whether or not you want to watch it.
Right, right. Because matter of fact, Berserk, the movie was like a movie and somewhat like a three movie series or something like that. But Berserk was real
Yeah, but
intense
yeah,
too.
but
But I think of like all right, that's what I want to ask you right quick. You saying Devil Man Cry Baby or Devil May Cry?
no, not Devil May Cry. That's the game or whatever. I think it's a game.
All right.
I'm talking about. I think there, but it's Devilman Crybaby. It's Devilman
Yeah,
Crybaby.
is that is yep, that's what it. All right, cool, cool.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to
I probably
check
got that mixed up when I mentioned it earlier because I think I thought the earlier one said something like Devilman May Cry or some shit. But yeah, Devil May Cry. Remember that's an old game from like yeah. So that's like an intense anime. Like not only just the realistic aspect, but it's just there's just concepts that are in that show that you just like you mentioned this earlier, but like there's concepts in the show you just will not see anywhere else. And yeah, so
right.
the first episode, like I said, you will know if you want to keep watching it or not. Didn't want to keep watching it, but I ended up binging it that night, so I just finished it because it was it was
Right,
strange.
right, right. Like
But
go through the gauntlet.
bro, Neon Evangeline, Dead Man Wonderland, that one, those are. But Devilman was like the hard one to deal with.
See, I never finished watching Neon Evangeline, but I got that one got brought up to me in just the beginning. Like matter of fact, it was a trailer that somebody showed me. Just the trailer almost made me cry because I like kind of sometimes I tear up or cry whenever I sense or pick up on something that just speaks so to my soul in such an undeniable way. It's like, like it's like my system like let me know like, yeah, is that real? You know what I'm saying? Like it's
Evangeline is intense, man. It's intense. Like, because there's also different realities too. So there's like the show, and then there's different movies, and because they have different endings and stuff like that too. So it's like not to ruin anything, but with some of these animes, they don't always end in a happy ending. Sometimes they
Right, right,
are really good. Sometimes they do not end up good as well. So that's what I'm trying to say. Sometimes when you're watching some of these shows, you're not really prepared that it's not gonna go well.
right.
it,
Like say for instance, if I'm dealing with a mental state, you know what I'm saying, where I've been hard on myself and doubtful, this and that, I don't need to watch no movie or no story that's gonna kind of add more doubt to, it's like, damn, this person don't win either. You know what I'm saying? Like it kind of it's like shit, if I'm going through that and I need to watch some anime or something where the hero like again beats the person or something like that. I even bring up like again like watching Harry Potter and dealing with dark energies and dark entities is like watching a part or I bring it up, but like I speak on watching the part where they teaching how to the defense against dark arts and like
yeah,
how to laugh at something that could be coming at you to try to fearmonger you on a certain level. You know what I'm saying?
and
But yeah,
that's that comedy and tragedy.
all right.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, is it a comedy? Is it a tragedy? That's like part of the screaming man painting. That like screaming, they don't know if he's screaming, they don't know if he's crying, they don't know if he's laughing, and that's what I'm trying to say with the whole like immortality thing. Sometimes mentally, people can't. First of all, like people think immortality is just being physically living forever, but before any of that even happens, like in any kind of capacity, like your mind has to be able to even handle that. So for your mind to
Right,
be able to handle that, you actually have to think about certain things. Like, what if you're 200 years old? How do you ever have a relationship with someone? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just certain things like you would have to consider that aren't normal anymore, and
right,
like to come to conclusions about these things. And I mean, it can really like mess up a person's mind. So in Yu-Gi-Oh, when he does the mind crush on people right away, it's because like people when they're born and like you still have things attached to you from karma and different things like that. So who's to say like your starting point wasn't like like your starting point didn't have like a messed up ending point too, you know what I'm saying? And like people will
right.
carry those things forward. So sometimes we need like humbling experiences in life very quickly on, and it can go to a lot of different realms. So like that mind crush thing, man, that's a deep power the pharaoh has. That's what happens when you're that balance with Ma'at and everything like that. um
Hmm.
and they show that in Devilman too. So they show it in these animes. But yeah, they're existential crises. So like if you're going through some kind of dark or deep or existential moment, I mean, it might put perspective on what's happening, but it will not be easy to make it through. I'm not gonna lie, like because
Right, right.
you really got to watch that show from the perspective of separating yourself from the show. Like you really have to separate yourself from what you're watching in these
Gotta
things.
gotta be in a real observant space.
Yeah,
Again, yeah. Because the thing with Mulholland Drive too, I'm like, shit, if you're a person that done dealt with like trust issues, you know, and like wondering if, gang stalking and wondering who's who, I'm like, man, Mulholland Drive, you know what I'm saying, may not even, you know what I'm saying? Because that and Eyes Wide Shut,
yeah,
'cause-
no, no. There's certain things that are just not good for people's health. So that's why I don't even really share that anime Devil Man really. But the only reason I'm sharing it is because you're literally specifically talking about how the fear can create this problem on the planet, and that's what they get into in Devilman. Like that's literally what happens, and that's actually you can check it out if you want. But the season four, because what happened with Yu-Gi-Oh GX,
all
what
right.
happened was they didn't make season four in English. It's only in Japanese because it's
Mm.
too intense for English. Like they couldn't even bring it to this side of the world because it was just too intense. Like it's just
Now you gonna make me look.
it's
I
only
gotta write that one down too.
it's
Season.
season four. Yeah, I can send you a link where you can watch it. But um
All right. Yeah, yeah. Do that. Yeah, yeah.
because like you can't really find it and shit. Like you can get it if you have Crunchyroll, you can watch it on there. You can just watch it on Crunchyroll.
All right. All right. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, season four is intense. Like he faces darkness as like he fights the entity darkness as an entire being, which is like the Baphomet in the show. Like it's not normal. Like everybody in the show, like it's kind of like Devilman. It's like a worldwide crisis that goes down. So season 4 is not. It was so intense they didn't even bring it to English because they just knew the minds of European like European society. I'm talking about all of us in the society would not be able to
Right.
handle that type of stuff. Like as children, you know what I'm saying? So they
Right.
just didn't bring that. Even in the next Yu-Gi-Oh show, Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds, they did the same thing. They didn't dub the last like 30 episodes because they ended off. It's funny because in Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds, it's like the end of the world, and or it's like the show ends and everything's good. The you think like the world is good. In the Japanese, like
Hmm.
right after that, the sky opens up. These time traveling like they're called Iliaster with these crazy machine monster things come and just terrorize the world. Like it literally, the world goes into chaos right after it ends in the English dub. But in the English, they're like, "Oh, it's beautiful, everything is fixed." But in the Japanese, it just goes to shit. And the same thing happens in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I gotta catch that continuation, man. Cause yeah, and again, like appreciating again, like just the dope, just the fire way of this, you know, types. You know what I'm saying? Cause again, just that whole aspect with Jaden, and even like that shit was on point. Like where he had to, after going through that experiences again, it's almost like that shadow work vibe, where it's like he had to accept his ability to, again, be like I don't know, it's called a dark lord or whatever, but that aspect of himself, and having to face that fear of like, using that certain card and doing the whole fusion thing, you know what I'm saying? And it's like when he when one of the dudes tested him, is like, all right, I'm gonna see if you're able to, move forward. And when he was battling Jaden, he kept like using the weakest card and like, because he was afraid to like, take it to that level because he was traumatized by, you
Bro, this
know,
shit's so deep. Like, it's so deep to get into, man. It's crazy. Yeah, and like the way like that was some real like, especially if you watched it, because I know you didn't watch it, but the first two seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh GX, right?
mhm,
He really carries his friends. Like he deals with some crazy worldwide cataclysmic situation. Like first of all, he's he's the worst student in the school, the worst, like literally
right,
the
right,
worst. By the season 4, they have 3 dorms, right? He's the only
mhm,
one left in his dorm, like, because he just does not go to school or any of that type of stuff. But
right,
he's the
right,
duelist. He's literally the best duelist. So like, no matter what, do any. They can't really do anything about him because he's doing what needs to be done, right? So he literally saves the world multiple times, but he's like not developing because he's not going to school. Like he's not developing in that sense. But his
right.
experience with his friends, it gets darker because his friends like they don't really they show it to you in the show, but you have to kind of like read into it a little bit. They Loki are kind of manipulating him the whole like the first 2 seasons. They're like manipulating him throughout the show because he's like this. He's basically like a person who has all this value, but then
Mhm,
um, these people are able to extort that and kind of be friends with him at the same time. And they don't really offer the same value to him back. So in the season 3, when he meets like Jesse and he meets those other guys, the reason why it's
mhm,
so significant is because he's meeting people who are on the same level as him, and he doesn't have the responsibility of having to carry the weight of the world with him. You know what I'm saying? So like,
right, right, right.
so when he was actually able to just be himself, because he wasn't able to be himself, like he was the reincarnation of like an ancient supreme king, right? He had the weight of everybody to take. So now when he's able to take care of himself, do his own thing in season 3, you start to see all of his friends start to stumble because like he's not caring for them. You know what I'm saying? And when he
Right,
had,
right.
like when they all died and everything, like he had to accept that because he it was just showing the fact that he was like what was keeping them kind of like alive in his world. Like they didn't serve a purpose anymore. So that's kind of like he looked at it like he was killing them. You know what I'm saying? But he wasn't actually killing them. He was just moving on with his life. And these entities, if you want to call it that, were extorting the fact that like he thought it was like, you know what I'm saying? They're like that's really all it was. So then later in the show, like you said, when he was dealing with all this trauma and stuff like that, and being able to use his cards again, that was
Mhm,
because like it was just like the trauma that they put into the show was insane. So then after that, he dealt with that a little bit in season 4. He's literally just in his room by himself. Like it's crazy. Like the entire season 4, he doesn't even interact with his friends once. Like there's like maybe one episode where the one main friend, the little one, the short one, He interacts with
All
him
right,
like,
yeah.
yeah, he interacts with him once, but like literally the entire season 4, he's by himself, just contemplating everything that happened. And then at the end of the show, he literally just like leaves and doesn't say anything to them. It's like it's actually it's great. It's not really sad, but it's just like he learns to move on away from them, and it's just like it's crazy. But the other characters he met through like in season 3, like because in the manga they show it to you as well, but
Right.
they kind of stay around him like in the future, like after that. So it's not really like it's not like he just becomes like some loner or something. But it's just mastering that power and then becoming like able to balance his past and his present. Um, and then, like I said, in season 4, it just got so dark and existential. Like the existential crises became so serious that um, at this point, like he was like he was so comfortable with moving on. He was just like, you know what, someone else will handle this problem. That's like what he tried to do. He tried to quit school. He tried to leave, and then he
Right.
had all the villains from the other seasons come and tell him, and they're like, no, this is beyond all of us. Like you actually have to deal with this problem. Like they're like, you have to deal with this problem.
Wait, Jaden went to all the villains of the.
No, he tried to quit school and leave, and then all of the villains came to tell him like, nah, like you have to deal with this problem, because he thought like the problems were because of him with the whole Ubel thing and everything. Like he thought it was that these problems were happening, but what he realized, like it kind of was, but not really. This situation was gonna happen regardless of if he left or not. The only thing was he was like the only one who had the ability to actually deal with that problem because of the Supreme King power that he had. So that's what
Gotcha,
the
gotcha.
part about. He was like comfortable with just letting the world do its thing and him moving on and him being him. But he got to a point where now he actually had the responsibility to try to like set an example for all of his friends so that they could learn how to lead their own lives.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, it was
Right, right. Like that flows into the message, you know what I'm saying? Because I think about like, one of my main things is like again, like, sharing from a perspective that allows for a person to get more in tune with their intuition and to be able to move, more so from like tapping into their internal instead of like becoming dependent on every video I'm dropping or things of this nature. It's like, like learn how to tap in yourself because again, like needing to be able to, you know be able to take care of yourself. On Of course we receive help in certain moments, but ultimately, what I'm saying, it's all up to you with your inner work and and being able to take care of yourself on so many levels.
right. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's pretty much how the show ended with that. And like I said, he dueled the Pharaoh. You don't really know if it was a dream or if it actually happened. But yeah, then after that, he just went and lived on his own life. And the thing was about it was that all of his friends, he helped all of his friends figure out what they were going to do with their lives before he figured out his stuff, which is I found pretty funny. It happened also in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds and the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. It happened actually with all the main, pretty much every main character. It's like everybody else. It's like I don't know how to put it. It's like it's just like the person who's like the boss or the king or like the person who starts things off. Usually they're the last one to eat or the last one to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's that Pisces energy to some extent, that Pisces archetype trying to help everybody else. Little.
For real. So
Yep.
yeah. So man, these shows that have existential crises, uh, I mean, it's gonna relate more when you're going through an existential crisis. But yeah, definitely got to separate yourself from it because I'm telling you, this stuff can get intense. It can get real intense.
And again, it's a magic spell, and we gotta treat it as such. You know what I'm saying? It's like it could be one that you could, either get some gems and jewels out of to benefit you, or if you're not aware, you end up getting programmed. You know what I'm saying? By some, toxic programming. You know what I'm saying? Like having to be aware of that energy. I kind of spoke to that last night in the live. It's like that's why I kind of lean more towards older anime and movies in general, because like when movies it was being produced, movies, anime, all that being produced in the past, it wasn't in the internet age. So things kind of took its time to develop, you know what I'm saying, compared to like right now where they kind of just dropping a lot of shit just to drop it. Just like, it's like, ooh, we know this shift happening and everybody watching this on their phone. So let's drop this, you know what I'm saying? Like it's more, I don't know, it has more of I watched that happen with Netflix for sure. It's like, damn, like Netflix dropping something new or got this new anime or this and that right
Yeah,
when the full moon about to do this or just it's a little more, the newer stuff could be a little more gimmicky, but again, it's don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. They do have some new stuff that goes in and ain't loaded with toxic programming, but again, like the older stuff, it wasn't in the internet age where they was constantly trying to you know, like it's like shit. Matter of fact, like right now we're going through a space where they feel like they got a chance to again, like misguide and confuse. Where back then they felt like they had the keys, like they like shit. We got this, so we could kind of drop whatever we want. Cause that's why I tell people like, with like the X-Men, the '90s X-Men, I'm like,
yeah,
man,
that's
'90s X-Men. I'm like that should go in a plaque for a American cartoon that just lay it all out on the line, and again, I didn't realize that till I rewatched it. But again, it's like there's also that energy of like, let's, litmus test, like let's see where they at, let's drop all the truth in this one and see how they respond to it. Let's peep out the ratings you know, after we
right.
drop this. But again, it's like it was a slower process compared to like now with knowing all your little Google clicks and what you're picking on YouTube and all that, like, is information coming up quickly to create this little movie, what I'm saying, or show or whatever that's in alignment on some, unhealthy programming, so to speak. So
No, it's deep. Like it's just straight up rituals. People just dropping like they're just using stories as a medium to put out rituals. That's really half of what's going on. That's one thing I like about anime still is because like usually when they're doing a show, right?
mhm,
So for example, next week's show, um, so Boruto, right? In Boruto, like 2 weeks ago or something, Sasuke,
mhm,
like he has his arm in the show, his arm he's missing an arm, right? So for whatever reason, he was running around in that episode with an arm. Like he still had his arm. So I guess the people animating it screwed up, right? Now a bunch of people complained about it right away. And it was funny because the episode they put out after, they literally zoomed in the arm like twice to just show people. So like
that is
um
missing.
yeah, that is missing again. So like
Right.
um, yeah,
You
it'd be
see?
funny. Like One Piece, they were putting all this like aura and stuff like that in the fighting, which originally wasn't in the show, and then people were complaining about it. So literally the next week they took it out, and that's the one thing I like about. That's one other thing I like about anime is they do put ritual and stuff like that, the newer ones too, but the people are more in control of certain things. Now things like Dragon Ball Super is good, but like they don't have the context behind the fighting anymore. Like Dragon Ball Z had context behind the fighting. Like there was
Hmm.
actually story to the why the fighting was happening. Now it's just like these people are fighting, process it, consume. Like it's just
Right, right.
you
Kind of
flowing as
like more action oriented without like a deep storyline type of.
yeah. So there are animes and comics and different like stories and stuff that do just focus on the ritual aspect of things now and just pumping things out. But but yeah, those older ones are like you said, just kind of like Hall of Famed. You know what I'm saying? Like they they did their thing, and they're you can't really take away from them at this point. Like all you can do is just try to make it difficult to watch it. So
Right, right. And again, it came out in the age where again they was like, less on that rapid production type of vibe. So
yeah, and X Men they put a lot of weird stuff now. Like before X Men were like people who were rejected, and you know what I'm saying? Like it was kind of a
mhm.
different vibe. Now it's like now it's like the I don't know, a different crowd kind of infiltrated the X Men space. It seems like today's X Men.
Yeah, it's not but again, like I tell people, and that nostalgia could have a a negative aspect if you that dependent on the nostalgia of a TV show, but definitely I'm like, bro, that 90s X-Men, when you hear that "dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun," it's like, bro, look, let me go check that out, man. I remember them Saturday mornings, but again, like I wasn't catching none of that shit. And be real with y'all, like now that I went back and watch it, I only watched so much of it growing up when I realized I'm like, shit, I probably only caught like maybe 2 seasons at the most. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm like, shit, what I watched afterwards, I'm like, bro, from the episode where with Sinister and Xavier showing their origins and how Sinister was dealing with genes and genetics and
And the
the
Apocalypse
whole.
too.
You say what's that?
It was the one with Apocalypse also.
Yeah, they did have episodes with Apocalypse and the Four Horsemen. Uh, I think of like one with Storm. Storm had a nephew or like a nephew or like somebody like that. But in long story short, was dealing with the astral plane. You know what I'm saying? It had this astral plane entity after him, but they actually saying that, again, like that's what was dope about it too. Is like they straightforwardly like, oh, he comes from the astral plane and he's trying to, I'm like, damn, they just kind of just almost giving you an esoteric lesson, you know what I'm saying? Within the show, and matter of fact, because that entity that was on that episode, that cartoon episode was actually the entity that they brung into because that was pretty good. And just the whole concept of Legion is pretty interesting. But like Legion, the son of Xavier, where he basically almost like creates reality in essence. That's why he's not. I realized like, all right, that's why Legion not even in X-Men in essence, because shit,
Hmm.
his power would necessarily create the narrative in essence. You know what I'm saying? To some extent, they did start bringing him into new comic books. Because I started to buy the new Legion comic book that they had, and literally it's about him where he done created this astral safe haven for X-Men. Like in some type of like mind astral plane area or whatever. But you know, uh yeah, it goes deep. But yeah, I was gonna say the Legion show that was on FX was pretty good. But again, it's a show, not a cartoon. But
Hmm. Yeah,
yeah,
no. What was I gonna say? I was back. Yeah. So, uh, damn, what was I about to say about that? Oh yeah, right. I did a video called "Collapsing Timelines." So, um, it was kind of just exactly how it sounds, like collapsing timelines. Now, I think, um, I think they said there's 5,500 universes in the either in the DC or Marvel universe. I forget. There's like 5,500 different realities or universes or something. Like they have a specific number, and I don't remember if it's DC or Marvel. It's one of the two. But
all
um,
right.
a lot of the stuff we're talking about, like when you're talking about like the old X-Men show and like these type of things, this is part of like what I call the collapsing timelines. So stories that like we might have grown up with different, like we might all have different stories depending on generations that we grew up with, but um, when we see like the MCU, like the movie Marvel comic universe,
Hmm.
that is the new Bible. Like that's the new timeline that everybody is agreed on. You know what I'm
The
saying?
New Testament to some extent.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So that's what it is. But it doesn't mean that all of those, like, see, everybody who is reading Marvel comics for the last like 40, 50 years or DC or whatever, um, they know about all the different time, not all of them, but they know about a lot of the different timelines and all the different things that happen. So at the same time, Thanos was snapping, and that dealt with collapsing all the different realities. At the same time, in DC, you had the Infinite Crisis on Earth, where
All
all the infinite realities collapsed on itself, basically, and there was just like one new Earth that they existed on. So they both were going through the exact same crisis in different universes. So a lot of the stories that we're aware of, they come from our timelines, and that's what my collapsing timeline of videos about. Like, um, so we're now in like even though we're free, we're kind of like the imprisoned ones, if you want to put it like that, because like a lot of us, we know information and stories from like from different timelines, but the main, if you really think about like children who are growing up now and developing now, a lot of them aren't going to go back and read a lot of those comics. They're just going to see the television shows on uh, Disney and all the different streaming sites for Marvel, and they're just going to watch the Marvel movies. So to them, the only timeline that exists is just MCU. You know what I'm saying? Star
Right,
Wars,
right,
the only thing they're going to see is like Mandalorian and the new stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they will watch the old movies, but there's a lot of people. This is that actually blew my mind. I met a lot of people who's never even seen Star Wars, and they're always like born in 1999 and younger. It was just the weirdest thing. It
all
was like
right, yeah.
everyone there. Like I remember I was talking to someone about Star Wars. He's like, I never seen Star Wars. I was like, you haven't seen anything about Star Wars. He's like he didn't know who Yoda was or anything. I was like, you don't. I was like, damn. Like he knew what a lightsaber was, but I was like, damn. Like he knew nothing about it. Blew my mind.
Now, as you say that, I had to go back and start watching, like checking out Star Wars to kind of get that full development of the story. You know what I'm saying? So
So
yeah.
it's just different stories and stuff, and it's like, um, if we weren't like they bury this stuff. This goes into Mandela effects and all that shit too, right? Because like they
Mhm.
bury a lot of the information. So unless you have someone who is like straight up for the last 30, 40 years just religiously reading all these different comics and making YouTube videos describing these different timelines and talking about different stuff, like you're not gonna know about these things unless you take the time to go read all these comics. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the anime aspect. Like you wouldn't. There's no information out there telling you that Jaden's main card is the main character of Devilman. That's just something you would have to know from having the experience of watching. Like for example, if you grew up with Devilman, so Jaden in the TV show, like
Mhm.
when that TV show came out, he would have been as a kid, he would have been like at the age where he grew up with the show Devilman. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
I kind of get. Let's see.
so like
Say
for
say it
example,
again.
okay, so like in the show Yu-Gi-Oh! GX around 2004, 2007 in the show, he
Hmm.
would have like the character in the show, he would have been like a somewhere between I don't know, like 10 and 15 years old, or I don't know. He was some age like that. And when he was younger, like maybe in the 90s or 80s, whenever like if you actually look at the timeline, he would have grown up watching Devilman. So like the reason why that was
I
his
get
favorite
you.
card was because he's actually in like that universe. So like if you're living in Japan and you watched maybe Devilman or one of these shows growing up, and then you saw Yu-Gi-Oh! GX come out later on in life, then you would
Right.
understand kind of concepts. It's the same thing with the comics and stuff like that. But now, even in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, like in Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, like I said, there's a timeline split that happens, and everybody from the first three shows kind of it's almost like they kind of like exist but they don't exist. There's like a whole new separate timeline, and they're talking about um, this. It's not really new Earth. It's like this metaverse fake Earth that this augmented reality, virtual reality Earth that people are in, and they've created narrative. There's I don't want to say they like that, but there's narratives that,
Right. Right. I
that
can't say
not,
it when I
not
do that.
yeah, it's not like that. It's like the people in Marvel basically determined this will be the Marvel comic universe. Like this is the timeline that we're on. The people like people who wrote these stories, they determined that these would be like this is the DC comic. This is the Earth, like Earth 616 or whatever Earth, right? This is the Earth that
Mhm.
we're on. So we agreed to these stories and all these other stories. We're going to put it um, basically in hell or in jail or in prison or you know what I'm saying. So
Right.
yeah, people contain that. So people like us, we know a lot of these stories about different things, and yeah, that's valuable.
Nah, very valuable, bro. And like you say, that's kind of like shifting the narrative by, again, like presenting, new stories in essence, or non-regurgitated stories, so to speak.
Yeah, and when I say people like us, I just mean people who are pretty much born after or before the year 2000, basically. Um, Not to say people after the year 2000. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of people who are younger that are very cultural and like know a lot. I'm not saying I am, but like there's a lot of people who are a lot younger who really go into culture and understand a lot of things. So there is a lot of younger, children into that stuff. But it's just um, the older generation, I feel like if we understood, I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't know, but if we understood um, kind of what's going on right now and like where we come from, there's like a
Mhm.
whole different level of understanding and value that I feel like can be brought to younger generations and stuff like that.
Yes, said Spider Man and Batman. Yeah, bro. It kind of again like speaking of bridging the gap. You know what I'm saying? And I made an analogy about that, and I say analogy, but brought up the uniqueness of being, born like around that '87 vibe, but like somewhere near it, because I'm like, I come up in a reality where. I made a joke of like shit blowing cartridges. I'm like, but most of y'all don't even know about blowing no cartridge. Where you playing the Nintendo and the Nintendo game now, where you go
Uh,
blow the cartridge and you know what I'm saying? But like going from a reality where that was my childhood to not too long after that in junior high, seeing like little cell phones to high school, cell phones getting more advanced, CDs, DVDs, putting cassettes out of style to college where you got phones that operate like a computer, you know what I'm saying? So it's like seeing all that in one lifetime within the span of almost, 20 years or less, 25 years or something like that. But, that's definitely a unique experience for sure.
no,
I think that
it's deep, man. It's deep.
and I was gonna say I think that speaks to our soul in the essence of, again, like why would we choose to reincarnate in a moment where the timeline of technology shifts so rapidly. In essence, it must be something to that.
It might be incarnating instead of reincarnating right now. It might be incarnating to add all this stuff to our data bank.
Right.
Yeah,
Moving from this world.
those
But
cartridges were serious. The memory cards on the PlayStation and the cartridges for the for the Nintendo and shit. Yeah, I still got that downstairs.
boy, like boy, that memory card, like boy, gotta have all that info saved, especially if you're paying something like San Andreas or something. It's like gotta have my little memory chip so I can have all my little boards, my little levels remembered.
Yeah, gotta get cheat code list and everything too. You manually put in the cheat codes and shit.
Yeah, they had what it was called when we was growing up. Speaking, because we brought up genies earlier, Game Genie. It was a little thing called Game Genie. And wait, it was also like a little cartridge that you would put your game on top of. I think that's the Game Genie would allow for you to like put little codes in because you could put in a code where Sonic could like float when he jumped. And he could just stay in the sky. He could like jump across the whole board without even touching the ground. It was like different little things like that. But yeah, bro,
Yeah,
it,
and that's the thing though. That's just like that's like a memory card that also is able to. I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like back then, people were like smart to the point where they were figuring out how to add on to the technology that they had. You know what I'm saying? We had to jailbreak phones. We had to jailbreak the phones, like the action replays, like you're saying, like the action replay or the Game Genie and all that. Creating emulators, uh, and we still have emulators. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of emulators and stuff, but
I'm about to say,
yeah,
what is an emulator? Because I'm not familiar with that term.
an emulator. Yeah, Game Shark. Yeah, Game Shark's the older one. I feel it. So an emulator is like I remember on my iPod Nano, right? So
Mhm.
what we did is I downloaded all the different Pokemon games onto my iPod Nano when I was like in elementary school. So I had a Game Boy and a Game Boy Advance. I had
Right.
these to play it on, but I remember just on my iPod Nano. I think I still have it, but on my old iPod Nano, I was able to play like a third gen or second gen. So this is like damn near 15 years ago or something. I don't even know, 15
All
or
right.
16. But yeah, I was basically able to put a bunch of different games on my iPod Nano. So instead of having a Game Boy, I could just play the original Pokemon on my iPod Nano. which was just like the wildest thing to me. So an emulator is like you can basically just emulate anything. So you can create like a virtual you can create like a virtual box where um,
I kind of get what you say. It's almost like a Nintendo. Like say for instance, I got like a computer. It's almost like a program that allows for a console to exist. Like say for instance, I got my computer and an emulator would be a program that basically is like a Super Nintendo that
yeah,
I could go and play all the games on, but through my PC instead of having the actual uh physical equipment to do it.
yeah, you can literally do that with like everything, like every game. Yeah, exactly. You can play like PSP games on iPhone. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So back then when the PSP, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So back then with the PSP and everything like that, and people were just downloading the craziest, like they were putting like Nintendo games on the PSP and stuff like that, and because the PSP you're able to like hack this, like you're able to hack. It was like the PSP you're able to play more stuff on it, like illegally obviously, but you're able to play. It was just like a way you could play because back then you would have to have a Nintendo DS to play Pokemon, and you would have to have a
Right.
PSP to play other stuff. So it was like you could get the PSP and hack it, and then basically put like the Nintendo games onto that. Um,
Right, right.
Emulators are they go deep though. You can have like a virtual. You can create like a computer emulator on your own computer if that makes sense. Like um, so emulator is creating it's like an operating system. So you know how computers naturally just they usually come with Windows and stuff like that. And then
Hmm.
if you use Linux or like things like Linux, you can basically like you can create your own operating system on your computer. You know what I'm saying? You can have your own operating system.
And as you bring that up, you make me think of the game. We used to call it was an acronym. We call it Mugen. It was Mugen, and it was like a computer. It was like a game. It's a fighting game created by like somebody program like put a program together, which allowed for you to mix almost all characters in every fighting game. Like you could use Goku and Vegeta. This was before Dragon Ball Z even had a video game, but you could fight Goku, Vegeta, or Trunks against Street Fighters, Mortal Kombat characters. It was like just a combination, but it was like computer program or engineered that way. But yeah, like as you say, because I wasn't too much into software. I took computer science and I did like take programming classes. But I was me personally. I was more of just a hardware person. Like I like to put the infrastructure
I
together.
mean,
Like that was one of our finals in high school, having to like uh put a computer together, then FDIS it, or FDIS it was basically to remove like whatever operating systems was on it, so we could like upgrade it to Windows XP or something like that. I think at the time, but
uh, I was just reading the comment. But yeah, no, I'm the same way. I'm more about the hardware. Like I just learned how to do certain things because of people around me, or just because I just wanted to use it. Um, if life is like a simulation or program, I'm sure there's people. That's what I'm. That yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I was getting into, Arthur. uh, yeah, so like yeah, it's just simulator is like a mental processing tool, right? So it's almost like if you have those in real life, yeah. I mean, Beyonce got an emulator running. She's you got the Queen
with
Bee,
the I
Bee
was about to
program.
say with the Queen Bee energy, yeah. Ah
Um,
man, swing that on in there.
yeah. No, but that emulator, man, that stuff. That's what I'm trying to say about technology, man. Like that was in the 2000s, and then when we hit the 2010s, like 2011s, 2012s, I remember they were going hard at catching people who were jailbreaking iPhones and stuff like that. That was so strange. But and then also people who were streaming things, like just downloading movies and like remember like LimeWire and you know what I'm saying, like all that type of
'Cause
stuff, like downloading music,
uh,
movies, torrenting. Um,
mhm.
like we still do it obviously, but back then it was huge. Like you just burn everything. So like you see how technology has changed though since then, right?
Right. And even the level of how we interface with it, because I remember like when those low like the Napster, LimeWire, and then we had one called Kazaa, Kazaa. But
Mm.
then download movies, music, all kind of shit. Cause that was the nature of like what the internet was used for in a lot of cases is just to like get access to certain little movies or little back doors to things that you didn't want to go buy or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But
This was
yeah.
like people weren't getting dumbed down by technology. They're outsmarting technology, and people were getting mad about that. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like the type of technology we had up until around the 2010 area, it
Hmm.
was actually helping people. Like it was actually like there's a reason why people were waking up around that time period, like around 2010, 2012, like that first kind of awakening people had. Is the technology was part of that too. It's not like it caused that, but it was part of that because again, like it was interactive. People were like, even if me and you weren't doing it, like the fact people were creating these emulators and hacking it. I remember Call of Duty with PlayStation with the hacked lobbies in Call of Duty. That's when shit was so overboard with Call of Duty. I remember they hacked the whole PlayStation network, and PlayStation network was shut down for days.
I, I
You
I
remember that?
wasn't into gaming, or at least that game at that moment, but I do remember like something happening with the PS3 system, or it was one of the systems, but like yeah, the PlayStation system where it kind
That
of crashed or whatever.
that was huge when that PlayStation network when it crashed. Like first of all, it was huge because everyone pissed. Like everyone, like there was millions and millions of people just pissed. Like this was just
Right,
the way
right, right.
for aggression too. So it was interesting. That was kind of funny. But you could still play games. You just couldn't play online. So I mean, you could still play zombies and stuff. Um, but yeah, that was a huge thing that happened when the PSN network went down. That was telling that was showing how much control people had. Like basically, people had more control over the system and the network than the system and network itself.
Right, right. Like the people had more control. I feel like the internet in general too, because I think about like how you had more easier access to like any website. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it could be because I think of growing up, we used to go to rotten.com that would show like Tupac autopsies or like the type of stuff that would be like banned from TV type of shit, that you can't just automatically just go, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, it had the internet have it, that little Wild Wild West moment. You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, you could just
But the CIA got over that shit heavy. Like whether it's the CIA or just intelligence agencies in general, got on that heavy. Like the internet got so censored, and not even just the internet. It started with the technology that was being put out to people. Like the shift. I always put this in. I always just keep this like. I always just talk about this stuff because people forget about a lot of this stuff. How like the iPod Nano and the iPod Touch. Like when we went from that to the iPhone, every phone basically became an iPhone.
right, right. Like you talking about like mimicking the technology and the software of iPhone in essence.
They got thrown out. You remember the flip phones and like when they slid and they had the full keyboard and all that type of stuff. Like all of that
Right.
got thrown out. Like mechanical. These are, and I'm just talking about mechanical technology, like things that you actually have to mechanically. It got all replaced with electrical touchscreens and stuff like that. So
Mm-hmm.
like LEDs, LCD, and then the screen display started even changing. Like I'm sure you're aware of that too, because like the type of technology they used for screen display. They say it's better resolution and things like that, but it's literally a different technology. So it's like
Right.
things got replaced, and that iPod Nano, because mechanical. See, we had technology in ancient times. It was just much more mechanical. Like for example, when you think about golems or you think about the thing, because even robots, they come from ancient Greece with machinas or machina machinas. So they show it to you in certain shows like Blood of Zeus and certain things. They look like Sentinels, basically, from X-Men.
Mm.
Uh,
Gotcha.
they show it to you in a lot of shows, and they call it the Machine Age, which already happened. Like that's what they describe in tons of different stories. So that age was the mechanical age, which was not really based on electricity, but it was based on uh, like mechanical engineering. So
Gotcha.
like a lot of the mechanical engineering around like the 2010 area, again, like when they went from there was like this jump with electricity that happened, and it just changed. How should I put? instead of us being able to mechanically, you could say like program technology, it became more like uh, because mechanical work it takes more time. You know what I'm saying? Electrical impulses are very like fast. They're very like instantaneous transmission. So
Right,
technology
right.
focuses more on like the instantaneous transition transmission instead of like the because with the mechanical technology, the difference is you actually have to put in like there's a certain aspect of experience and wisdom that goes into it.
And what I thought of just the simple differences in a digital watch and then a classic watch where one go with the different little grooves and stuff, turning mechanically, and then the other one in essence is like just again like electrical information just quickly moving.
So like uh, it's the thing with the electrical because all of this is electrical now. Like this is all like the type of technology we're using is all like don't get me wrong, like we used electricity before, like it's still electrical, but um, like a lot of the mechanical aspects of things are being replaced with like crystals and electric sensors and these different types of things. And
Hmm.
um, it's kind of like it's kind of like how a lot of the jobs of today are being replaced by technology too. So they're replacing like the manual labor with a lot of the technology aspect. But people always say like for example like robots and certain levels of technology that doesn't really have like the human touch to it. Like it can't really it's more like binary programming. It doesn't really understand the entirety of things.
Hmm.
A lot of the technology that we saw this go from again like the 2010 to on, I honestly think a lot of that is um, because from that point on, we got a lot more like AI type of technology, like Siri and like stuff like that started coming out. Remember, because the iPhone, the big thing about the iPhone too was like Siri, and then there was like Cortana and all this type of stuff. So like
Right.
PlayStation, Xbox, they started adding things like AI and all that. So the AI to me, um, how should I put it, is almost like a representation of the like the electrical aspect I'm talking about. Like this type of technology seems like technology creating itself versus us creating it. That's the best way I can put it.
Right, 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 right. Again, like the manual mechanical is more so us kind of putting the quote unquote manpower. It takes a little more manpower than compared to the other form of technology that moves kind of more so with technology in essence. So it kind of moves quote unquote quicker.
Yeah, because I'm like when like I'll keep saying it when it was focused more on holographic technology, uh, like and the mechanical aspect of things. Because again, like video games, like even the controllers, like you still have to use your hands. Like it's a very hands-on, it's like a hands-on thing. But virtual reality, it's like remember with the Wii how they brought in the remember everyone like the Wii was like a big trend when everyone
Right,
was like in their hands and playing. That was marketing. They were marketing the integration into virtual reality.
right, right,
Yeah, so that was people were having fun because they were like doing things, but they weren't actually like now they're moving their body, but they weren't like it was taking it away from the hands. Yeah,
wait. All right. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
the Wii remote. Think about it. The Wii remote is motion sensor, and you have like one analog to use. It's just all thumbs,
Right, right.
thumbs and hand. But
And
like the other game, you have to use your fingers with the other controllers. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, because I think about having to put in certain little codes and shit you had to rapidly put in, you know what I'm saying? It's like shit, if you wasn't quick enough, you know what I'm saying? Think of like having to get what's his name? On Killer Instinct to get Idol, the main character, you would have to get Cinder, and then in the little fight screen you had to tap in a certain little code or whatever, and if you didn't do it fast enough and precisely, it wasn't nothing, you know.
Yeah, they just stay bouncing like nothing happened or shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like that type of thought process doesn't really we don't really have that anymore. Like where people are kind of like what you said, like thinking steps ahead and when you put something out, for example, like uh, it's not like where you talked about how they're just pushing out movies and TV shows and stuff like that. They're just pumping it out
Mhm.
instead of putting like more into it, like how it used to be. That's kind of that's because of that's because of the reality or the I don't really want to say this is actually what it is, but this is kind of like the sphere or the world that we're in right now, or the Western world is in, especially. So that's to me a big thing because again, technology right now is very beyond a lot of people, and
Mhm.
not only just technology, but even just the things that technology are doing. So like even the things that we're watching on TV is beyond like not only is the technology beyond a lot of people, but the things like that the technology is doing is also beyond a lot of people too.
Right, right. It's pretty. It's advanced, and it's kind of hard to digest and grasp the many dimensions of like. As you said, I think of like. But you wasn't more so. You was talking more so again about the technology aspect, but I thought of like just certain movies and concepts dealing with technology and time travel. That's just kind of like you know it would be tough to conceptualize in that sense.
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking up something that someone commented. I didn't know what it was. Uh, oh damn! Someone just said, "Do you know about Chat GPT?" I was just looking it up real quick.
All right, yeah, I haven't because when I saw that comment, I'm like, oh, I ain't never heard of Chat GBT.
It says it is a chatbot developed by OpenAI and launched in November 2022. It is built on top of OpenAI's GPT-3 family of large language models and has been fine-tuned. An approach to transfer learning using both supervised and reinforcement learning techniques. I think I actually have heard of this. Like not as I think I let me uh, heard something about this. I can't really give too much of an opinion on this because I don't really know about it like that. But um, anyway, I'm not too sure about that. Like I don't really have an. Maybe I'll look into that though, and maybe I'll go into it another day. I don't really know too much about it off the top of my head. So um, yeah, but going back into that whole kind of CIA and everything we were going into, um, that's to me, CIA deals heavily with technology too, um, heavily with technology because uh, a lot of the spyware is dealing with technology, and it's not necessarily the CIA's like there's a dude sitting in a chair watching people through technology. A lot of it is like the
Right.
NSA, and they're using what is it, algorithms and like codes and stuff like that to flag people. And
To pick up on keywords and
yeah, and it's not too difficult to be flagged. It's not really difficult to be flagged for things like they already were stereotyping and stuff like that to try to like find people because before it was like you had to find a criminal and try to get them to like reveal what they were doing. Now it's more so people just kind of reveal what they're doing and then they just categorize them as that and then put them in those boxes. It's a little bit
right, right.
yeah, it's a little bit different. So they show it to you in the new Purge movie, like the first Purge, and they call it the NFFA or something like that. And they show you like
Mhm.
there's literally people watching through monitors, and then they have algorithms that flag people, and then when they get flagged, then they have people who check into that after. So
All right.
that thing that is a real thing. Uh,
You you made me think about I think his name was Argus from American Gods. That
yeah, so that was when Argus and media merged together.
all
Yeah.
right, yeah, 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 yeah.
So Argus is like Eagle Eye. Like if you've seen the movie Eagle Eye,
No, I
Shia,
don't I don't think so.
it's an old one. So it's with Shia LaBeouf. It's you know in the Matrix, you know when he gets the phone call and from Morpheus and there's people in like the Smiths are in the office looking for him and he's like turn right, turn left. Like Morpheus is telling Neo the directions. That
Right.
that's that that's from that's an Eagle Eye also. So Shia LaBeouf, he's like at work or something like that. He gets this call. He's like, "You will die if you don't." It's like a woman talking to him too. I need to rewatch the movie. Damn. She's like, "You will die." It's like Siri. It's literally Siri calling him too. That's the craziest part. It's like Siri,
Mhm.
Cortana, Sophia, whatever AI it is. But she like calls and she's like, "You will die if you don't leave your building right now." And he's like, what do you mean I'm gonna die? Like, blah. And she's like, get up and look to your left. You will see two people entering the room. Like, so it's like that. And then so she's got a watchful eye and she's leading him out of the maze, right? So
Hmm.
the office building is the maze he's trying to get out of, which represents also Saturn in the corporate America and the Matrix. So this is about basically getting out of that, and then it's also about love, like the Matrix and Eagle Eye. They're kind of both about how love breaks you out of the Matrix. They show that in the Adjustment Bureau. They show that in the Source Code movie, um, or yeah, Source Code. They show it to you in a bunch of movies how people breaking out of the Matrix, they need love to get out of it. So whether that's a program, whether that's real, another conversation. But the Eagle Eye
Right, right,
system. Right. So there's a system. It's called the Eagle Eye. It's in Terminator Skynet. Um,
all right.
yeah, and that is Argos or Argo in American God.
Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah,
Eagle
media.
Eye.
Oh, when it merged with media though, that was the worst. That was that was the worst. That was when the security system became also like the executioner.
All right, yeah, because I just remember like, and I think yeah, I do remember a fusion part, but I just remember Argus being like again like monitoring, being able to monitor like everything connected to technology or whatever. And I know it's mythologically also connected to a peacock or something like that too.
Yeah, so one of his symbols is the peacock or whatever. But that's also a symbol for other beings as well. But that's a secret code as well, so you can just connect that. But the like Oshun and Shiba and stuff like that, like in the show,
Hmm.
represented by the peacock, Oshun, Shiba, and Argos. So remember, Argos is the
Right.
boat that carried the Argonauts, Jason and the Argonauts too, right? So he was also the boat. Uh, so it's a vessel, it's a ship that carries Jason and the Argonauts. And Jason and the Argonauts basically were pirates, to keep it real. Like they were straight up pirates. So if we talk about piracy as well, and like how like on the web we have piracy, and it's like this eye is watching over. So
Continue because I just thought about One Piece as you was talking about pirates though.
yeah, yeah. So when media and Argos fused together, they literally merged together. But media consumed Argos. So she took control over. So media literally took control over Argos. So like when people are like, "This is an identity extremist. This person is a terrorist." Like that's what started happening in the show. Like basically, she used Argos to completely watch over Shadow Moon everywhere he was going, and
Hmm.
then she then also used media to portray him as terrorist threat number one to everybody. Um, not just on
Gotcha,
the
gotcha.
not just on the news, but like I mean, like if you watch the YouTube video, if I watch the YouTube video, for some reason, it might be just talking about some kind of energy, and we're relating it to like some Shadow Moon character, and like it's basically controlling the perceptions of everyone to see this man as a terrorist. That was
Gotcha.
that was some deep shit with Argos and yeah, and that. But with One Piece and piracy, so Naruto, you notice how it's the CIA, like they're literally a secret society of ninjas who are trying to keep the peace in the world. It's literally a show about intelligence operatives. Now,
Hmm.
One Piece is about pirates. Now,
Right.
the main character is the son of a well, he's the grandson of a marine, like one of the head marines. Now, he's also the son though of the biggest revolutionary in the world. So it's like this weird conflict because it's like the marines kind of follow him, but the piracy thing. So in Greek mythology, when they talk about heroes, like Jason is a hero in Greek mythology, right? Um,
Hmm.
be a hero, one of the qualities was to be a good, like a liar, a thief, like basically the qualities that you would find in being a pirate. That a lot of people don't really know that. One of the qualities of a hero are actually not good qualities a lot of times, especially like sorry.
You brought that up in a video recently, and I caught that. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I thought of it from the perspective of like the hero in essence, like hiding something, but like or have like two different personalities. I think you brought up that like it has like a dual perspective compared to like most villains where they just like, look, this is who I am.
Right. So this is how we see it today. Like when we're watching when they portray the stories today, that is literally like they have to portray it in the way that you kind of just described, like with the duality thing, because we gotta remember in ancient Greece and Rome, they had a like the way they looked at the world was way different than everybody else. It was very perverted and very weird. Now, that is not allowed in the mainstream social world today. So that's why a lot of the weird, perverted, and also like the psychological problems and stuff that gets put and it's embedded into the show where you're like, were they talking about some pedophilia stuff in this or were they talking about that? Like they embed those things into the show because they're not
Mhm.
allowed to put it out in public right now. But back then, their stories were like Zeus went and caught this young boy and he took him to the heavens and had sex with this young boy and made him his cupbearer, and this is how Aquarius was born. And it's like the story was born out of pedophilia and like homosexual, but like at the same time, I was like, damn. So like back then, these
Mhm.
stories they were out in the open. Now they're like, so when we see the duality between the hero, like the split personality. First of all, I came from Sumerian mythology. That's like Zoroastrianism. That's heavy in the Middle East, but the Greeks borrowed from that, and this is where they got. This is where superheroes have a dual nature, you have Clark Kent and you have Superman. But the thing is,
Right.
back then, it was like if me and you were here today and we were like, man, fuck the Matrix, fuck society, we're done with this. This is all bullshit, and we went like full terrorist, pirate, whatever mode you want to call it. That is what they're calling the qualities of a hero. But like, not just standing up to not. I'm not talking about standing up to an oppressive system. I'm saying like, I'm saying like, let's say we are in a good system. It could even be a good
Like a
system.
rebel, like a rebel without a cause or something. But I'm listening.
That's basically Jason and the Argonauts. They were rebels
Got
without a damn cause. Like, and there's a lot of people today who believe they're Jason and the Argonauts. So like Bonnie and Clyde, there's a they he, the main like who is it, Bonnie or Clyde, whichever the one's the guy. Anyways, Clyde. I'm joking, but Clyde, him and his crew represents Jason and the Argonauts. Like they literally thought of themselves like that in a sense. Like, and there's people today who still like these are crime syndicates that a lot of times they fake their own deaths, and after they fake their death, they go and do actual. They become even worse criminals or some like they do other shit. They
you.
so with the heroes of the story, a lot of times they were actually like some straight up villains doing a bunch of crazy stuff, and then once they to get away with it, they would have to like fake their own death and all this type of stuff. Like so, yeah. It's weird though when you look at Greek mythology and you actually look at the qualities of a hero. They'll say like not like Robin Hood type of thievery. They're talking about like actually just being a bad person and stuff like that in multiple different aspects. So
Hmm.
if they believe that is what a hero is today, like back then today when we talk about a good person or someone being like a good citizen, these are the qualities now that they want people to have, but like it's innate. So you notice like how the average person is very like police like they monitor people. They first thought is fear and if they can call the police and stuff like that. That's because they're all heroes. They're all embodying the principles of heroism.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it creates this energy of like yeah, like a programming within people to kind of mimic that, you know what I'm saying, that nature of like again like the dualistic nature in essence, or just more so like well yeah, I guess you could say that the dualistic nature of it, you know what I'm saying?
People reproduce more. This is causing people to have more children because now if you feel like you're split, you're going to now look for like this other half. So this also caused a lot of when you talk about divide and conquer, this would
Yeah,
be
yeah,
like
yeah, right, right.
yeah, this would be like dividing you. But when you divide yourself, like you would be, you would have people in like your own tribe and your own people. You know what I'm saying? So first, when you become
Mhm.
divided, you're going to separate from your own people. So remember, the heroes were the people who were rebelling against their group and their people. So
Right,
then they
right.
left. Then they left, and they usually take on a wife like for across the seas or over the waters or in a different land. You know what I'm saying? And then magically,
Mhm.
the hero dies after the woman has a child, or when the woman's about to have a child. So it's almost like you go against your own people or you separate yourself by splitting yourself. It's like you're disconnecting yourself from like the feminine aspect, which is like you could say like your
The
counterpart
mud.
of your within your own bloodline. And
Mhm.
then when you go out and you're in like dealing with other people, now you're going to find another counterpart that's also kind of split as well.
Right, right. Cause you made the initial split, so the vibration is, by the science or just the automatic of how the algorithm works. You're gonna attract somebody with that same split. Yeah.
Like Cain left the Garden of Eden and he went into the land of Nod. So he had to find a different wife, or like some say that he brought his wife or something like that. But he had to find. He went into a different land. That means to go also into a different woman as well, because the woman is one with the land as well. You know what I'm saying? So like, if the land of Nod was China, this would mean now he has like a Chinese wife or something like that. Um, so like that split him from his people. You know what I'm saying? Now he has a
And you're
curse.
saying that, and you're saying like this storyline or this perspective is like promoted in a manner to toxically affect people in essence.
Yeah. So this is part of basically um, what is it called? I don't really want to call it sex trafficking, but it's like worldwide sex trafficking. Like it's like a uh, it's like pimping, but like worldwide pimping by gods or by lords or masters and stuff like that. Um, so
Hmm.
the way that they pair people up, um, this deals with anarchism. So this is an anarchism agenda. So this deals with because when you have people of when you mix all of these different aspects together, there's a reason why the planet is very infertile now. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And it's due to all of these like things that have happened. So
You, you brought that up earlier about the again like the lack of creativity and how it translates into the fertility you know with creating children.
so this is also part of how you hollow out a vessel. Like there is an aspect of hollow being good. Don't get me wrong, because hollow means to be whole, but that's not what I'm talking about. Like how to basically eject a person's spirit or like basically eject their own energy out, not really out of their body, but either like so deep within it that it's like buried or different things like that. And in Hollywood, obviously, they have a lot of different tactics to do this type of stuff. But this, again, this is something that came out of not necessarily Sumeria. I don't really want to put it even on Babylon, but it came out of that region. Um, so, like I said, the Greek aspect. This is tied to the Greek aspect of things as well too. So, in this, basically, this concept of a hero is how people are terraformed into being able to, first of all, being to the point where a lot of people messed up their blood. I don't really want to put it like that, but there's a lot of bloodlines that are not maybe the total bloodline, but there's a lot of groups of people who have become, like I said, infertile. And
Hmm.
once you become infertile like that, um, you know, when they talk about the mark of Cain and how Cain was cursed with this mark, and it basically says he was cursed to be like an immortal, but like to be forever in pain. Now, the word pineal also means torment or pain, and I think we talked about this like a year ago, actually. But yeah, the word pineal means also torment or pain. So, like what you saw with Jaden in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, that was the opening of his third eye, but he was going through all that pain or torment because that's actually what the third eye is. It's actually kind of part of it is painful, opening it and stuff.
Right.
So, uh, where I was going with that. So uh,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah, made the analogy. I don't know. You was talking about we was talking about the whole thing of like lack of fertility. And you talk about the mark of Cain.
So yeah, So a person basically like once a person becomes infertile and all that, because remember Satuk is like also Osiris is supposed to be the god of fertility, and Satuk is supposed to be the infertile one. Um,
Right.
so this also deals with when a person is gets to that level of infertility. So Golem, for example, in Lord of the Rings, he was literally immortal. This
Mhm.
dude was literally immortal, but he was walking around in pain and torment everywhere constantly. The reason that leprosy he had, where all of his hair and his skin and everything was fading off of him, that was the
Mhm.
mark of Cain. That's the mark of Cain. So he forever like he was immortal and stuff like that. He was being tormented and all that. But the thing is now he was a vessel for Sauron.
Right. Right. Gotcha. Gotcha.
So
and
this
that go like,
so what?
then
Sorry, yes, I call this in the Western world. I call this the what I say. This is what Satanism is for real. For real. When you see that image of the Baphomet, um,
mhm,
I say that's the image that they're trying to turn people into, which is the beast. And I don't mean in the sense of melanin being 666 and this is about us and it's like some good shit. I don't mean in that sense. I'm talking about
right.
um, to me what I've seen this as is the creation of like basically you have to create the devil. So when they talk about like Christ and all this and talking about becoming more than human and becoming like Christ, in
Hmm.
these superhero shows, are they becoming better or are they becoming worse? Because the more superheroes that show up, the worse the planet gets. Like it's cool because these superheroes have powers and they're above everybody else, but it's literally bad for the planet.
Right. And then they always seem to be wanting to control shit too in a toxic way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the archonic energy is finding new vessels to go into. So DC, thing I like about DC is they talk about all the dark stuff because in DC they actually have to work out all of the dark stuff that happens, especially in Batman and stuff like that. They actually work out all of the dark stuff. They show you all the dark universes and stuff like that, and well, Shadow universe, but they work that stuff out. Like sometimes it doesn't
Hmm.
all work out, but they show you like on a realistic level. Like Gotham is like it's a little dark, but it's much more realistic. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Matter of
Marvel,
fact, honestly, that's like the show. They so not only just the cartoon, but they did a show with the Teen Titans from DC, and that show was pretty like you know like straightforward and kind of had like a more of a adult type of content, especially when it comes to the shadow perspective too.
yeah, no, Titans was good. I didn't watch the new season, season three or whatever, but the first two seasons were good. I had a kind of a feeling about season three, but I don't know. I haven't seen it, so but that's
Yeah,
exactly.
season three somewhat leans towards the category of Mulholland Drive and Devil May Cry.
Okay, that's
Like,
probably what I did on that.
yeah, because it got into like secret society aspects, and I felt like it was trying to like fearmonger, like it had like a fear mongering with secret societies kind of.
Yeah,
I don't know, push because I felt my energy like I'm like, all right. I
yeah.
watched I watched a couple episodes and I saw where it was heading. I'm like, all right, like you either got one or two options. You either stop watching it right now or you be aware of like what they about to try to promote in these episodes.
That's why I didn't
You
watch the
know,
new Stranger Things series season because I felt like the new Stranger Things season was just like I just knew it was going to be some straight up weird stuff going on. Like
right,
there's certain shows that I already put up with it, and I'm like, you know what? At a certain point, like you said, either just put up with it or just cut it out at that level. So yeah, Titans
right.
at episode two, I was on the same thing. I was like, I see where this is going.
If it seems like it's gonna be more dangerous towards my subconscious than how much jewels I'm gonna get from it that could help me, it's like
But at a certain point, though, it's like when you get subconscious programming about certain things, it can't really affect you. It's just boring. You know what I'm saying? It's like watching one of those old plays that you're just bored through. It's just like a ritual. That's what I'm saying. It's not even entertaining at a certain point. Like there's certain movies that you could just watch over and over again, and the shit's just entertaining. You know what I mean? But
right,
yeah, like that's what I was kind of like. Titans, I actually liked, even though they had a lot of ritual stuff in the first two seasons. Titans was still like very enjoyable. But anyways, yeah.
mhm,
So the DC universe though, they actually go heavy into the more realistic aspects of things. But Marvel, I don't know. Marvel is strange with that. So, but yeah, with the whole pineal gland opening aspect, yeah, they kind of give this polished look in Marvel about how it happens. Like you get bit by a radioactive spider, you get, I don't know, and you just go through this transformation, and like it was different with old Peter Parker, who was like socially anxious, like Sheed was saying earlier. Old Spider-Man is different than current Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man has
right,
gone through so many phases. How many times has he been cloned? You got the Andrew Garfield one. You got like three of them in the real life, and then you got the multiverse, like the comic one with Miles Morales.
Man, look, and I was just looking, cause I got this not too long ago, but yeah, I passed by one of the Spider-Man clones or whatever. I'm like, damn, I ain't know Spider-Man had a little clone or whatever, but yeah,
Yeah,
this
and then there's the
book
whole
was
spider army. Like eventually, it turns into a spider army and stuff like that. So
oh shit. And look, I turned right to it. Oh shit. And his name is Kane. Oh shit. Kane, and that's him right here.
you see, yeah, I can't make this shit up. That's what I'm saying. Like the stories, they're just channeling the stuff we're talking. Like they just have more time and resources to put what we're talking about into imagery. So it's just the same shit.
Right, right. But
Yeah.
yep,
So hit by a radioactive spider, or was Kane? Did Kane get hit by that mark? You know what I'm saying?
and matter of fact, I don't know what it says.
And to keep it real, the first Spider-Man is Anansi from West Africa. So I will put that there.
Right, right,
Anansi.
right. That's why what's his name? Not Jack Kirby. Stan Lee like promotes Spider. Like that's kind of if you kind of peep game, Spider Man is kind of like his one of his favorites. You know what I'm saying? But that's because like Spider Man represents the storytelling of the web. You know, of
Mm,
like Destiny and all the different stories and stuff. So
yeah. I mean, Stanley he did a pretty good job at like letting people know where this stuff comes from. You know what I'm saying? He did a pretty good
right,
job of that. You can't even lie. He did a pretty good job of that. But yeah. So with the whole third eye thing and everything, uh, that aspect of what's it called? Um, this whole thing about like this fertility infertility thing and like I said, like kind of having a body, for lack of better words, just basically creating vessels for people to be possessed through. So if we're looking at these superheroes, what if these superheroes are just a bunch of people who are possessed by archons?
right. Because they have like that split in them, so it creates that room for the whole MK Ultra process. You know, again, and for something to be brought into the vessel. That's
And that
you know.
split has to happen through trauma. The trauma is what creates the psychological split that literally separates your left and right brain, which
Hmm.
the left was considered Cain and the right brain was considered Abel. And then when the left and right brain get separated, the left brain starts usually dominating the right brain, and this is why that imbalance between the two is what creates what we call the mark of Cain or the leprosy, or what the golem, like
That's
golem,
deep. That's deep.
more. Yeah, it's the left brain dominating the right brain. And again, like the leprosy isn't just your skin turning a certain color. It's like you literally are losing all your senses. So your hair kind of falls, like it burns away your skin, your sight. You start to lose your sight. This is and like but like you notice how he's had his eyes open the whole time, like Golem, like his eyes would be super open, but
Right,
he was
right.
yeah, he was losing his sight. Like with you see like the Buddha images, you usually see him like with like the eyes like
Tight
that.
eye. Right,
Yeah, there's a reason for that. He was losing his sense of taste, so he would eat just like disgusting stuff, like on a scavenger level, Golem, right? Um,
right,
and he also lost like empathy. Like he still had empathy to an extent, but to use it in a psychologically manipulative way. So
right.
yeah, so that process, that's what I call how you create. Well, not even what I call it, but it's like what is called literally just literally making a devil or making a beast, and that is a thing that the Western world is doing onto basically anybody that it can do it to. This is why you have this whole process. Like, if you really think about the Western world, it's like when you go into it, you get processed by it, and when you come out of it, you come out as something else. If you go to like a tribe or an indigenous place, like you for sure, it's an experience and it changes you, and you have things that maybe you release and you add on to yourself, but you don't become like an entirely, not like the Western world where like you turn a raw material into a cash crop good that we sell to the world. So
Right. Nah, man, that you know, because that's a unique perspective. I never heard. I never really. I always knew like I could peep game at like looking at certain heroes depicted in whether it's Marvel and just certain things in general. Where I'm like, damn, they seem like they could be a villain or the way they trying to. like is a light of like trying to save everybody, but it's from a controlling perspective that's manipulative and you know what I'm saying toxic, you know. Kind of like how I would laugh at Stargate. I'm like the Stargate crew just as fucking foul as the rate, you know what I'm saying, on some low key type of shit.
Bro, that's what I was
I'm
saying.
like,
The whole show, the whole
I'm like,
show.
bro, niggas, like I thought of one of the episodes where it was like they was trying to talk somebody into like staying with them or some type of shit. Oh no, trying to talk somebody into like letting them use their planet for refuge. It's like, you
Yeah,
know what, for the group and for everybody against the race. And I'm just paying attention to how they like using guilt tripping and all that shit. And then also, like again, speaking on us watching, getting programmed, like you seeing this shit and you seeing it as cool. Like, oh, that's the natural thing to do to try to gimmick somebody or guilt trip them in order to get them to do what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like it becomes a norm and shit. So yeah, you know, if it's
exactly.
allowed to become a norm, but yeah.
The ancients didn't even like them. Like the ancients didn't like them. There's a reason why the ancients left the wraith and the humans behind. Like they didn't like either of them. And, like,
Bruh, like it just is very comical, you know what I'm saying, looking at that perspective. But yeah, it's like, you know, I could always peep it from that perspective, but again, like on a deeper esoteric level, when you bring up, you know, again, like the hero in essence kind of having an energy that's like a setup for MK Ultra, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, damn, all right, that, you know.
because think about how these heroes have like. Okay, this usually we talk about like good has to come out of evil. You know what I'm saying? Like it comes out of evil. So it's like, how come these heroes start good? Like they have a trauma that happens, right? That's usually the origin point, but they're usually good people. But you notice how the villains, they're just bad people. It's not like the villains can can become good from a bad thing. Like you notice how that backwards that shit is? Like if you have a person that starts as good and you give them a bunch of power and you don't know what their subconscious programming is like, you can enhance all of the like what happens is now you enhance basically a bunch of egomaniacs, and because of that they're not aware of that subconscious programming. All of the damage that was done, for example, in the Marvel universe for however many years,
Hmm.
like, they just kind of gloss over that. They talk about it in Captain America, like Civil War. That's why a whole Civil War happened, was because basically what happened was that bomb went off in Nigeria that blew up at that building in Nigeria, and had to do with like Wakanda and stuff like that too. But it killed a
Yeah.
bunch of people in Nigeria, and there's the Nigerian woman who came to Tony Stark and was like, "So what do you have to like? My son is dead because of you, like because of what your people like. My son is dead because of you." Basically, he was like he was uh he was like an intern. I don't know. He had his whole life ahead of him. He was in his 20s and stuff, like that type of.
Mhm.
And he was like a really promising. He had like a really promising future. So basically, they're saying, okay, well, you guys need to take responsibility for this, and this is what the whole Captain America Civil War happened, right? Because um, Captain America sided
Yeah,
with like
dude.
Black Panther and like that side of things, where it was like Black Panther was doing his own thing, but he was just
Right.
um, the Captain America side of thing was like, okay, we need to take, or we're not responsible for that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you think about Captain America, he just signed up for a program and they did a damn science experiment on him. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Right.
the people that were in his kind of group were kind of products of their situation. So they had a different philosophy. It wasn't actually like the normal hero philosophy. They had a bit of a different philosophy. But now Iron Man's side of things, see, Iron Man actually started as a weapons dealer and as a bad person, and he was trying to do good stuff after that. So he actually, it was a little bit different for him too. But
Got
everyone who sided with Iron Man though was basically trying to side with the government, and then eventually they just joined teams and stuff. But that's where the Infinity War started. So in DC, the Infinity War, Marvel, the Infinity War, it was this um, clash between how we deal with government, and then also because the government, at least, no matter how much we dislike the government, they do still say that they are, even if they treat them badly, they still take responsibility for citizens, if that makes sense. Like they still take responsibility entirely for citizens. They might
right.
treat them terribly, but they still are responsible for them in like the good and bad sense.
Right, right, right,
They might not
right.
they might not be accountable for the bullshit that they do, but they are acting as like the parent for people in the
Yep,
Matrix.
like I fucked you over, but now I'm gonna give you candy. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, I kind of
I fuck you over and you can't do anything about it. Like I'm still your parent type of thing. Like it's like it could be in any, but they are being responsible in that sense. Like not in a good sense of responsibility, but they're being responsible. If you think about like superheroes, they don't have to be responsible for the things that they do, because like who's gonna step to them? They're overpowered. Who's gonna step to them?
right.
Man, for example, they're like that's why they were so scared of the demons. So the demons in Devilman, picture that as the superheroes uh in the comic universe.
Matter of fact, I wanted to ask you too, like, if you ever watch Watchmen and how you feel about that depiction of heroes.
Well, that's from the DC universe, remember?
Yeah, right.
Thing. So they actually are putting like they're actually showing people like see, are you talking about the movie or the TV show?
Uh, well, a little bit of both. I know I watched the movie a while back, and I know the TV show with what's the black chick name? She played the voices for the Boondocks. I forget her name, but yeah, they had the show that where
Yeah,
they took place in like Oklahoma with the Oklahoma bombing and connection to that. But yeah, but just in general, like because they kind of somewhat depicted somewhat the same
they
in the
showed you.
movie.
So that's actually a really good segue. So you notice how like for example they had the shooting in the theater, and what was happening was in the movie theater they literally showed you in between the frames that they were putting images or words flashing on the screen that said kill everybody in this theater. So it'd be like in between like if you're watching this video right now, in between the frames, which we can't see because our eyes can't pick it up, it would literally
Right.
say things like kill everybody in the theater, kill everybody. They just repeated it for 3 hours for the whole movie. And then what happened was someone got up and killed everybody in the theater. And this also goes into ink blots. Ink blots.
Yep, with what's I forgot his name, but the one with the little ink or whatever, and shit. Yeah, they. Nah, I don't like using the word they. Just the government, in essence, just used to do things like that. Like they used to put shit on TV and have like certain little messages that would come up, with like subtle programming, but again, like on some in between like again like subtly where they couldn't pick up on it with their two eyes but
Yeah. So um, those ink blots and stuff that you see, that's also because what happens when you're doing a psychological examination on someone and you show them the ink blots, like you start to see what their subconscious sees out of the imagery, right? So
hmm
Project Bluebeam to me is heavily dealing with that too. So the reason why so many people you could say act crazy to an extent is because of this ink blotting thing. So maybe I'll go into it in a second. Yeah, it's also in They Live. Um, yeah, exactly. It's in They Live. So
they live. That's the one where
yeah,
the virgin put on the glasses and yeah, all right, I ain't watched that in a minute yet.
yeah, they have that in They Live too. So if you watch Devilman, right? In the intro of Devilman, it starts with the
Mhm.
ink blots. It's literally the ink blots, and they show you from the ink blots how these like devils or demons and stuff they come out of it. So this deals with sacred geometry
And
and
sigils and stuff like that.
exactly how sigils act as portals, but not just sigils, but also fractal patterns, like things like tapestries and stuff like that. Like it goes even deeper. So um, in the show Devilman, like the way the psychology is, uh, how should I put it? In the Purge, how everybody like wears these masks for the most part. Like that's not originally what it was, but they got like a basically they faked it and they got everybody to wear the masks and stuff in that first Purge movie, right? Like originally people weren't killing anybody, and then they got people to go out there wearing masks, and it got everybody else to start doing it, like on some MK Ultra shit. Um,
Right. I don't know. I might have watched one of the purges, but I'm not too familiar with like the whole series of the purges, like the different movies.
the fourth Purge movie is called The First Purge. So it's the fourth movie that they released, but it's called The First Purge. So it's talking. It's literally it's in the projects in New York. It's in the projects, and they showed you how they used the purge to try to get rid of the lower class. And then, literally, um, one guy who's like the head of this large gang is the one who defends the people against. Again, it's literally fully race based. It's 100% race based. Like you have the KKK in there, like with machine guns and burning shit, and like it's literally 100% race based. And then when you watch that, and then you watch the actual the first Purge movie that they put out, you'll see
Mhm.
why like it's a rich family, and then there's this black man running away, and he's trying to like the whole thing is this deep. It's all race based. This actual the whole series, but but the way that they all wear these masks, the way I look at it is they're all wearing the exact same mask. A mask is a mask. It doesn't change anything. Everyone's wearing the same mask. The only difference is like the ink blot.
Right.
So
Like
this is
what's
the ink blot is your fear. So if I wear a mask and it's blank, all I have to do is wait for you to be afraid. And when your fear gets projected into my mask, that is I'm now wearing your demon. And now I have power over you.
all right, yeah, yeah, yeah. So you
So the whole
saying like on the
is this
purge
the
they had
enemy.
I was gonna say, so you're saying on the purge they had masks on that looked like the brethren from the Watchmen?
Um, it's not no, it's not like the same mask, but they're talking about the same concept. Like what I'm trying to get at
Gotcha,
is
gotcha.
the mask he wore was like see he wore this weird like tinfoil mask, but that dealt with weird sexual stuff that I don't really want to go into, like bondage and weird stuff that like that dealt
Hmm.
with like leather and a bunch of weirdo shit. So, but that's again dealing with the devil energy and being a slave to your pleasures. Long story short, so that's what that was about. That dude, and this is why he had like homosexual problems and other stuff going on too, that he was
Gotcha.
dealing with. So that's what that whole thing was about. Also in Lovecraft Country, the one father who was dealing with those same problems. Um,
Mm.
if you've seen the show, like same situation, but the mask
Right.
itself, it's what it is like it even goes into the movie The Mask, but it's literally a mirror because the mask represents the moon, so it reflects light. So when we're talking about like picking up on things that people aren't seeing, this is light language. But the thing is, the mask or the shadow, the moon is shadow language. That's different. That's in between the lines of light language.
All right.
So there's light language, but there's like the in between the lines of that, and that's the context. So the context would be the shadow, because remember, the light creates the shadow in the same way that these heroes cause a wake in their aftermath of all the problems that they cause. That's the shadow. Now you can program your shadow a certain type of way so that you don't create like you know what you're creating as an after on the aftermath, and that's how you outdo binary code is by working with your shadow. So that's another level, and that's what they're showing in Naruto. When like I have a video, like it's a thumbnail where he's like hugging himself, and the other version has like a lot of dark eyes and shit. That's what I'm talking
Hmm.
about. In, a bunch of videos from like a year ago, like last winter, 2021, but like around my integrating darkness video. So if you go back on my channel, you'll find them around there. But the mask itself, though, it doesn't matter what mask it is. It just needs to be opaque. Yeah, opaque, so it doesn't let light through. And you have so when I was talking about the making of a devil or a beast, so
Hmm.
most of Western society in general, like this whole atheist agnostic perspective is like, and I know atheism and agnostic, I know it's different, but anyways, it's really realistically, it's like this no God concept. Um, if, it's like it's just like materialistic concept. Like it removes spirituality from things, not the spookism. I'm not talking about spookism. Like
Gotcha.
that's one thing science and atheism, like all that, they do get rid of spookism in a very good, like that's one good thing that for sure comes out of that. But I'm not talking about the spookism aspect. I'm talking about how um, basically breaking everything down into like binary code. So when the brain is split like that, your brain is now kind of operating in a version of binary code.
Gotcha. Of ones and zeros, basically.
Right. And when you're within that binary code, the reason why you have like demons and angels is because it has to do with this binary code aspect. So when you wear a mask as a so first of all, these beings, like I said, it's like a person who now becomes empty, hollowed out. And I don't mean hollow in the sense of the good version of like being whole. I'm talking about hollowed in the sense of being uh, devoid of your own ka or your own spirit.
Gotcha, gotcha. Almost like a lost soul type of energy.
Exactly. So when you're in that energy, when a person's in that energy and they wear a mask, what happens is now they can use vampiristic, empathic, all these different abilities, but you can absorb, you can basically read a person's akashic records. Goes into heavy vampirism. What they'll do is these people, and this is why I always say like, I won't say it on here because it's your channel, but the um the mask thing, yeah, I won't say it on here, but the mask thing, what happens is a person who's completely like devoid of their own spirit, they're able to again kind of look at your life and then try to extract everything good out of it, like for like whatever they can utilize for their own benefit.
Hmm.
And then on the other side of it, they're going to alchemize your fear into energy for themselves. And this is where the archonic, like the xenomorph, like trying to make you fearful aspect, because this is where I'm saying these beings have become psychotic and sadistic.
And I feel like this also goes into the perspective. I feel you brought this up too. Like, again, like these beings or this entity or energy like attacking your shadow aspects, like, so using the things that you are, again, like that you're unaccepting of in yourself, but basically like using, like, if you haven't integrated your shadow, in so many words, like they use that energy against you, what I'm saying, in so many ways. That's kind of like what you're speaking to now, in essence.
Exactly what you saw in Yu-Gi-Oh! GX in that season when Jaden was going through all that shit. That's
Hmm.
exactly, and him trying to figure out how to use his cards again was him overcoming that bullshit. So because like realizing that that shit was a program itself, you know what I'm saying? Like that's yeah.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
just as much as the angels or the good people can program people, so can the demons. You know what I'm saying? So it's like both energies are not for you. Like even biblically, they said that the angels were supposed to work for the humans and the demons were supposed to work for the humans, and then the ones that didn't got cast out and became demons or jinn or I don't know whatever they describe it as.
Right.
But the fact is, they're supposed to all work for people. I don't really like saying the word humans because again, like I don't know what the fuck a human is, but
Well, explain why you don't like. What's the problem with the word human?
I can't lie. Someone else put me onto this, uh, but after he said this, I was like, damn, that's some. Because I picked it up myself, like looking into transhumanism, but I didn't really go that deep about it. Because like, why don't people call themselves Earthlings? Like you're from Earth. Why aren't you like a Martian is from Mars? A Venusian is from
Right.
Venus. Like, why are we not Earth beings or like
A
whatever you call
humunculus, a humanculus, but now continue.
exactly? So it's like people, it's human. It's just literally it's a scientific experiment. It's literally a scientific experiment. So what does it mean to be a human or to have humanity? It means that you're following the programming of whoever decided what a human is. And now they're not even on human shit anymore. They want people to be transhumans. So I talk about this in my rest video because it's like what is a human, like for real, like who came up with that shit? So even if you want to get to the oh well it's a homo sapien, it's the scientific it's the Latin terminology, and it's like okay,
Nah.
beyond that a little bit, go beyond that. Yeah, I took anatomy class too, I went to school for that too. I know like the homo sapien. Like I know like it's not that it's but yeah, so what the fuck is a human? So like just throw that out. That's what I'm saying. Like just don't even agree to that shit. So that's a creative being, and that's dealing with alchemy. So what is going on then? Then you have basically like this hunt happening. So again, there's a movie called The Hunt, and it talks about this. It literally shows rich liberals or rich Republicans. I don't even know which one, but they go and hunt people for sport, like the Hunger Games. But they literally go and hunt people. Um, so yeah, it's humanoid. So the people that are hunting people, I kind of look at that as like the agents in the Matrix. There are people who are like hunting people. So that's a whole nother level that a lot of people don't get to. It's another level of this. This is going into the Pluto underworld codes of how this is like a controlled system. So the purge, when they wear the masks, it's the same thing. Like they're hunting people. Like there was a reason why the government hired these people and brought them to the projects in the movie to go hunt people because no one was killing people. The most that people were doing, they were literally just partying. That was it. Everyone was just
Mm,
partying and having fun. Even the guys at the beginning, that were in the gang and stuff, they're like they're not going to kill anybody. People, they don't. That's not where their hearts are at. So they knew that. So part of the
right.
MK Ultra was having a bunch of people wearing masks and then go kill people and then project that fear into them to try to go do it then after. Human was also a derogatory term for natives. I mean, there we go. That's probably, yeah. That probably goes heavily into like Like I talked about in the rest video. She you saw all that. It was going into Darwinism and all that bullshit. But
Nah, man. As you said that, I'm like, all right, what's the thing with it? And then soon as you was talking, the humanculus came. I'm like, all right, yeah, yeah. I kind of
oh
see why you wouldn't want to.
yeah, because I go to a Bushman person like who's still like doing their thing. Go to any tribal person in the world and like people who aren't educated in the Western school system and go tell them that they're a human and like all this stuff and be like explain to them what a human is. Like try to really put this in terminology to people who are not part of our society or our system. They'd be like, nah, I'm a like I don't know how they describe it, but I'm a like koi san or I'm a koi like that's their name for the earth. Their name for the earth is their people. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say I'm an Ethiopian or I'm a Kushite, the name for earth was a Kushite. Like if I say I'm from Ki, planet Ki, or which is also going into Kush, but Ki,
Hmm.
like the Olmecs, they called themselves the Ki people or the Kai or Shy people.
Hmm.
Then they called the planet Ki or Shy or Guy or Gaia. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, right.
They were children of Gaia. This is where the gods and you know what I'm saying, like all the titans and gods and shit. They were children of Gaia.
You're right, right, right with the mythology of it, and I like my only thing that I felt like where I thought people got the whole human thing from was again like the whole hue man, like like a hue man with the hue color wise or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah. No, like
that's
I was thinking the same thing. Hugh man, like Hugh going into like homo, either meaning color or homo meaning like one in a sense. And then sapien, which goes into Sophia or Sheba, which means wisdom. So like wise man, that's what they say, like homo sapien. But I don't know. I don't know about that because after talking to my professors in school about evolution theory and the whole Homo sapien, Homo erectus, Neanderthal, and where we came from, I don't even know if we came from the same bone structure and evolutionary structure. So I don't even agree to any of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
right, right.
in any capacity, because again, a human is a primate. It's a monkey. Like, well, it's not a monkey. Sorry, it's a primate, right? They're. I don't know if I agree to that. Primates don't even have. I don't even know if they have active pineal glands. Primates get sunburned. Like I don't know about any of that shit. So I don't know if I'm
Right,
related to that.
right.
Yeah, Lucy and shit like that. So, anyways, yeah, the calling it like a damn monkey. It's probably like a twa or something. It's short. Anyways, the whole thing about making it like a devil or making a beast and all that type of stuff, that
Mhm.
is that's a big thing with the whole like again the Baphomet energy because the Baphomet again going into the devil. The devil is the Diablo or the mirror reflection. So this is going into the moon. Not to say that the moon is bad, but the moon is also tied into the word man. So moon man, hue man, colored moon. So the different pigments or colors of the moon, basically the different phases of the moon.
Wait, you said different phases of the moon. What?
So the different phases of the moon
Hmm.
are also the different faces of the moon.
Gotcha. Right, 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 right. Like the what is that character? It's on Beast Man.
Beast Boy.
Damn. No, no. I want to say if it's not Conan or Beastmaster or Conan, but like they had this character where he could switch his faces, like almost like a chair. How they explain the cherubim with four faces, but it wasn't no different animals, but like he literally like he was change his mood or like show a different mood. I don't know, like he had like faces that would rotate or whatever in essence, you
Yeah,
know.
that's a real thing, and like sometimes you can peep that in a person. Like with us talking, sometimes you can peep the faces in a person too. It's actually crazy. Like it's real. It's just it's moving so fast. Our eyes usually can't pick it up. So sometimes you can actually peep that in people who, like, who be. I'd be kind of all over the place. I don't know, but people who be like, uh, I don't know. Sometimes you could just see it, and they put in certain music artwork. I've seen it in a lot of music artwork where like ASAP Rocky's album. Actually, yeah, I think it's He Man. I think he's right. I think it's He Man.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
putting all kind of.
So let me see if I can find the album.
Give me
Uh,
1 second. Manny faces, yeah, yeah, yeah. Him.
so like stuff like this, like ASAP Rocky's album cover, you literally see him doing multiple faces.
All right.
So there's a face right here, and then there's a face right here. So this is his actual face. This is his mask right here, and then this is ASAP Yam's scar too, which is interesting. It's like he's wearing ASAP Yam's. I don't know, but anyways, um,
Right.
that's like a whole deep thing. So, but you see, he's literally he has a mask under his on top of his face.
Right.
So yeah, that's his face right there, where his hands are. You can barely see it. All you could see is the left eye and part of the right eye,
Hmm.
and then lifting up his mask, which is his other face. So basically, ASAP Rocky and who he is as a real person, like Rakim or whatever his real name is like he's basically, oh, he's basically saying they're two different people in a sense. Like it goes into more than that, probably MK Ultra and all that, because his next album was Testing and it was about like clones and stuff like that too. Um,
Hmm.
But anyways, and then he's been gone for like the last 5 6 years. He's made a couple of songs, but I don't know. I just think that's kind of
Yeah, he been kind of chilling. Like I remember I was real into him when he first came out because it was unique to hear from somebody, hear about somebody from New York being into screw music or DJ screw music. So that's kind of why I mean, and his music jammed in essence, but I was like, that's why I kind of keyed in on him. Matter of
yeah.
fact,
That
cause him and Joey Badass kind of lit shit up at the same time. Like that was like I want to say a certain summer or a certain year where they was just kind of heating things up.
yeah. I don't know. I liked it. I like that vibe too. Like the how he had the southern vibe with it. That's
Hmm.
what it pulled me in kind of heavy too. Because he I don't know. That was a good match, matching like the New York fashion type of stuff with the southern. Like that was a pretty good match. Um, yeah, but then it kind of got out of control. Like you had you had a million different rappers kind of just showing up after that, um, doing the same thing, which is good because he started a shift, but it uh, so I don't know. But that's another conversation. But the mask thing, so like the whole making the devil and the beast aspect, I look at that as the way that Western society right now. So what we're going through right now, I don't really believe it's that. I don't want to give power to like. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to give power to like the government or anything like in that capacity. But
Right.
so what we're going through, don't get me wrong, is organic and natural. But the CIA, intelligence agencies, groups like that are definitely trying to, you could say, mold the way that people are understanding this information. Because if you really think about, it's not really about the information. If you really think about people who were on the internet, for example, who were like talking bad about the dab or the jab, you know what I'm saying? Uh, to the point where
Right.
you aren't even allowed to say words anymore, you get censored. Exactly. Yeah, talking code and shit.
19, man, 19. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, tough.
Man, they got people bad on that. They got people bad. So it's like the information, it's not really about the information. It was really about how people were putting out the information. Like if you talk about the information in a way, it's like, this food is terrible for you. You got to stop eating this right now. Like like not in the fear aspect, but more in this like this is what it is. Make a decision about it. You know what I'm saying? That
Right,
got
right.
Dr. Sebi. People were the Dr. Sebi wave was going heavy. Everyone's healing themselves, all this type of stuff, and then magically there's a disease that comes into play, and all these people are healing themselves, and then magically this shows up, and we're not allowed to talk about healing ourselves on the internet anymore.
Right, 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 right. Man, look, again, when they run out of bullets, throwing the gun, what I'm saying? Yeah, I definitely peep game with that because it definitely was kind of getting more of a surge, because I remember like even myself dealing with that whole situation with my family and just in general, like, well, I'm like, man, I ain't putting on no, man. I'm like,
Bruh.
100% of your waste it comes out of your body through your breathing. And I remember just constantly putting a post. I had this post, and I still what's funny, I still got this post like on some like a pistol ready to draw down with. It's like I had this post that had Dr. Sebi on it. It had a excerpt from the book Cyclomancy that talk about how they discovered that syphilis, like scientists discovered that syphilis, and but more so they're speaking to syphilis, how it was more so mental. It was syphilis, and it was like some type of dementia where people could imagine things and feel it, like a person in Vietnam that was tired of hearing bombs or just got so overwhelmed by bombs could become deaf because they almost like in essence shut it down mentally. But long story short, I would Dr. Sebi, that excerpt from the book Cyclomancy, and then Bible verses. You know what I'm saying? That promoted like so either way, like if you want to go scientifically, you know what I'm saying? If you want to call me a conspiracy theorist, here's an excerpt from a book, you know what I'm saying? And then if you bring in God, like if you believe in God so much, because most people who were like mad, putting on masks and shit, like it's heavy Bible thumpers or are into religion. It's like, well, shit. Look at what, look at all these verses where guys say you invincible to this bullshit they putting out right now. So it's like either way you go, you know what I'm saying. It's just showing that you just falling for some programming, and even the fact that again, like the placebo effect exists, like that just throw it out the window for me because it's like shit. They said it, proved it, and most of y'all accepted in schools and shit. But then there's this disease that God can't stop, that the placebo effect can't stop, that Dr. Sebi's teachings can't stop, that the science that proves that our mind deals with our body. It's like, man, look, and that's also what I kind of realized too, to not get too caught up in like trying to wake people up, you know, to that extent.
I just sat
It's
here.
like,
I just sat here on my alkaline diet while everybody around me got sick. Even people who were sick, I had at certain times they made me food just so that I could prove the fact that they could not get me sick. Like not saying I'm invincible, but I was like, damn, I'm not worried about getting sick. That was my point. I'm not worried about getting sick in any capacity.
man, look, still to this day, and again, I just let the proof be in the pudding, though, because it was mostly me trying to get to, family members, you
Yeah,
know, but I, again, the proof in the pudding. I'm like, shit, I don't have to go to the doctor. I ain't been to the doctor in 7 years. Now at this point, I've been telling this story for a minute, so probably 8 or 9 years since I've been to the doctor, since I started eating healthy, meditating, and doing these things. So it's like, shit,
No dent.
whatever you want to say, and I'm like, but fuck that mad shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't, again, oh, this and that, but y'all gonna all eat together and open y'all mouth and slob around each other, and it's cool to eat. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, let me draw back because I'm going.
No, but
You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, that shit just don't make no sense. But I gave it enough of energy.
right, but you see what I'm
You
getting
know.
though? Like that, the fact that we have all this pent up is literally some bullshit. Like we peeped,
Right,
man,
right.
we peeped everyone being hypocrites. Like we peeped so many people being hypocrites, and then they all doubled down and acted like nothing happened. That was the that was like a soul killing moment for themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you kill your own energy. I didn't even, like you said, I didn't even care about taking part in that. I just kept walking around like evil smiling, like not actually evil, but you know what I'm saying? Just like
That little green light.
I told you so, motherfucker. But I
You
ain't going to
know,
tell you now.
Man, yeah, I realized, man, that Source got a way of showing people the "I told you so" energy. So I don't even have to get back. They know what's up, at this point. But
No,
yeah, bro.
so yeah, people, man, like even that whole mask thing, people wearing masks, and how we're talking about masks right now,
Hmm.
like what you, especially the breathing aspect. Oh my god, I don't even want to get into that. But the whole thing, like again with the whole devil and the mask thing, I was getting into. The devil, like if he had a symbol, it would be a mask, and that that is like the fact that everybody is, this is part, this whole virus, everything was part of this process. So if you think about how basically, even if we want to think about Christianity, if we think about how the majority of America and just people were Christian, and you know what I'm saying, like how the Christian world was kind of set up, and then how it is now, and like how Christianity is like a minority for a lot of people. Like a
Right,
lot of
right,
people
right.
haven't put that into context. How this is supposed to be a Christian country, like you know what I mean, America and Canada and stuff. They're supposed to be Christian Catholic countries, whatever. But that's like now it's not even relevant almost. So
Right, right.
that's already one crazy thing to think about. So they don't even have that control over people anymore. And then now people don't even like the government. And even the people that were on the side of the government just feel like kind of low key, they kind of feel foolish. Like even if they aren't saying it, I know they feel foolish. So you can just kind of see about how they're moving because they're kind of just like, I don't know, kind of look like just that. I don't know, really know how to don't know how to put it
Nah,
other than that.
man.
So I look at this beast energy as like, first of all, there's the beast energy of us just tapping into melanin. That's one aspect, but that's not what I'm even getting into. What I'm getting into is people not only being depraved of their who they are, being lied to about things, all like miseducation, all that different stuff. It's also this aspect of like using atheism and like media, like what we see with the Greek type of literature that I've been describing with like the humor and tragedy and this dualistic split.
Hmm.
This is all traumatic. Not only like with MK Ultra programming, it's mainly all traumatic. First of all, like this is traumatizing people. Like a lot of the things that happen in society for us, it doesn't really seem like as much to compared to everyone else. This is see, a lot of us have been blacklisted out of society for so many different reasons, and we're so used to not being in society that I don't think we realize how traumatic all of these things are to people in society. Like people are really experiencing these things now.
Like I have to, I be having to notice that about myself sometimes. Like, damn, bro, you real nonchalant. Like this, some people again back to the multiple dimensions existing at once, man. Some people that's really, really scared for their life right now. You know what I'm saying? You walking around this bitch wondering, what vegan food you gonna eat, what's the next video topic. You just,
But
yeah, man. They go, while some people, you know what I'm saying? And I joke, I jokingly say, of course, there's empathy for the situation because I understand that, people have, loved ones and people who dealt with these energies and traumas, you know what I'm saying? But just definitely like just being realistic about it. Because again, we speaking the truth on it, you know what I'm saying? It's not to knock nobody's perspective. It's just like, but it literally, yeah, it's just like in being in a different dimension, most
Yeah,
definitely.
think about like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you were probably, man, you were probably saying something 5, 10 years ago. You're probably saying something like, man, this is happening to me or this happened to me, and people just didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? It didn't even matter what it was. It could have been like racist shit. It could have been like people abusing power, just people that you know, like your friends, or people just doing crazy shit and like you reacting to it, or like vice versa. You could even be doing some crazy shit here and there, right? But it's like
Right.
people just like didn't care about anything going on with anybody else at all, realistically. Like even people were in like I feel like there was like a very disconnect that happened, and now that all of this has happened, it's like I just feel like now a lot of people, even after the situation, they're now dealing with this like, I don't know, it's this is like this deep seated trauma that's there now. Like I feel like a lot of the people who just disregarded what happened are
Hmm.
a little more empty. I don't really want to put it like that, but they're some of them are, this year is like really a redemption year for a lot of people, but there are some people who really like. There are people who are trying to figure it out, but there are definitely some people who are like very gone with this situation. Like
Right, right, right.
just as much as we're like separated from this shit, there are people who are like super into this situation that are happening. Like they're super worried about like the economy, society. Like they're very worried about like the housing market. Like just they're very worried about what's happening. And where I
Right.
was going with this is people. I've just seen people have been, like I said, emptied out through so many different formats, through so many different ways, and then like the way that people. I don't really want to put it as possessed, but possessed is real because if you actually been a part of real exorcisms and shit, like it's whether we want to say this is psychological, whatever we want to say about it, I don't know. That's an experience, but that's another conversation. But anyways, the possession aspect, the way I look at it is like these are people who are creating their own. Like you already know this with the Gregors and all that type of stuff, but this is people creating their own
Hmm.
fears, and then
Right, right.
it being reflected, it being reflected. So that's why I think there's this huge aspect of like, hey, you cannot, because realistically, people are mad at anyone who has a certain defined, like if you see, I don't have a problem with people who are like religious or different things like that, but the thing is like you notice how people have a problem with anyone who's religious, anyone who follows any kind of system, even if you don't follow a religion, but if you have a system that you have for yourself, people have like a problem, you know what I'm saying, with you having your own system, even like,
Right, 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 right. Like you just going to, your own tune in general. Right, 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 right. Like you marching to the beat of your own drum in essence. Like it,
yeah.
I mean, it's a thing, like a jealous energy in essence, or envious, or just an energy of like, I wish I could not give a fuck like they don't give a fuck, or like I wish I, not say they don't give a fuck, but like, when we creating our own systems or doing our own thing, in essence, it's like, I don't care about the opinions of others. I'm gonna do me, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm
Mhm.
gonna talk about what I talk about, I'm gonna do what I do, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, and when you're operating like that,
that.
everything's centered around you, so you don't become split. Like everything kind of moves around you. You literally don't split yourself, and that's the way that it should be. Like self-centered is not a bad thing at all. It's a bad thing
Right,
if you
right,
become an egomaniac, tyrannical, crazy, malicious person. Like I mean, that's bad. But being self-centered
right.
is the normal. Like if self-centered is not good, then that would mean externally centered would be the right thing, which doesn't even make sense because centered has to be self. Like it doesn't even. So I don't. It doesn't even
Man, once
work.
I realized, like, all right, in essence, to truly, like, the only way you could truly genuinely help is, by, again, like embodying a certain vibration, you know what I'm saying, and embodying a certain vibration and staying with it takes again, like a self care, self centered, you know, again, not in the toxic sense of it, but again, it's like, the way I create inner peace in my external realm, it has to exist inside of me first and foremost. So that's gonna take some what? That's gonna take me having to have some moments to myself a lot more. Again, I'm gonna have to be a little self-centered, you know what I'm saying, in order to create inner peace. And then that inner peace could be reflected in my actions compared to if I go straight to like, oh, let me go and feed the world and help create peace
But you
outside, but then
but
I'm split
you
like a
feel
motherfucker internally. You know what I'm saying? It's
you feel
like
me?
it
It's
don't.
like they're gonna call you a villain for that shit. Like that's gonna be looked at by society as bad though. Like if you think about like Thanos, he did the same thing. He thought out things and then he went into the world with a plan. And he even told people like this is the plan. You have a better plan than what I have? No one had a better plan.
Right,
Doctor
right,
Strange,
right, right, right.
this is the only way through after going through all these faces and realities and shit, right? But the heroes, you notice how they don't start from a rest point. They start with trauma. They're immediately traumatized and they're immediately running out the door doing shit when they're traumatized. And then they only think about the shit that they did after they create all this, like after they project their trauma out to the rest of the world. Then they think about what they did because they can see it in the rest of the world. So like that's what I'm saying. That perspective is the right perspective to what you're describing, but that's what they call a villain. That's what they call evil. Just to go from a rested point.
Man, look, that ain't, again, the science of it speak for itself. Again, show me show me a realm or a way that, again, like it's better for me to start helping the world when I ain't helping myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, you got to have some form of helping yourself, and then it reflects into the world. You know what I'm saying? Because again, automatically, I always used to just see that and feel that way. I'm like, automatically I'm gonna help the world, because just by being in it, I'm gonna do something that's gonna help somebody. You know what I'm saying? In some way, form, or fashion. So my focus don't necessarily have to be so much on external help, but getting to understand myself. Bring forth inner peace, and then my walking Wi-Fi slash my actions that, again, is gonna be in alignment with that inner peace. You know, do what it is that, that's helpful, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
bro. And
Yeah.
man,
So that,
we're gonna soon start closing it out. It ain't gotta be right now, but yeah, we're gonna.
no, yeah, let's close. That's the I should I should probably go handle some stuff too. I have some. It's like 8 o'clock. I actually do need to handle a few things still before I turn down. But yeah, that was just where I was going with all that. It was just like literally the whole devil thing is just you trauma, and you'll if you watch Devilman, you'll see this right away. The literally in the show, the way that they're created is through trauma. So you'll see this in the show. It's like people specifically try to traumatize people to create devils, and it's so deep. But yeah. So first it starts with that trauma, and then it goes into now being this empty vessel, being able to be used. And to me, that's what I call again this whole MK Ultra Baphomet devil Satanism agenda. Um,
Not as you say, Baphomet, because I know some people, and I kind of come from the space of learning from Brother Panic. Brother Panic bring up, like, the Baphomet symbol,
yeah,
and how it's not necessarily, satanic. It's more so about, like, like mastery of self through the material or physical realm, but not necessarily like trickster or manipulation. Like
see, I get that, and I looked at it from that perspective too. But that's like this whole Thelemite doctrine and that's why I was saying I wasn't going to mention it on your channel earlier, but I'm going to mention it now. That's why I always say like this fuck the Thelemite type of thing, because they created this. It's an anarchism agenda, and it's like this whole thing about when I just went into whole light and shadow and duality, and how light and shadow is not the dark. It has nothing to do with darkness or any of that. Baphomet is about balancing light and the shadow. It has to do with that, and it's talking about this whole gray area I keep talking about. So this is dealing with, see, the devil is, remember the legend, like that movie Legend, the devil
mhm,
or whatever you want to call it, which I'm not going to go into Lucifer, devil, and Satan being different beings and all that shit. I'm not going into that right now, but um this being like whether real or fake, whatever, but he like is in charge of an entire like an entire legion
right,
of these things. So like when in the movie Legend, when it became frozen and then all the demons were able to come out because of the cold and everything and it was frozen, that's also
mm-hmm,
the same when you have gray skies. So if you've seen the movie The Fog or The Mist or whatever it's called, it was literally when the fog, that gray mist or fog or whatever came, that's when all the demons, specifically insect bird like demons or whatever, but were able to come out of the fog or mist. So the
right,
environment that even like the atmosphere where these beings can even come through is what we call the gray atmosphere. So in the show Fairy
mm-hmm,
Tale, for example, Gray, right? He
mm-hmm.
he mastered demon slaying magic. So why is the guy named Gray the guy who mastered demon slaying magic? Because
Right, like little hint, hint, wink, wink. Right, 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 right.
exactly. So like the thing with the demon thing is like they have an atmosphere or an environment that they can exist into. And that is like when you see a genie and you see like the smoke coming out of the lamp, it's that
Mm-hmm.
mist, it's that gray mist area. So when we talk about light and shadow mixing together and creating the gray space, because that's white and black makes gray. When we talk about the extremes, like summer and winter, and how you mix that together, you get mist, like heat and ice, you get mist or fog or steam or whatever.
Right,
These
right.
putting the Earth into these extreme polarities is what creates this gray space. So when I'm see there's when I'm looking into things like Baphomet and these type of things, don't get me wrong, there's lessons we can get out of all of it, but then there's the aspect of, for example, there's Kunum in ancient Kemet. There's another Kemetic deity, which I'm not going to give the name, but this is kind of where Baphomet comes from. I'm not going to give the name because I can't say it off the top of my head. It's like three names, and there's like two or three names or something. But
Gotcha.
but anyways, that you can they talk about in Aleister Crowley's works and stuff like that, but I'm not going to read Aleister Crowley's stuff, so I'm not going to go look for it. But anyways, the
Right.
the thing is like um, the Baphomet energy itself is like the creation of that energy and like where it came from and like what it's actually describing. See, we can the outer mysteries, if you want to talk about the outer mysteries, like the people who are describing it are going to be like, oh yeah, this is just exactly what you described, like how Panic, Brother Panic describes it. And I know what you're talking about because I've seen him talk about it too. I learned a
Mm-hmm.
lot actually from that. Um, but like
Right,
that
right.
dual concept of being stuck in the gray, that is on the inner mystery of it. That is that accepting that Thelemite philosophy of oh, good and evil are just perspectives. That's what creates the atmosphere to allow all of these beings to even come into play. That's the issue I found out.
Hmm. All right. That's very key. That's important, unique. You know what I'm saying? Because, uh, so you feel like we should not say look at them as good or bad, but like, because you're saying like basically what creates the gray area is like saying that again like neither side is good nor bad in essence.
Well, see that's the thing though. That's more like the Thelemite anarchism philosophy that good and evil are just perspectives. See, when
All
you
right.
just look at good and evil as just perspectives, that's where you that's where that's like a that's a founding thing with anarchism. Because when you put out that kind of philosophy, it creates anarchism. Like it makes it so that anybody can do anything and nothing matters. And on top of that, there's literally MK Ultra being put out for people to do murderous and violent things and sexual things and like you know what I mean, like an overly
Right.
hyper amount of that. Like it's no there isn't nothing wrong with like sex and like certain emotions and all these things, but it is when you're being put into like a like you'll see in that show Devilman if you watch it. They literally have these like something called the Black Sabbath rituals, and they're satanic rituals where they do like crazy sacrifices, sex, like crazy rituals, and then the people don't realize that this is what's being embedded into them, and they think they're just like doing regular shit, but they're embedding like they tell you it's something like oh good and evil are just but that philosophy, that Thelemite philosophy about Baphomet, that's coming from some like old European like witch like I don't really want to call it witchcraft, but like the more pagan whatever you want to I don't really want to use those words, but you know what I'm saying, like the whatever the European
Wiccan witchcraft. Right. Right. Right.
Catholicism. Like when they said we're gonna drink the blood and eat Christ or whatever, like the cannibalistic rituals that they were practicing.
Uh-huh.
That shit. That shit. That, that they still do all that shit. And like, it's not that it's not real or it's not, because it is real. It's not to be afraid of any of that. But again, like this is like saying things like the good and evil perspective thing. It is true to an extent, but it's really just a cover to allow people to do a lot of crazy shit behind the scenes.
And you see, as you say that, I was gonna get that. I'm like, there is some truth to it, but again, hence why you have videos that might be 6 hours long, 3 hours long, 2 hours long, because we want to fully explain that shit to you and not just hand you like just one little micro bite of it. Cause like I would always use that as an example, it's like as far as like what's right or wrong or good and bad is perspective in essence. Like I'll use the example of like, all right, you see me beating up an old lady, you know what I'm saying? Most people like, oh man, universal evil, man, he's stomping out that old lady. But then if I take the storyline, or if the storyline was like, but hey, she murked all my family members and made me watch and then drop acid in my eyes while I was, you know what I'm saying? Oh man, that's justice, man.
But
Whip,
that's
you
the
know what I'm
thing, though.
saying?
Is that perspective though, or is that just context? That's the difference, though. That's not. I don't think it's
All right. What's the difference between context and perspective? Because maybe that's the word I need to use, context.
because people just say, "Oh, good and evil is just perspective." No, it's not just perspective. See, if if it's
Right,
the
right,
story
right,
you
right, right.
explained, if it's the story you just explained, right? Me and you can
Hmm.
have different perspectives on that story. I can say that you killing the grandma is evil, or I can say you killing the grandma is good based on my perspective of the story. But if
Right,
you
right.
tell me the story with minimal context, that's dark magic. That's manipulating people's ignorance so that you can create an answer out of something that they're not having full understanding of. So if you tell me that full story, I'm obviously going to say that you did the right thing. Now, if you tell me, if you tell me that what do you call it? You just killed this grandma. I'm going to say I actually don't know if it's the right thing because I don't know the context. That's the way I actually look at things for myself. You know what I'm saying? But it's
Yeah,
not.
yeah.
That's not. That's not a perspective. Like if a person rapes a child, it's not a perspective if that's good or evil. That is evil. But the pedophile might think it's a good thing.
Right, right. All right, all right.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah. Get it in there, man.
All the see, I like to go to extremes because extremes don't leave room for error. Like, what
Right,
context in the world can make it so that the person raping the child, like, person might be like, well, in a past life, maybe this child raped this person. This is like people will come up with these type of justifications, and I'm like,
right.
so you're telling me to for this person to fix their karma, they had to be born as a pure child and then be raped to understand this karma? They couldn't have learned this.
I went through that energy too. I had to check myself on that because I
Yeah,
kind of went.
and I've caught a lot of weird motherfuckers trying to put this shit out online too. Like I've caught a lot of weird people putting out weird shit, and I'm like, this is a very slippery slope, and I'm not gonna say anything. And I watched this shit slide because that's what I'm talking about with this whole like when you're in this gray area where you don't create conclusions.
Hmm.
There's a difference between absolutes and conclusions. When you're in a space where you're not conclusive about anything, like when they say you can, if you don't stand for anything, you can fall for it, like
Right, right,
that that's what it is. This is an anarchism philosophy. The whole Baphomet aspect of it's just perspective. That is people being trapped in confusion and not being having conclusive. It's not having conclusive answers. It doesn't mean we have to absolutely know everything and make an absolute for every single, like, for the future. Like this is how we will act at all times. Like it's not we create these absolutes, but we create conclusions. Like, hey, we probably pedophilia should not happen. You know what I'm saying? Like
right, right, right.
murder probably shouldn't happen, but I understand within certain contexts, like the law shouldn't just be as simple as, you know what I'm saying? Like the context between, like, that is important, but we can't just say, oh, it's perspective, but be missing information. Because if you can fill the information and we come to a conclusion, that's not perspective. That's just trying to shoot in the dark.
Right, right, right.
Yeah.
And
And when you shoot
because
in the dark,
I used to tell the holistic, like, holistically explain it, but I think of like when I used to, like I would bring up, like, again, like somebody getting molested by the church or whatever, and possibly being somebody who was, like, doing the same shit. But I would also bring in the context of, like, hey, but that don't make the shit right, or saying like that's the, like, should be accepted as the norm, or like to say, hey, don't worry about that person getting raped because they done it in the past. Like, I wasn't saying it like that, but it
yeah.
was just like the truth of the matter. Though I did sense, because again, I was meditating a lot, and it was coming from a pure
I went
place.
through the same, I went through the same thing because you get to that space and you're trying to reason this understanding of karma of things that shouldn't happen in the world, and there is no reason for that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, people who go through really fucked up things in the world, they have to come to a reasoning of why that happened to them so they can move forward in life. Now, if anyone else comes up with a reasoning, it's a justification so that they can cover up whatever they did or whatever part they have in it. In our case, this would just be us trying to figure out shit that is not connected to us and we can't get it because we don't have that experience. But if we put it in
Right,
our experience of, like, let's say this happened to us, there is no way, if you're the person who was like as a child, this happened to you or this happened to like someone you know, we would never even like, nah, because at the end of the day, we can't talk about accountability if the first thing that a person is not being accountable is for that action, that fucked up action that they did, like that super fucked up action. I'm not talking about like little things, but I'm talking about like extreme shit. And we know this because the majority of people who do this sex trafficking, pedophilia, weirdo shit, they don't get caught for anything. So the only reason that must be happening is because of the mental processing of the people who are like, like being like, hey, this, like, as soon as we learn that these people are pedophiles, blah, 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 people didn't just go off about that. You know what I'm saying? And that's because the mental processing of most people have now accepted anything. And that's what I'm talking about with this whole Baphomet like type of thing. Once you accept anything, then any
right,
type
right,
of programming, like you don't believe in anything, like not you, but you know what I'm saying? Like you don't believe
right.
in
No,
a
yeah,
anything. I always say that, by the way. Sometimes I'll say you and I'm obviously not. But so
yeah. But I get it. I know you be in a hypothetical, so you good. You good. Go with it.
kind of in. But yeah, a person could literally just have no at all like reason to do something, and just because they don't have like, and that's the thing I give religion, because religion, at least, like, one thing religion did right was the things that we're not supposed to do, like some of them, not everything, but a good amount of the things we're not supposed to do, there is a reason we're not supposed to do it. The wrong aspect is trying to tell people just to not do things and just being like, just don't do, like, you need to go through experiences to learn why not to do things, and you have to develop your own morality and processing skills. But the thing is like, it's not that these things were wrong though. Like, they didn't, I'm not going to say that not every single thing, but there's certain things that, like, you should just know. Like, if you're reading that as a child and you read that, you're like, damn, I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
Right, right.
On an immortality level, no matter how we develop, no matter how we change, no matter what happens in life, the first thing, the first starting point is more that child nature. So if we're at any point as it, like, we feel our child nature does not want that to exist, point blank period, don't even doubt that. That is the, you can't, like I said, you can't explain to the tribal person what a human is. You can't explain to the child that this shit is like shit, that it, like certain things are right or justifiable or whatever. The child would literally cry if someone's doing something to them, and something needs to happen to the person doing that to them. It's that straightforward.
Right.
Anything else is just mental manipulation to try to get a person out of the situation.
And matter of fact, I even think of the metaphysics of that. That came up. You know what I'm saying? Once before. Matter of fact, shout out. Much love to Mook. Bringing up the whole little, narcissist ET thing, but just the analogy though of like our inner child having to go into child custody service because of like what's going on inside of us. Like, like if some type of entity, like, you know what I'm saying, like, you don't allow for something to, kind of disrupt things internally. It's like, all right, got to move the inner child, or, away from the situation. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
uh
happens. Trauma, exactly.
and that's the energy. Like if we lack in, our inner child is like not being able to be expressed, or things of this nature, but more so not being able to express it or connect with it. It could be in the case of, again, this situation, like, well, again, you don't allow something disruptive internally to you know create a space where it's like, all right, in order to save my inner child, look, inner child, you need to go into protective custody. We're gonna hide you, aka I'm not expressing my inner child, or I'm not connecting with it because I'm hiding it from this energy that, what I'm saying, that I'm having to deal with. So yeah.
That's the thing of MK Ultra though, like because that's what happens. It puts remember in Get Out how the only way he was able to get out of the MK Ultra was he had to remember the childhood trauma of him with his mom and how he let her die. Like in his mind, he let her die.
Hmm.
Because the only way that they were able to traumatize him in the movie was he had trauma as a child. So when you have that
Hmm.
trauma, like I said, it splits you. But not only does it split you, like you said, Mook. I think I might have seen that. I might have seen a clip of that video too. Um, that that childhood version of you gets projected deep into your subconscious, like you just said, and now it's like if you think about a child who like children need saving. You know what I'm saying? And this is where the whole savior mentality actually comes into play because it's not really a savior and like there is you save yourself, but this is again the bondage devil mentality because now if you're in a state where you're feeling like you're in a child state and you need someone to save you, this is why people can get extracted for so much fear as well because they're
Right,
in
right.
that state. So now they feel like they can't actually do things for themselves because if a person gets traumatized from a very young age and then that childhood aspect gets put deep in the mind, it's almost like that childhood aspect of you never develops, and it and that's why deprogramming, releasing a lot of stuff, and then allowing yourself to be in that child rest mode, and then allowing yourself to develop um, in a way where like you notice you can peep when like trauma or different things are trying to sneak in and try to like manipulate how you're growing. That's you now dealing with your own shadow, or you're like Golem talking to himself type of thing. This is you dealing with like your own shadow and now overcoming that. So it'd be deep. It'd be so deep. This whole like psychological. One thing before we close out real quick because I don't want to forget. She was mentioning the Georgia Guidestones. It seems real out of place right now, but I just want to.
Man, look, we going, and I got a bunch of little jewels up in here. Go with it, my brother.
She just asked a couple times like what we thought about the Georgia Guidestones. For me, the ship blowing
That's
up.
Oh wait, the I was just about to say the Georgia Guidestones is those little stones where they kind of basically wrote how they was gonna depopularize the world, or some type of
Yeah, I
I'm
can pull
not
it
too
up.
familiar.
Yeah, I'll pull it up real quick. But the Georgia Guidestones are in Georgia, so um, as you can tell by the name. But this deals with Freemasonry heavily. So this is like uh, what's it called? These giant stone tablets. They don't really know. Uh, oh man, it's so dark in here. I'm trying to type in the dark, but uh, yeah, I don't really know where these guide stones came from, but it says something like there's going to be like 500 million people who survive um, whatever it is. So that's talking about the 5%. If you do the math on like 8 billion people, 500 million is like 5% of the population, something like that. It's talking about 5% of the population. So this is like a talking about who's going to survive. But
Right,
yeah,
right.
the Georgia Guidance Stones again. They're these like weird stone tablets. There's like a space on the top corner where there's like a cube slot missing. It's like cut out for some reason. It's literally a perfectly shaped cube um,
Hmm.
that's like missing from the top corner. But what happened was the Georgia Guidestones were destroyed. They were literally like bombed or something. They just like
I heard
exploded.
something about that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So like they got demolished. Now, what do I think happened from that? Well, this is the exact same time all the monoliths started appearing all around the world. You remember that the those like stone tablet things they just started appearing in different places. This was like 2 3 years ago.
All right, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not familiar.
I think you probably are, but I'll show you when
Wait,
we.
you saying like again, you said like these stones was popping up in different like parts of the world.
Yeah, well, not stone. Yeah, so oh man, some people said it was like
Run
a
it, cause
boat. Let me find them real quick. Um, mono. Okay, now my keyboard doesn't want to work. There we go. Monoliths. So they started appearing all over the world. There's actually one that appeared a couple hours away from where I'm at, funny enough. But so this comes from the movie 2001 Space Odyssey. So I'll go into that in a second. But these things.
All right.
So
Yeah.
this one appeared in Utah, California. You didn't hear about this?
Man, man, you put me up on game because I never man, I don't even let me be genuine if I ever heard
20, yeah,
anything.
exactly. This is December of 2020, so the beginning of 2021, end of 2020. All these monoliths just started randomly appearing all over the world.
When this happened in 2020.
Yeah, the end of 2020, the beginning of 2021.
All right, all right.
Yeah, so these
I don't
monoliths, like they don't even know, like no one explained this shit. There was a bunch of stuff that just started happening, like the California fires. People were talking about what do they say, African bees or something, killer bees coming and messing up people. Like there was all this shit that was happening at the beginning of 2021 where everyone was freaked out. It was like every month, every few days in January, I remember something crazy was happening. We had the monoliths. Um, Really, you didn't hear about that either? Damn, that's crazy. So this was all over the news for months. They just kept it like for 6 months. They just kept appearing everywhere.
I was trying to think, like I was like, man, what 2020? Like, what was I doing to be that closed off from that? Because I know I would at least came across somebody speaking on it. You know what I'm saying? In some way, form, or fashion. But
This is like a very big thing. Like I'm not sure how you don't know about this, Loki, but it was just a mystery. No one had an answer to it. Um, it was just there, and then eventually there were so many that people just started thinking that people were putting them up as a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like because it just became like a thing where people were just like putting them up, or they were just appearing so much that people thought they were like fake. Um,
like, right, some staged or something.
I didn't see this on. I haven't watched cable in years either. Like I don't watch TV either. I just heard about this through. That's actually a good. That's actually a good point. I have no clue how I heard about this. I
But
have no.
nah, because and as you say that, like again, I know how like you know, the universe will work it to where like even though I don't watch the news, you know, I still get like, you know, like I'll be in the earshot of a conversation at the least, you know what I'm saying? Well, hey man, did you hear about those monoliths? You know, and
So
I'll probably come across a conversation a second time, and I'm like, all right, I need to know about these monoliths. But I mean, if anything, maybe subtly once, but I promise you, I don't remember because I know me. I would have went into like research mode about it, you know what I'm saying? So the fact that I ain't never researched it or none of that, it's like, you know.
I think, yeah, they didn't. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They literally. You never heard about it? Yeah. That's what I'm saying though. It was big for like 6 months. I might have heard it in articles. I'm not sure. It might have been articles, but I might have just been reading some shit. But I kept seeing it a lot of times though. That was the thing. I kept seeing it everywhere. Like I think YouTube videos would come up. I didn't click them, but they were like suggested videos and
Mhm.
but anyway, these monoliths. So I know exactly what those are by the way. But these monoliths started appearing everywhere, and then the Georgia Guidestones just blew up like a year later. So these monoliths were appearing for like 3 6 months time period. It was actually for a long time. It was like from winter till summer. It was a while, and then I think it was like a
Right.
few months after to 6 months, maybe 6 months to a year after. I'm not too sure when it happened, but the Georgia Guidestones just like blew up, and then the next day they're like someone blew up the Georgia Guidestones, or someone there was a terror. Like they didn't really just the first time they just said the Georgia Guidestones were found like broken, and then they kind of described it as like being blown up in some kind of, but it was like a cover up in some kind of way. So the
Gotcha.
monolith, if you don't know, it comes from the movie 2001 Space Odyssey. So
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah, yeah. I did a video on that with Black Obsidian and Moldavite and how Moldavite may be more so obsidian or like, you know, again, a volcanic rock that just went up and then crashed and not necessarily an asteroid or a meteorite, but
yeah, I remember you talking about that actually too, because you're going into volcanic rocks and stuff like that.
mhm.
That was like that was a good topic, yeah. And I've seen people go into Moldavite. So yeah, that's a whole deep thing in itself. And uh, the thing is like in 2001 Space Odyssey, so they had the monolith show up, and they said that it came from like, uh, yeah, obsidian is one of my favorite stones too. I love obsidian, honestly. It's like one of my favorite stones. Um, but yeah, in the movie, there's this monolith that like flies past Jupiter. They said it comes from around Jupiter Europa area. So I also
Mhm.
had a dream about that, which this is before I ever watched the movie too. So, um, but anyways, this monolith like flew by Jupiter. They said that's the first time they ever like spotted it in space. So they caught wind of it by Jupiter, and then it landed on Earth. And wherever it landed, which in the 2001 Space Odyssey, it looked like Nevada, or it looked like California. It looked like one of those desert type of regions, and there was a bunch
Right.
of monkeys around it. And they said this is what it shows in the movie is it goes from the monkeys to now the humans flying in space, and they're flying in space because they're trying to fly to the area where the monolith came from. So what happened was when they said monkeys or cavemen or whatever figured out how to use fire, and from using fire they learned how to use tools, and then they evolved into humans with using tools, which is not even
Mhm.
really true. But um, the monolith, the monolith itself was, um, it's like this giant tablet. So our cell phones, we're looking at a monolith right now. Like these are monoliths. So this is
Right,
where the
right.
tablet comes from.
Speaking
And
of obsidian, it's like a black mirror, in essence, and a LED, liquid, wait, is it liquid crystal display,
LCD.
LCD, I'm sorry.
So they use obsidian and LCD.
No, no, no. I'm thinking of the name. So like the connection
Oh,
of like Obsidian as far as like a black mirror, and
yeah.
even the show a black mirror, but like our phones is like a black mirror when it's not lit, you know what I'm saying? And
Minecraft.
then and literally, it is a LCD or liquid crystal display, but no, it's not Obsidian, at least not to my knowledge.
The liquid, I look at the liquid as more like a plasma liquid type of sense in that. But obsidian is funny because in Minecraft, you can literally make an obsidian portal, and then when you light it with flint, like to light it on fire, because obsidian.
Mhm.
If you have a fire and you put obsidian in it, like nothing happens, right? Like it's you've done that, right? Where you have it. Have you done that?
Wait, you say you light a
Guys, so
fire too?
it's pretty cool. Like you know what? Let me do it right now on camera. Let me do it right now, real quick.
Hey, I'm with any type of. Now, of course, everybody, disclaimer, you know what I'm saying? Don't try this at home. We're not telling you to light fires to things or none of that. You know what I'm saying?
I always forget that we're on YouTube and stuff like that sometimes.
I mean, it's
Uh, what did I do with it? Okay, it's real quick. Oh, there it is. So yeah, obsidian is weird. Like so in Minecraft, you can make a portal out of obsidian, and then you light it with because you use flint as a lighter in the game, but you light the portal and it actually creates this like purple plasma portal, and it literally takes you to hell in Minecraft. It's crazy. So you create like a door out of
Hmm.
obsidian, and you light the doorway, and for some reason the flame creates a portal that you can go through in the game. But what one thing I was noticing with obsidian is like you can put it in fire for as long as you want, and it does nothing to it. Like it doesn't even feel hot.
All right.
It's like the weirdest thing. It's literally the weirdest thing. Like it's literally I have it sitting in the fire this entire time. And
All right. I never, again, that's something new to me. I just got put onto some game for sure.
yeah,
Cause
so like it does
what
you
you
do
been
heat a little bit, but it's not like if I were to light anything else for that amount of time, like it's just I can't hold it at all. Like this is
right,
literally
right. It's a difference, you know what I'm saying? Like it ain't. Of course, it still picks up on the heat, but it's like not compared to like other things that'll get hot quicker.
so I'm sure with obsidian portals like a black mirror, you could probably put it literally on top of a fire, like an actual full fire. If you put an
Hmm.
obsidian mirror on it or jade or something, like, I'm sure you can do a lot with that. But anyways, that's another conversation for actual
Right, right.
technology. But um, where I was going with that is to me that's kind of the same thing as it's very similar to the monolith. So like the monolith is where we get the whole tablet in general, like the tablet, um, like the cell phones, stone tablets, any kind of tablet. And remember in
Right.
Yu-Gi-Oh, they were putting dual monster spirits onto stone tablets, specifically tablets, not like
That,
stone circles, not stone triangles, stone tablets. so, um,
right.
so yeah, you have these stone tablets, and or you in 2001: Space Odyssey, basically the tablet that came down, which was probably metal or something. This deals with Skynet and all that type of shit too. Like this is part of that. But when it came down, basically, when they say the missing link, what turned monkeys into people, like humans or whatever, it was this monolith. But it was a portal. So the monolith in Sumerian mythology, a lot of times you see the Anunnaki standing with a portal. That's a portal to the Anunnaki. So when they say it came from Europa, this is from Anunnaki
Mhm.
that's on the planet Europa, as they call it. And because when you get into Europa and actually the mythology of Europa and Greek mythology, this goes back to Anunnaki and shit like that too. But that's so this is going into how the Anunnaki created humans out of monkeys and stuff like that. So from there, they took the spaceship back to Europa. So they went to the home world of the Anunnaki. So they're talking about today how they're trying to create a portal to what they call the gods or whatever. Um, they put this like he wrestled with God and then God threw him back down. They put this in
Right.
the show Warrior Nun, how they created a portal to hell literally, and like she was trying to help her son Michael heal from a disease that he had because he needed. That's the whole thing. So um, they, they they put in a lot of stuff. Now that's in from 2001: Space Odyssey. Now those monoliths in real life started appearing everywhere all over the planet, like from India to California to Canada, like everywhere. So people had no clue what this was. Now in the show Fairy Tale, they have something called Face. I don't know if you got to that part of Fairy Tale, but this was like a really major part. So they had these things just appear all over the earth, which were called it was called face. So you see how they're monoliths with masks. These are the masks I'm talking about from like the Purge and all of that stuff. So this is part of the exact same ritual I've been talking about with the Baphomet and like all of that stuff, because they put it in this anime as well.
Gotcha.
So it's a weapon again. It's called face, and these monoliths, just like in the show, they appear all over the planet randomly, and people have no clue what they are, but they drain magical energy out of people. So let's go into it real quick.
Mm.
They say face, the white inheritance face. So in Naruto, this is white Zetsu if you see Naruto, but um, so
All right, now I gotta go deep into Naruto.
yeah, so the white inheritance, so it's an inheritance, right? So Zetsu was white Zetsu was known as the inheritance of Kaguya as well. So black Zetsu was the will of Kaguya. White Zetsu inherited the spiritual aspect of Kaguya. So this Kaguya represents the moon, which also represents the mask, which is dealing with possessing the world. So in Naruto, basically Kaguya was this creature, that thing that came down and tried to pretty much use the moon to possess the world, long story short. And the moon didn't even exist. In the show, the creation of the moon was to trap Kaguya into the moon. So
All right, you said the face was used to trap. Uh,
the moon. So in the show, basically the moon didn't even exist yet. They had to trap this being into they took parts of the earth and trapped her into it, and that became the moon. And that moon, she basically tries to possess the world through the moon. And then one aspect of her is called White Zetsu, which Black Zetsu is the will, which he's like the right hand who does the actual dirty work. White Zetsu represents like her mind in a sense, or like her like the different aspect of her nature. So in Naruto, they put it there too. And the tree of life in that show was a tree that actually sucked up the spiritual energy of the planet, that these reptilian beings like Kaguya, which looks like a wraith from Stargate, they eat the fruit from the tree and they maintain their immortality by vampiristically draining the whole planet. So that
mm,
tree of life that they're eating from, that's the Kabbalah tree of life, which I say Marvel, the Marvel gods or heroes are actually like the beings of this tree that are actually vampiristic, um, that are vampiristically draining the planet for energy. But anyways, in the
all
show
right.
In the show Fairy Tale, though, Faith is an extremely powerful and dangerous weapon owned by the Magic Council that has the ability to nullify all magic across a continent. That's number one.
And that's
As
that's the
huh?
that's the face things that's popping up on here, right?
Yeah, these monoliths. So like in the show, the Magic Council and the Magic Council, they're represented by an Ankh. They're the police of the magical world and fairy tale. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, so they're not bad guys in the show. Basically, the way it works in fairy tale, you already know they operate in guilds. The guilds are kind of like
Right.
pirate crews in One Piece. So, but in fairy tale, you have dark guilds and good guilds. So like,
And
you
there's
know,
always like some type of, whether it's guilds or some type of bounty hunting energy, also like in a lot of stories, whether it's Trigun, Cowboy, Bebop, even with some of these guild things, it's technically like the whole little guild presentation is like a euphemism for being a bounty hunter in essence to some extent. But
and that's the Pluto code. That's the Pluto code because that's the every time you break out of the matrix, like you break out of different planetary spheres. So you might break out of Neptune and now you're in Pluto. Like you break
mhm,
out of planetary sphere. So the one of the last planetary spheres is Pluto, and that's the bounty hunter realm where people have been um, basically like the debt that we have. Like it goes so deep. The bounty hunter realm is very deep. But that's what I'm saying. A lot of people are missing out on that on those codes. Um,
like a predator
but
energy too, like because they wasn't necessarily hunting for bounty though, but
yeah, well, it's dealing with karmic energy and stuff. It's dealing with it's dealing with like inheritance and karmic energy and a lot of stuff. Um, but yeah, so it has the power to literally nullify all magic across a continent. That's already deep. And then it says people who don't use magic or who use abilities that aren't magic aren't affected by its powers. And then um, so they extend from the ground in various places, but connect to a main body called the Alta Face underground. Now the Alta Face, right, was an underground
mhm,
monster, not a monster like a demon, like Satan, like
gotcha.
Satan trapped inside of the earth. Like this is like where they're getting this. So underground monster, so it couldn't leave the earth. Notice how it's trapped under the earth, but it had to have all these faces come out of the earth, which are reflections of itself. So if we want to say the devil has a pantheon too, that's
Hmm.
like not on a religious sense, but this is where I'm talking about the whole possession, and this goes into like all of the stuff we were talking about before. But and notice how they use the same symbology with the mask. And like I said, these masks are all everyone wears the same mask, but that's because um, that allows you to work in a way where you're taking advantage of the multidimensional aspects of light. Um, so that's where they take. That's where that's where that could be taken advantage of. But it's an underground monster and the source of the overflowing magic power in Elentar. So basically, it's a basically this is like the land that they live in. Elen, um, I can't even word it,
Gotcha.
but um, basically it's like the land where they live on. Um, in fairy tale and stuff like that. It's like
Hmm.
a how should I say? It's basically just a it's just like a parallel world where the magical beings basically maintained. It's kind of like hell. They're trying to say this is pretty much like hell, but it's kind of like not hell in the sense that we're talking about it like in a prison. It's more like hell in the sense of how we kind of imagine heaven is like this place where people go where um, you live with all your ancestors and your relatives and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
So this is what that is. Now, that the magic is basically it's pulling its power from there. So this is talking about how like if you want to say Satan and then hell and how it's pulling powers out of all of these different realities that have now you could say become part of the past. So where this is going into is in so if you have the monoliths that appeared all over the planet, right?
Hmm.
And then you have the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones, they have written on it a program. That program, it's on a specific ley line. So, for example, if let's say there was like a cell phone tower, actually, what's a better example? In school, like if someone calls you down to the office or something like that on the
Hmm.
PA.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So the way I look at it is like if you had um, laws, for example, those laws are being mentally emitted out through the atmosphere. So it's almost Like if every single day you heard, "Thou shalt not kill," "Thou shalt not," like the Ten Commandments or something, if you're like a Hebrew.
Right. It's like kind of pushed out on some type of little wavelength, whether you could hear it actually or subtly, but in some way, form, or fashion, by putting those laws written out on that ley line, it's kind of like a Wi-Fi for
Yeah.
hearing, listening to, or getting to that vibration of those laws in essence.
And when you inscribe certain things onto stone, and also you put it in certain locations, you can see the stone speaks those words out. Like it literally works like if you had if you had a radio station and you're transmitting a signal and it was on repeat,
Hmm.
that's what that's doing. So like
And matter of fact, as you say that, also being reminded, guys, like, with us bringing up this perspective, also it's possibly it could be something in a healthy manner where you could probably, take a little crystal, write a little positive, a little, healthy affirmation on it. You know what I'm saying? Put it by a tree or a ley line that might, you know what I'm saying? Like something
yeah,
of that nature.
so like this is why like in my organite video type stuff, like this is why I talk about making organite structures and putting them in areas. um and you can put like you can do different things where like you inscribe things, what do you call it, you inscribe things into the organite and stuff like that, so it sends out positive energy. Like you don't have to put in words, but you can put in frequencies and stuff like that. So
Right,
there's a
right.
lot you can definitely do, especially dealing with your own space. But yeah, so the monoliths though, um, to me they were receivers,
All right.
because like in the show you saw that like the face was basically so that they cut off magic throughout the planet. Now when these monoliths and everything that were happening in real life, this is when spiritual people were being attacked heavily. Like 2021, everyone
Mhm.
was getting attacked heavily for anything, and we were the only ones getting affected. Everybody else seemed like they were just following rules and not getting affected in that way, right? So it's literally
Right.
telling right. It's the exact same thing. So then what happened next? The monoliths got, or sorry, the main transmitter of that, if this is even like, if this is true, call this a theory, whatever, but
Right.
the main transmitter, the Georgia Guidestones, magically just blow up after that. So like the people who put, like this would be like if the pyramid was our symbol and then we decided to blow up the pyramid. Like why would we do that? You obviously
Right.
wouldn't.
Right. 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 Right.
Yeah.
Cause that's
So
cause that's when I heard that I'm like, all right, they blew up the. That sound like an inside job, like what's going on there. But continue.
as soon as the Georgia Guidestones are gone, everyone forgets about the monoliths. Because I was peeping it. Because I remember when the Georgia Guidestone happened, like when the
Hmm.
blow up, like, around that time period, within like a couple, like 2 3 months before that, I saw that no one was talking about the monoliths anymore. Like it was completely gone from people's minds. So it was like after it was gone from people's minds, I'd see the Georgia Guidestones blow up, and then people have no clue why this happened. So in the show too, they show you the way they beat it is by dealing with the main face. So they blow up the main one, the Alta face or whatever. I'm pointing at the
Hmm.
screen. Can't really see it, but
Right, right,
they
right. But you showed it. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, they blow that up, and then all of the other faces or monoliths, they're just still out there in the world, but they don't do anything because they don't have the signal. So they left all the faces around the show and fairy tale. They just left them
Hmm.
everywhere, but they just destroyed the main one. So that's what happened in
Mm.
real life. All the monoliths, they didn't go away. They're still there, but the Georgia Guidestones are blown up.
Right. So, in other words, you see this connection where it seemed like the Georgia Guidestones were like, uh, connected or like amplifying, like, just the energy of like paying attention to these monoliths in essence.
Nah, like, well, not the paying attention part was the fact the media was trying to get everyone to pay attention to it. That was part of lesser magic. So they were trying to program into people's subconscious what was already there. Because if they just
Yeah.
put it there and then it wasn't programmed into people's subconscious, it probably wouldn't work in any capacity. But um, so to me, they act like how you have a cell phone tower and you have the cell phone and like the transmitter and receiver. They just
Mhm.
operate it like that, like a wireless. Because with um, with piezoelectricity and with timers and sensors and with rhythm and with actual like knowing how to use sacred geometry and words for spell casting and mixing that, you can create a radio signal using stone and crystals. Like you can literally operate like you don't need to build a radio tower to put out a radio signal. So this was actually like a radio signal that was being transmitted worldwide. And again, it wasn't really affecting other people. It was really affecting people who were tapped in on a spiritual level. So
Gotcha.
the thing is that they tell you in this is it was an underground monster with the source of overflowing magic power in Elatinar or whatever. But the thing is, it talks about an underground monster. So the Georgia Guidestones is built on top of something. So the more important part is what you notice how the Georgia Guidestones look like there were like four stones. It kind of
Mm-hmm.
looked like a swastika, but it kind of looked like a square at the same time. The more important part is what is at the center of that underneath it.
All right. And
That's a portal upwards. That's a portal upwards. So what's underneath it? Because who knows? Like this is where we can get into a lot of stuff. Is it the first monolith that showed up on the planet? Is it something else? Who knows what it is?
all right, and I guess like you know what had been coming up a lot lately is like just everybody like correlating not the Georgia Guidestones, but Stone Mountain in Georgia. Like in the stone that Stone Mountain is made out of is connected to what the pyramids is made out of, and that whole vein of that stone kind of runs all the way to New York or something like that. But uh
Hmm.
I've heard those connections, and maybe that has some type of connection with the Georgia Guidestones as well. But
Um, Probably. Like I never. I've seen this though. Yeah, I've seen this. I just pulled it up. I'll show everyone real quick. I got some faces right here, faces in stone. But um, yeah. So I mean, we got literally faces in stone right here. I mean, it probably is related. But anyway, yeah, Stone Mountain. I'm gonna have to look into this more myself about what this is, but because this is something I'll have to figure out on a different level. It's not something I can like look up to figure this
right,
out.
right.
But yeah,
Gotta go into the astral plane.
yeah, I gotta like that. I'm gonna have to understand the geography of the land and a bunch of other stuff too. So the I'm sure it is connected though because there's no coincidence that you have these like Mount Rushmore looking types and then like with the faces and then I'm literally talking about like these faces appearing. Like there's obviously no coincidence between this.
All right. Yeah.
But
Man,
yeah,
that
huh?
I was just gonna say, yeah, that again, like you put me on game with the whole monolith thing. I'm gonna actually have to go, tap into that research. And matter of fact, more so, just to be real with you, what I'm really gonna research is a little inner journey. Like what was I going through, or what was happening with me for me to not hear about this.
It
But
was like a 6 month time period. It was like December till June or something. Like
I,
December till May.
yeah, yeah,
I don't
I
know.
know. I got an idea of why I probably never heard of it, but I'm gonna get into it, on my
Probably a
own little time.
timing. It's probably a timing thing. Like honestly, I never saw anyone who like heard about this back then and came to. I mean, people had theories and stuff like that, but I feel like this wasn't something we could have understood until like afterwards, anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right, 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 right. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
wait. What'd you say about a Baphomet statue? There's a Baphomet statue where? They put a Florida, and the internet kills me sometimes. Put a damn Florida Gators logo on it. um,
Yeah, yeah,
Damn,
Baph-
really? Like at the Georgia Guidestones or at Stone Mountain? Um, Let me figure it out real quick.
Oh, she say in Georgia. Or I didn't say she, but I'm taking Nia. But Nia Light says in Georgia.
Yeah, I mean that would kind of make sense. So yeah, I mean, like I'm not looking at like these like Satanism and all these different things. It's like all these things are evil. These things are evil. But I'm looking at it as like
Right.
what are the people behind these things doing? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm really trying to look at this from like an unbiased perspective. And I mean, yeah, there's some weird shit going on. Um, is this the one you're talking about? And keep in mind, usually this is an erect phallus, and he has the two children sitting on his lap. But the public statues, they don't put that part about pedophilia in usually. Um,
Right. Right.
that is also some. So it's in Little Rock. Wait, what? It's not in
Oh, it's
Georgia.
in Little Rock. That's unique. Well, more so just the Arkansas connection, because uh, speaking of stones, and minerals and crystals, and in essence, Georgia, that's where Atlanta is, and the whole connection with Atlantis and Atlanta, and then you bringing up Arkansas, and Arkansas is known for a quartz mine, but again, not Little Rock, but Arkansas. I forgot what part of Arkansas, but it has a quartz mine, and the quartz is said to be connected to I want to say Lemuria, but it may be maybe Atlantis, but there's a connection with that.
Uh, yeah. I mean, I really don't like looking at this stuff too much, but because even just the imagery is strange. But
Yeah, I mean, that's a thing too. Like how we brought up, sigils and stuff like that could be an actual portal. So it's like being aware of the images that you know, it's like not being on no scary shit, like but at the same time, it's like like
no, yeah,
monitoring.
yeah. I was talking about Little Rock in a video yesterday. It's kind of random. Just basically saying it's like a on one level, it's like an unofficial capital of the states. It's like not capital, but like it's like it represents the center of the United States. Like Kansas, um, when they say like we're not in Kansas anymore, that's because they're talking about the
Right.
center of the United States. Um, Little Rock, and I think there's another one. I forget what it is, but that represents the center of the United States. So they're geographically important locations for ley lines as well. Um,
Gotcha. Gotcha.
yeah. So I mean, with this whole like again this whole Baphomet thing and duality thing, like this to me, this was like an MK. This was all part of like the MK Ultra aspect of things. So with uh, with I don't really want to call it face because again that's from fairy tale, but with these monoliths appearing everywhere, this to me was just like saying because we got to keep in mind like in that time period like in 2021 when it started, this is when the virus is in full effect, like the government had a lot of control over narrative and a lot of that type of stuff, right? So
Mhm.
when these guide stones, these are still there, the monoliths I'm pretty sure are still there, but when the guide stones got blown up, now we see a lot of stuff happening with other nations. So we see a lot of stuff happening in across the world in like Europe and like different places, and in like Asia, Europe areas and stuff like that. Like so, like you already know. Uh, so the same thing that happened to these guide stones, because remember the Georgia guide stones are on top of something. There's something underneath that. I'm not talking about like a being or a creature or anything. It could be an
Right.
old. It could be an old ancient city. Who knows? It could be a government base. It could be. Um, but there is something underneath that. That is like they wouldn't just put that in the middle of nowhere and then just have it there. Yeah, it could be a mound. It could be right on top of a mound. Exactly. It could be
Right. Right.
so many different things. So um, after the guide stones got blown up, then all of a sudden things are happening across the world. So I'm having dreams like things that are happening in underground bases in Russia, and like I've already posted on my videos. Like I've talked about them in these dreams and stuff like that. Um,
Right.
I also had another dream way back, like about 5 years ago, where I met that damn Palladian Ashtar, which was the first time I ever heard about it. So you know that Palladian Ashtar Sheeran or whatever, like the blonde hair. Do you not know
Pal-
about this either?
Palladian Aster.
Yeah. So you know, like the main Palladian that everyone talks about.
Oh, all right. No, no, no. I'm unfamiliar.
Okay, well, introduction. This is the main Palladian everybody talks about. Your blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus, Captain America, Superman. Doesn't matter. All of these beings, they're basically the
Mhm.
image of this being named Ashtar. So this being is an extraterrestrial, supposedly. So there's a lot of people who talk about this being Ashtar, and like, so when they talk about the Ashtar command and the Palladians, this is supposedly
Mhm.
like the head of it. So they talk about the Ashtar command has Uriel, Ashtar, and it's not even some like so move to giant rock. Remember, we are just talking about little rock, giant rock. Um, so they're dealing with these areas and stuff like that too. But anyways, they communicate through the internet to people. Like they have websites and shit like that, and it's kind of crazy. So this Ashtar, I will say, because I've gone into extreme detail about this bullshit. They stole this from Ethiopia. Yes, Ethiopia, as always.
The good land, the good land.
Bro, for real. They stole this from the Shiva culture. So Ashtar is literally up here as an extraterrestrial being. Now let's go in. Ashtar, extraterrestrial being, or an Ethiopian Aksumite god. Extraterrestrial or Ethiopian Aksumite god. Ashtar is an ancient Semitic god, and there were no. It was a masculine, but in the northern kingdom in Babylon, it was Inyana or Ishtar.
Yeah, that's what came to mind. I thought of Ishtar when you said that. I'm like, all right, is that's another version of
It's
Ishtar?
funny.
That's
Over these last couple of years, as I've been breaking this down, I'm seeing people add to the Wikipedia page consistently the whole time. This wasn't here like a couple of weeks ago. So now they're saying Ashtar is equivalent of Xolotl or Xolo or Xolotl or however you pronounce it, which is Anubis in the Aztec aspect of mythologies. So it's funny how they're adding now that information about what kind of character this deity is as I've been going into this for over a year. But anyways,
right.
Ashtar has a few different forms, and one of his names is Ashtar Sharikan right here. Ashtar Sharikan. The S is Shar, like it's a SH. So the T is a SH sound too. Like when you see these accents, um, it's pronounced Ashtar Sharikan. So this means
Right.
Ashtar of the East. Now, when they say that Ashtar is some Palladian named Ashtar Shirin, they stole that imagery from Ethiopia. Now, when we see where they stole this from, which I have a whole video called "The Fake Palladians," basically, um, they stole this from Ethiopia. When you see the Afar people, so when you saw Hitler and you saw Hitler talking about the Nazis and the blue-eyed, blonde hair Aryans as being the superior race of beings, he was trying to when he was trying to contact supposedly the beings from Aldebaran, the Palladians, but what he got in contact was this being supposedly, and
Mm.
this is where the whole Palladian thing came into play. So Hitler literally, this is part of the whole Nazi agenda. Now, in reality, they are trying to contact what they call the like these. So when you see Jesus with the hair that looks like this, and in Renaissance Europe, this type of hairstyle, they stole this from. This is coming from East Africa. Like this is the real imagery more so of Jesus, like this, or like the dreadlock more, I think the locks more so.
Right,
Um,
right.
so Hitler was trying to, you could say, contact these beings, or like the beings that look like this more so, and you could say it got intercepted by this. And this is where now you get into Hitler going into like searching for the Ark of the Covenant and trying to go to Ethiopia, and this goes into World War II when Hitler actually started helping Ethiopia against Austria and stuff like that. It's going into some deep shit. And
Got
remember, the Georgia Guidestones look like a swastika too, on a level. So
all right. Yep, yep. And that ties into that book. I I think I showed you, but it was a book like just tracing like the whole little Anunnaki thing in connection with like Europe, or should I say Germany and Hitler and Russia. I forgot the name of it.
I'm gonna say this too, real quick. The Bible and all of European mythology is literally almost all of it. Like some of the there's some stuff that's, but it's really all Sumerian mythology. Like when we look at the Bible, I want people to understand we're basically looking at Sumerian mythology, like this, to just really dispel a lot of it.
All right, cause I was about to say, and I just know in essence too, like just like with the Bible too, like it being a lot about again, like uh it's parables, and I think about like the astrology aspect that's in it. You know, think about the four gospels being the four fixed signs, or those four apostles in essence. But
Right. So a lot of European culture as a whole, like castles and everything that we see in European culture as a whole, a lot of it,
Mhm.
not like the pedophilia weirdo stuff. That's coming into like the genetics and that's different. But uh, the European culture as a whole, most of that is Sumerian culture. That's all Sumerian. That's what
all
that's
right,
what a lot of us are kind of, I don't think, realizing. Like a lot of what we have here is this is all our stuff. It's Sumerian.
gotcha.
Mm.
Yeah, I know. Again, I'm one of those people. You know, again, constantly learning. I more so get the whole, you know, the energies or the insight through my own downloads or like what I get pointed to. And I think for sure it's like having to, you know, keep it real and work through. I say work through. You know, just be a little more into like checking out more mythological stories or like just you know getting into that realm a lot more. But
Like Lovecraft Country, all of that stuff we see, like all of that, that's all Sumerian mythology too.
all right.
So sometimes it's not really like we need to go into the mythology and look into it. Like we already have examples of it. The Bible, Lord of the Rings, Lovecraft Country, like a lot of this already. Yeah.
Right,
So
the storylines exist, yeah, throughout. Like you know, again, we're bringing up animes, you know, comics, movies, shows. Yes, yep.
say a good 60 to 75% of what we describe as Roman, Greek, European culture is all Sumerian. All of it. Like the amount of influence that Sumeria had on this world, like not Babylon, Sumeria is before Babylon, but Babylon as well too. But Sumeria is huge. Like it's Kemetic, it's Sumerian. There's a few other cultures too, but um,
Because I about to say like what I resonate with, like me personally, I resonate with the I guess you know if you want to call it like the Indus Kush, but like basically like the
that's
what they
Sumerian.
what some may call like modern day Indian, you know, culture or Hindu, you know. I
That's
resonate, you know.
all Sumerian.
Yeah.
Yeah, India,
So uh,
all Sumerian culture, Chinese culture, Asian culture, for the most part, except some of the indigenous stuff. For the most part, all Sumerian culture. Because Sumeria was a giant empire that spanned. It was huge. Like you see it in Lord of the Rings. Like they literally they had men. When they talk about men and how men ruled the world, men are Sumerians. Like they never called
got
mankind. They didn't call them humans. They called them men. Like notice how in Lord of the Rings they focus heavily. They never call them mankind or humans. They say we like men. This is just men.
mm, all right.
Entirely
See,
different thing.
and you know, again, the Sumerian thing, I was always kind of, you know, hip to, again, like the whole connection with the Anunnaki, you know, but, you know, from my own perspective, again, I never learned these things on the Sumerian culture, how old it is, or which, you know, which one is the oldest, but,
That's the that's the complicated part because they really buried Sumeria heavy. So Babylon came after Sumeria. Sumeria was before Babylon. So Mesopotamia is the region. It's the region of the Fertile Crescent. Sumeria was first. Babylon came next, and then you had like other like Assyria and like the you had other groups that came in after. So Sumeria is where you straight up see the cuneiform language.
all right,
Uh,
yeah. I know what you're
yeah,
talking about.
is where the wheel came from. Sumeria is where farming civilization as we know it comes from, as a whole. Everything that we have, like a combination of Sumeria and Kemet, basically created the world we have today, like pretty much. It's a combination of the two. And Sumeria is heavily influencing Kemet. Like um, they influenced each other heavily, but Sumeria influenced Kemet heavily, like a huge part of their culture. Um, like Kemet itself is actually tying into Sumeria. When we go into the cultures that existed before Kemet, like Tamaray and like the other ones, um,
Hmm.
is dealing with Sumeria actually as a whole in general too. It's 100% connected with that. But before Sumeria, so you even notice the word Tamaray, Sumeray, like it's like the same word. It's just the letter T and S or the
Right,
uh,
just swapped out.
yeah. So it's a different thing. I don't really like to go into it too much because that is a whole nother war. So when you see the Ashtar Shirin, so Ashtar comes from the Sheba culture from Ethiopia before we were Judean, but we were still Hebrew at that point, which is a whole deeper thing. So we were Hebrew at that point, but we weren't Israelite or Judean. So this is now when Sheba and Solomon married each other, this is when the Judean bloodline started. But before the Judean bloodline and the Sheba bloodline is connected with Babylon.
Hmm.
So Sumeria. But you know, when in the Bible they talk about the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, and they talk about how the 10 tribes of the Bible, like of Israel or whatever, they stuck with Babylon and the northern kingdom, and then the southern kingdom had um, Sheba, which is like a side, like not part of the 12 tribes, but they had Judah, Dan, and like people from each tribe into that group. So now, when you had these two kingdoms, the southern kingdom and the northern kingdom, when you look at the mythology, the genders are swapped.
All
So
right.
in Babylon, you would have Ishtar or Inanna, right?
Hmm.
In the southern kingdom, you had Ashtar, which was a masculine.
All right, got you.
In the southern kingdom, so in our language, when we say the word sun, it's actually a feminine word. The sun is female. The moon is masculine. Moon man. I don't know how we didn't even. But anyways,
Matter of fact, because that I think of speaking of the Hindu mythology, the moon is depicted as a man.
so in the Kemetic, Indian, and what I'm talking about, the southern Sheba culture, it's all that.
Hmm.
So this is why, like in Kemet, you had all these lion-headed cat goddesses that were all fire-based because the sun is feminine. So the northern kingdom, this goes into Thelemites. So the Thelemite aspect of the law of reversal, where in Hollywood they flip the genders of people and all that crazy shit. This is
Hmm.
actually a custom that dealt with Babylon because with this whole Babylon thing, the original, I'll say this, the original aspect was Ashtar was masculine. People want to be like Ishtar, which is the whore of Babylon as well, but it's a masculine energy.
Got you.
Yeah,
I've heard, again, like, and just in general, just with understanding, like, the cycles. For one, like how people could swap out stories, and like just in general, like the gender, or should I say the cycles of, uh like again going through the yin and the yang energy, where like something that was more so seen as feminine could be seen as masculine after so many years, or kind of, again, like almost like a pole shift energy as well. But
but this is the thing. We don't go through pole shifts consistently. Like we've only had
right,
one pole shift ever. So
right, right,
that's
right.
the thing. We've only had one pole shift ever, and that one pole shift literally made it so that people worship these. So in Babylon, the whole flipping of deities. This is where the we have society we have today. So it was like this goes into Satanism, how things were flipped and perverted backwards and upside down, and that's because that's to make this split disconnect between people and like reality, so that they can kind of put themselves in between. People can put themselves in between as like a basically to extort people in the 9 to 5 slave labor society we have. This came out of Babylon, but not out of Babylon, but it was originally like this. The Tower of Babel is talking about the slave system that we're in today. So
Gotcha.
yeah, you can look up like list of pre-Islamic South Arabian deities, and this goes beyond. This goes before Christ um, time period, so BC, and you'll see, for example, in so they split it between two groups: Northern Arabian and Southern Arabian. So in the Southern Arabian, which was ruled by Ethiopia, because this is where the split happened mainly, you get certain deities. So you get the name Yatha, which is where you get the word Yahshua, and Yatha. This goes back to like 700, 800 BC. I'm not sure how far back, but it literally means salvation or savior. and you literally see Yasha, Yashua. So, like for example, when they say Jesus and all this type of stuff, in my
Mm-hmm.
culture, we had Yashua way before Jesus, and so when we're talking about
Right,
these
right.
in Ethiopia, when we were Christian before Rome, so a lot of these deity, like what we're talking about biblically, this is Ethiopian culture. Now, however, the Roman and Western world spun this shit because this isn't. When I say Yatha or Yahshua, this is going into like they call it a deity here, even though it's not a deity, but um, this is going into something that's ancestral to an actual group of people.
Now it a matter of fact, bro, I am kind of getting to a place where I'm tapping out a little bit, so I'm keeping up, but you
No, you're
know,
good. We've been here.
but
America.
what was I gonna say connected to something you just said? It ain't coming up. It ain't coming up.
I swear that'd be the problem. So many questions, little time. I swear that'd be the problem. So, like, if you look at some of these deities, you'll literally see names that come straight out of the Lovecraft books and stuff like that. Like, what is this name? Yaguth. That doesn't sound like something that came straight out of Lovecraft country or the
Right.
Necronomicon. Yeah,
And
and that's because
this is a Sumerian
this is Sheba from the land of Sheba from the southern Arabian. But the thing
Mhm.
is, the land of Sheba, like the southern Arabian kingdom, was literally part of the Sumerian. Like the Sumerian kingship, after it got fucked up in northern Babylon, it just basically went down into the land of Sheba. So this is
Mhm.
why, like, the story of Solomon and how they went into southern Arabia. This is why Solomon married Sheba, because the whole southern Arabia was the land of Sheba, but they allowed Solomon and some Israelites and stuff like that to stay there because of the crazy shit going on up there. And
Gotcha, gotcha.
yeah, so they went to the same way that you saw, like in the Bible, how Aaron and Moses, how Moses married an Ethiopian woman, and
Mhm.
um, they said Egypt was. And keep in mind, when they're talking about Egypt in the Bible at this time, they're talking about Egypt when they're under the control of Persia. They're not talking about ancient Egypt. They're talking about Egypt under the control of Persia, and they were when they say
Gotcha,
Egypt was
gotcha.
worshiping strange gods and they went against God, is because they were under Persian rule. So that's
And
like a
going
whole
along with the Persian energy, right?
yeah. So then Moses apparently went back to the source of the Nile River, Ethiopia, and he married an Ethiopian woman, and he learned like the connection with God, meaning like when they went back to the where they were from,
Hmm.
like not only were the deities put into the correct proper order and like they were able to put things into proper order. So then he was able to go back and take over Egypt supposedly. Now, we can go into the Yakub and all the, there's like so many different ways we can go about like this story, but I'm looking at it from the Ethiopian perspective of, okay, why did every single time Solomon married an Ethiopian woman? Um, why did Moses marry an Ethiopian woman? Like, why did they all go back to the south? And I don't mean just like me Ethiopian, but like, why did they go back to the southern area of like Africa, that area?
Hmm.
And for some reason, every time they were doing crazy stuff where things were backwards and flipped, whenever they went back to the homeland, everything went back into proper uh, perspective. So,
All right. I kind of get what you're saying. Kind of brought back a balance energetically. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? Our in essence, especially from the feminine masculine.
So to bring
Uh,
this all full circle, um, what you we're talking about with Satanism and devil worship, like all this type of shit, and like I'm not trying to say it like in a Christian perspective, but in the actual perspective of like what it is. This was happening in ancient times too, in what we call Babylon, but it wasn't really Babylon. It was like again, I don't in my slaying the dragon part 3 or whatever video where I called the fake Palladians, they don't really have a name. They weren't the real Romans, they weren't the real Greeks, they weren't like they took a lot of different names, so I don't really like calling them like when you say like fire burn of Babylon, like I don't really like giving it to that. I don't really like putting it onto Rome because it wasn't even these like it was a group of people who kept taking and infiltrating these cultures, and what they do is they put on a mask. So every time they take over a culture, they put themselves in the image. For example, blonde hair, blue eyed Jesus, Captain
mhm.
America. Like they always put themselves in the they take people's skin and they wear their skin. It's reptilian shape shifting. And this is so that
Got
they can control a group of people and extort them for their resources. And once the land becomes barren like this, then they leave it drained of resources with their flag on it to mark their conquest. They're completely parasitical, like vampirist. It's an insane culture. So this happened in
right,
ancient times, and it's happened multiple times. And this is where the whole time traveling thing comes into play. And we talk about how the beings from the future and the beings from the past, and how the beings from the past don't have a current body, and the beings from the future or the present they don't have a past.
right,
This is this is literally why. This is the same reason why, and this is why the split personality, the duality, the the devil at worship, all that type of like all that shit comes into play because they
mhm,
need people who have pure blood, supposedly, or people who have high energy, people who are born with high energy, to become willing vessels for these things to come into because we're the only ones who have physical vessels strong enough to handle these energies.
right. That makes a lot of sense, especially looking at all of my experiences, man. I'm grateful that that I'm here now, you know what I'm saying, after my little ventures in LA, cuz Los Angeles, my goodness. I appreciate California, Los Angeles, and that whole experience. It definitely has a lot going on esoterically.
And yeah, I'm gonna see that area one day. I'm gonna see that what area one day. But I'm on the West Coast anyway, so I'm kind of still in the same energy field. I'm just more north, you know. So,
Right.
but yeah, I mean, I feel like people didn't probably think we were gonna tie that all full circle back by the end, but
Now, I, in essence, that's why I had to, I'm like, all right, if we, if it's going this long and we have been like just coming back on little points, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, all right, I go as long as I can.
yeah, no, yeah, we ran a marathon today, not a live. So
Right. But yeah, again, it's some good stuff to digest. Again, a lot of solutions, a lot of practical applications. And say a lot like we were just talking about that, but again, we do have the practical application and the solutions along with what's going on. So that was important for me.
yeah, like I also like to lay out things first so that when I do go into just specifically only applications, people, if they have, especially if they have questions and stuff like that, they can kind of like you have references to go back. So like my channel, for example,
Hmm.
I have a whole catalog of just references for people to go back to for information. You know what I'm saying? Like you do too as well. Like everyone on YouTube does. But that's kind of why I went like that first, and then now it's just like there's certain videos like you probably saw my tapping into seven chakras in the physical. Like there's certain videos where it's just straight up like this is what you should do, this is how to do it, and that's it. But
Right,
sometimes
right, right.
it's not going to make sense unless we put a lot of things into context.
Right. We add the different, like again, like the whole list, like here's why, not just like here's these things you should go do, but like, here, you know, here's why it's important, here's where it come from, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like a deeper, again, context. And I gotta get into that. I gotta look up context and perspective. That's another little gem for me.
So remember context. We have the who, what, when, where, why, how. The sixth sense. Sixth sense being how. That's the part like when we have context, the how part like that's really what connects the whole perspective and context because I'm the see the only problem I have with that perspective thing is it literally creates an atmosphere where people become okay with anything that happens because they can
it,
create a reasoning.
it's kind of like perspective is almost like closely related to the word it sounds like in that sense that you think a subjective perspective, and again it's like people's subjective truth, because it's like all right, a perspective of somebody or a subjective truth is that the Easter bunny exists, but that doesn't mean that it really, what I'm saying, like exists on that level, so yeah, like that perspective thing doesn't really come down to objective or holistic truth in essence.
And
You
even
know,
if it's effective, it's like if these people like to do that type of shit, it's like y'all can do it over there with your people, but don't try to put that over here with
and
us.
make it normal. Yeah, don't try to normalize it with us when that's some shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then make us crazy for the normal stuff. Like that's just yeah, that's so crazy on so many levels. So now that's why I'm trying to make a point also, like on top of being practical and like having applications of things we can do. Um, it's also important to just be very like not absolute at all in that sense, but being conclusive about certain things. Like we can conclude that Dr. Sebi with cancer and like all these different things. This happened. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right, right,
We can heal ourselves naturally. Everyone might not know how to do it, and we all might not be the best people at doing curing everything, but you
right.
can like you can do that. Like we can conclude that certain things are definitely bad. Certain things are for sure bad. Regardless of my perspective on it, there's certain things that just we shouldn't do. Like maybe someone needs a metaverse so that they can go do some crazy shit in the metaverse so that they don't do it in real life. But I don't know. Like,
Right. You need
you
to go
know,
play San Andreas.
yeah, or be in that Black Mirror episode where people are in like a mental. Yeah, exactly. Just go play San Andreas in the metaverse. Yes.
Man. Man, that's what's up, man. Look, I greatly appreciate you, man. Coming on to the platform, bro, and sharing. Again, man, you dropped some jewels, man. Look, think about the clumsy jeweler, man, dropping all the jewels. They're not necessarily clumsy, but it's like, shit, it's a bunch of jewels in here, man. And again, like that's why having you on, is because of like again, my first time like running it, which I'm like, oh yeah. Because again, like I'm never one to be like, hey man, I know everything esoterically, you know what I'm saying, that there is to know, and nobody knows more than me or whatever. I'm not like, man, I'm still learning, you know what I'm saying? I think it comes off as me, you know, possibly like being a know-it-all in essence because of like again, like certain channels or things I say may be on point, and because it's on point without sometimes having a book reference, or like I realize for me like what to connect a lot of people with my videos is the synchronicity in them, like the information I'm saying and how much is kind of talking to spirit or just hitting on that level. But when it comes to like you know a lot of just knowing again with like the history, her story, mythology, just all of it, man. Again, I appreciate your awareness, man, and knowledge and the space you hold and then what you bring to the table, bro. It is greatly appreciated.
I mean, I definitely appreciate you giving me the space to share stuff because I feel like, yeah, a lot of people aren't even open to um, hearing information because, like, I mean, I could have went on for 10 minutes. I could have went on for however long we just went on for, and you can disagree with 100% of everything or agree with all of it, agree with some of it, agree with none, disagree with some of it. But it's like, I feel like a lot of times people don't even. It's easy to just kind of peep a person if they're able to even allow other people to share. You know what I'm saying? Like
You said
that's
you could peep a person when what?
you can peep a lot from a person when um just in a person's ability to listen, like just seeing how a person will like listen to people. It might not be directly in conversation. Like I might be better at listening to someone just straight up on videos or something. You know what I'm saying? But um,
Right.
so it's kind of hard to judge just straight up in conversation. But when you're really like seeing a person, if they're not really able to take in information, like that is showing me that um, a person doesn't have the like if the fact that you're able to listen to all this and just be balanced and not feel like you're imbalanced, like you might be tired from being on live all day, but aside from that, that's showing like the ability to actually like mentally process things. And I'm not trying to say this in like a but like realistically, most people don't have the ability to like mentally process things to have actual discernment in that sense. You know what I'm saying?
we not giving each other compliments in a toxic way to, you know what I'm saying? Cause I get that too, cause I be aware, like, I don't wanna, like, don't just shower me with all kind of compliments out of nowhere. But nah, it's definitely like, again, a appreciation,
But like I'm not, I don't be doing that. And I didn't even in the
No,
intro
no.
say anything.
I'm thinking of for myself, and I think I heard you say it. So that's why I'm bringing it up. Like, where,
Oh, yeah,
it's like
yeah,
being aware of, like, people giving us compliments or things when it, from a sneaky toxic place. But again, I'm saying this is not that what we're doing right now. It's like, no, this is
that should piss me off. That's that patronizing shit. That honestly annoys me. Like you'll start saying something, and I'll be like, wow, you're so intelligent with how you speak, or like, and then they start going into that, and then they gaslight that, and then they start making you feel good and stuff like that, make you lose track, and then they come in
yeah,
with some tactic behind it, and you're just like, whoa, whoa, it's like, why am I all of a sudden being examined and shit like that? It'd be weird how people be using tactics. So like when you see a person who's just able to actually like take in information, like that's a big thing because like that actually to me that's just a big thing to me like because a lot of times like I've been on people's channels, I've been in a lot of spaces where like as soon as you start, and I don't have to be talking for a long time, I could just be saying like I could be talking for like 1-2 minutes, and I've had people just like straight up cut me off, not let me get in points, not let me like say what I need to say, and I'm like, damn, I must be doing something super wrong, or I must be really right. It's like
right.
and me, I'm like, I'm thinking I'm wrong because I'm thinking like, damn, the person's probably saying that because I'm wrong. So this is part of what made me even go in heavier and just research so heavy to the point where like, because like for me, it was just mainly intuitive from the jump. And once I
Mhm.
put out intuitive information, people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? That shit sounds crazy. So like, I
You
low key,
realize you gotta.
yeah, yeah. Now I'm kind of at the other extreme, and I'm like, now I need to chill out. Like I explained enough shit to people to the point where like we can just we can just let people be figure that type of stuff out on their own.
Right, right. It's getting to that point where, again, like, cause even with me, like, doing collaborations, like, I'm getting to a point where I mostly just, if anything, just doing interviews. Like, I don't even want to too much talk no more. Like, I got hours of over 1,000 video. Like, bro, look, you know. But I had to catch myself too, because sometimes I was like resting on that. Like, oh, I didn't put in this much work or, said this much. Like, I could just stop now. But it's like, doing it from a genuine sense where I could really feel like, all right, there is literally nothing. Cause that's why I've been cleaning up the whole little, narcissist thing and the whole inner outer thing. Is like, cause it's like, bro, once I clean up this, and add this to my channel, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't gonna be too much to, like, once I give, bring forth clarity on this, it ain't too much, to to
You can't bring clarity on narcissism. No one can bring clarity on narcissism. It's a never-ending black hole. I'm telling you, it's a
yeah, and
never-ending.
right, right. It's like a mirror game, you know what I'm saying? Right, right.
It's my most. If I can mute a word right now, it would be narcissism. It's like I've seen so many pages just being started that are specifically about narcissism. I'm like, damn, I have to take a whole university course to make sure I'm not being a narcissist to someone else.
Right, right.
Like the way
Yeah,
that people are talking about it.
man, look, I'm grateful to pull myself from out of that cycle for sure, man. But again, with anything though, again, like just having that accountability without going to the extreme of blaming myself, but definitely have to.
Yeah. So that's a level that for me. I learned that deals with shame in a sense. So like, I mean, I feel like at a certain point, if you're feeling like people are shaming you for just being yourself, that's the same thing as that political correctness bullshit. Like that's going on nowadays. Like there is an aspect of but like still like just being mannered in general. But the
Right.
thing is like, bro, you can't even have like an opinion and disagree with people, and then people try to make you feel the type of way, like you have all these psychological, mental, like everyone's diagnosing each other online. Everyone is diagnosing each other, and I'm like, damn.
Right. Yeah, bro.
y'all need this year. Everybody needs some smoke a lot of Kush this year. I don't know, like everybody needs to chill out this year or something. Like I'm not suggesting anyone to go do that, but just as a joke, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right, 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 right. Go
go
sit
relax.
down somewhere and chill out for a second. Most definitely, man.
Oh my god. Yeah.
But,
So
but yep, that brings everything in conclusion. So again, everybody, you know what I'm saying, Bridge of Ra here in the building with us. Again, Bridge, BRIDGE of OF Ra RA, you know what I'm saying? Instagram and YouTube, you know, and I by the time I finish uh put doing the stuff in the description for this video and stuff, I have also should have be able to link, you know, cause when you add somebody on YouTube, it'll link you straight to their channel as well. So,
yeah,
you know.
I don't know. It's so straightforward. People will find me if they want to look me up. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right, right. But yeah, I
Yeah.
know that's something I be having to deal with. But I be trying to hold a hand. You know what I'm saying? Let me walk you through every little step. Yeah, but so
Anyways, though, I
appreciate.
definitely appreciate you bringing me on the channel. Though that was we definitely needed to do a build.
Nah, most definitely again because I didn't, that last one with it not being like fully clear. I'm like, oh no, we definitely gotta connect. And redo that. You know what I'm saying? So most definitely, man. But bro, uh, appreciate everything again. You done gave out all your information earlier. So unless you want to do that again, if you feel like you need to plug in any information or insight, websites or anything on the way out, do so. But if not, we gonna commence.
I just got I just got free information online. I really got no other plugs right now.
So that's what it is, man. Now's the vibrate. You know what I'm saying? Not too far in the future, not too far in the past. But yeah. Much love and appreciation to everybody that held the space. You know what I'm saying, in the chat. You know what I'm saying, keeping that living energy and not like some robotic observing type of energy. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Greatly appreciate it. But yeah, that's it. That's it, man. Well, my brother, appreciate you coming on. And we out.
Yeah. Peace, bro.
Yep, yep. Peace, my brother. All right, y'all. Let's see.